Community Services District. Calling this meeting to order. I'd like to announce the meeting is being recorded. Roll call.
Director Brett
Here.
Watt
Here.
Freeman
Here.
Tobar
Here.
Here.
Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Chumash people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future. Call this place Anascoyo, the land that Isla Vista sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We're going to move to public comment period. Any members of the public have comments that they wish to make? Online?
No.
Okay, I will be closing the public comment period and welcome everyone to the 2025 retreat. It's great to see you all here and looking forward to a great productive day. I'll hand it over to Jonathan to introduce Roundtable on Board Relations.
Okay, so we're gonna be doing the whiteboard on this one, which is what we did before. So we did this exercise back in 2023 when we had also a newer board. And so we're doing it again. And the way the exercise works, it's actually really similar to our brand audit that we're going to do later, but it's more about the board itself. But you're going to talk about your ideal working board relations first. So what you think like the ideal board looks like working together, how you guys want to, establish your operations, how you want to, work together, but also why you are wanting to do this work in the first place. Because I think, we haven't had that. It's going to feed into the board goals later, like, why you're here then influences what policy objectives you want to accomplish. So we'll talk about the ideal working board relationships and like what brought you to this board. And then we'll talk about our current situation and then what we want to do to get to our ideal. So you guys concerned, what is your ideal board relations now that we have a new board to work together?
The ideal one is the third step 3 though.
Ideal is first.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we go first ideal and then current, and then how to get to the ideal from the current.
Okay.
I can start. I think that my ideal board is one where we're all working together, we're all contributing, we're all sort of, it's a team, we'll work collaboratively together. We don't necessarily have to agree on everything, and I think that having different opinions is a healthy thing. But at the end of the day, we know that we're all working towards our board goals that we'll talk about later. I think that especially for our newer members and our student members, I really, really value contribution and participation, and you three, even just in the couple weeks that we've had you on board, are absolutely needing that, and I'm really excited about that, and I want that to continue because I think that is really cool. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Yeah.
That's a good summary.
That's a good summary, yeah.
And speaking of that, are we expecting our other board members to be here?
I haven't heard from Annabelle, but I know Kirsten
will be here in 10 minutes.
I don't know. Kirsten wasn't able to do any of the dates for the next couple months. So yeah.
Other thoughts, everybody?
Well, it's nice to have everyone together. So I know I missed the board meetings on occasion, but I think it is really nice to have everyone here as often.
I'm gonna write attendance then.
Yeah, I guess.
I think
And it's
matters.
There's another thing on the tip of my tongue. I appreciate too, when throughout the course of the meetings when we're talking about stuff, when we I can kind of hear the things that you're most passionate about. so that when those sorts of things come up, we can work together on it. Because in, you know, maybe the ideal world, I would love to just like pre-game everything with everyone. We can't do that because of the Brown Act, and that's against the law for government transparency. But I do think that knowing, like I'll give an example. When the oil pipeline resolution request came in, I immediately thought of you because we've had a number of discussions about how passionate you are about environmental protection. And so, you know, those sorts of things I think are helpful at knowing people's passions so that we can work together on stuff.
Do you want to do a side track really quick and talk about what people's what you want to share with each other as, you know, your passions for why you're on the board?
Yeah, that's a good idea. You want to start? I think I'm doing a lot of talking.
Well, I lived in Isla Vista for, I don't know, maybe 13 years in the 70s and 80s. And it seems like we've always struggled to be recognized as our own unique place and given the power to make our own decisions, and then also the respect and courtesy from other entities to treat us like grown-ups, if you will. And so that's a lot of my interest, is establishing local control over the things that matter to us, and being treated with respect and dignity by other entities like the county. And I still think we have a ways to go in those areas.
That's really well said. I definitely share a lot of that too, and am inspired by the vision that I have when I, you know, coming to Isla Vista, moving to a college community. There's so much about this place that is like the ideal for what other communities throughout our country should be, which is like a walkable, bikeable place where you live close to your friends and there's a vibrant social life. You know, it's all the things that I kind of feel like are the antidote for a lot of the challenges that we face as a culture, as a society. It has its challenges, but at the end of the day, it's such an amazing place to live. And I look at the example of other college communities throughout the nation, places like Berkeley or Ann Arbor. They are really given that power and authority. They've been able to push forward like really bold, progressive stuff and be a model for the rest of the nation too. We don't have that same level of authority to be able to do that, but we're working towards it, right? So that's kind of so many words what inspires me.
I feel like I'm really in the same kind of overall place. So I feel that the county and the university in different ways have essentially, for, I wouldn't say for decades, but much longer than decades, have decided the fate of this little community, and oftentimes without even bringing anyone from the community in order to have input into it. And so whether it be ordinances that are attempting to provide some kind of like order to the area, or changes to the culture that are part of the UCSB's public relations campaigns. There's been a lot of drive that hasn't included anyone. And so having some kind of strong voice in Isla Vista that is able to kind of push back against those external entities and then hopefully usurp them from the perspective of making decisions about what's actually happening here has always been very important. And so since it was a little questions about how we started these things. When I first got involved in the CSD, my real push was I wanted to see a city. And so that was, I had been attending some meetings with relation to the aftermath of the shooting that had occurred on Bardol. And a friend of mine and I, actually, some of you may know him because he was heavily involved in Campus Democrats, that is Drew Oranis, were on Bardol. About less than an hour, I think, before the shooting had happened. We're sitting in front of the Deli Mart for like most of the day. The only reason why we left was because of the it was because we were computer scientists who were very nocturnal, and we actually decided to go home, go to sleep, and come back later that day. And so it was then like, and then waking up to like the experience of like, oh wow, like the place we just were had this. And I started attending some meetings related to that, and in the process of those meetings, I ended up meeting people like Jonathan, but I also picked up Cameron Dennis, Cameron Chung, sorry, Cameron Chung, and Josh Plotke, and people who were who had like various aspects of like a vision for how to try to organize Isla Vista. I was really, and I would get into long arguments with Josh particularly about how I felt that we should have a city here. And then I ended up pushing that hard enough that I went through all of the previous documentation involving constructing the city, went through all of the LAFCO notes, went through all of the county work on it, and started a contract for a financial feasibility study in order to determine whether a city would be feasible here. And that was actually how I ended up getting so heavily involved in a way with the CSD meetings, is that Drew brought me to one of them because he was connected with Doss and Darcel, and then brought me to the first of those meetings. And then during that meeting, I just kind of dropped like, well, I'm interested in a city, and I'm actually starting the process. I've started the contract for this. I'm gonna be funding this and this and this. And then Darcel was like, we need to get funding for the CSD financial feasibility study, but we're not going to have it in time to start the contract. If you already have the contract with the agency, you're using the one we would have used because you figured out then we can dovetail into that. And so we kind of combined efforts onto that and analyzed everything. And then from my perspective, the city wasn't exactly feasible. Because of the costs and essentially there was a lot of the disorder that people stare at in Isla Vista, leading to extraneous costs that were then making it so that people were like, well, the city wouldn't be viable. CSD was sort of viable, and so CSD got pushed forward and constructed, and now here I am on it. In the process of doing that, though, I ended up deciding not to first run for this. I ran for county supervisor. And I ran for county supervisor with an attempt of that, like, well, the county supervisor that we have tends to not, because we were in the third district, and the third district is the swing district. The swing district is in a position where they were largely reliant upon Isla Vista votes, but they knew they would get them because otherwise your votes are going to go to oil. And so I wanted somebody who could actually kind of like, primary the supervisor and potentially also just like focus directly on Isla Vista issues. And so I did that. And I did better than anyone was honestly expecting, although I certainly did not win. Close to winning, I should say. And then I ended up running for this, and I'm on this. And so that's how I kind of got into this. In some sense, I just felt like I kept stumbling to the next step on it, of going to a meeting, meeting somebody, and then they would invite me to another meeting, and then I would kind of stumble into that. And just occasionally I would get into an argument that would make over something that would make me go like, okay, I'm actually going to throw some money down or throw some time down to prove a point, and then that just kind of led me to being here. So
it's a very good synopsis of how everything got started.
Yeah. Well, just the parts that I was involved. There's a lot of story about Jonathan and everything. I mean, I was just focusing on
other thoughts about just passions and things, just the vision for the community?
Well, I didn't get involved in IB obviously as early as you guys, so I don't necessarily have that same perspective of like passionate city building. I think what I'm more interested in is more just like stuff like public transportation. I'm come from San Francisco, and I've like always loved the public transportation in San Francisco. It's just been like, it's amazing. It's amazing to be able to go anywhere you want in the city without needing a car. And so that's where it's kind of disappointing to not have that same level of transportation here. And so I think that's just something that it's much smaller of a topic of a goal, but that's something that I care about. And so that's where I'm excited to hopefully see the WAVE program get up and running. So that's definitely a big step forward towards what I envision for IB.
The comic, but not getting involved, reminded me one bit, which is that I should have added, which is that So I've been here for a long time, but I didn't get involved at all until the shooting in 2014, with the weird exception that 10 years prior, I wrote an article for the Daily Nexus that was about local control and that the way in which the university and the county were shutting down the party culture in the area and saying that if you want to be able to have your right to party in the area, you need to get government, and what you need to do is you probably need to start a city. And then at the time, and I like when I found the old like motto for the city, I listed the people yes, and I like included in the article and everything.
I want to say that article is called "Halloween Could Be Fun If Isla Vista Was a City."
It was if Isla Vista were a democracy.
Or democracy.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point. Also, welcome. We are going over just our passions, motivations for what we want to see Isla Vista become, what we love about it already, and what we want to see it become.
And yeah, more and board relations and like kind of what brought you to this and how you want to interact with the rest of the board. This is what we kind of team collaboration, working towards our goals, participation is important, and strong attendance. Making your passions known.
I feel like I'm really interested in more engagement from the school and like more so everybody in IB, but obviously a lot of the IB population is UCSB students. But I just feel like there's such a a lot of people aren't here for that long. A lot of people are only in IB for a few years while they're in school, and like that kind of transition that's always occurring. Like I feel like it can make a lot of the great like resources in IB kind of get drowned out because people are busy and they're see it as more of like a stepping stone to their next place. So I think that like making people a lot more aware from the beginning would be really great. Just because I think that input is also really valuable, and the more people in IB that are aware of like what's going on and feel like they have a place to share and like give their own perspectives, I think it'll make the IVCSD like a really great outlet for like uplifting those people's voices. Because even with Sable, like we obviously passed a resolution, and that was something that was really important to people from UCSB, like just at that meeting. Like I was talking to Linda Crop and she was just saying like how insane it was that so many students showed up and like spoke about something that was really important to them. So I think that it's great that IVCSD was able to pass a resolution that clearly was very reflective of how a lot of people were feeling. And I think that like the more that people are aware of the IVCSD, the more that we can do things like
Sure, yeah. And we got on this sort of sidebar because I shared that one of the things I really appreciate is knowing all of our board members and like what their passions are, because it helps us figure out when we want to work together on stuff. Because we can only talk to two other people at most because of the Brown Act and everything. So that's how we started on this.
It was a good sidetrack. We were really talking about board relationships, but it's like you need to know your passions of each other to have a good relationship. I think it's that how do you work together without knowing what you care about?
I think one of my like big passions, I guess, in this like position would be like I'm really interested in like bureaucracy and like the inner workings of bureaucracy and like the fluidity between like different departments and areas of IB. And I think like currently there's a lot that's unknown about IVCSD and like just like the police and like Parks and Rec and like all of that. And I feel like there's a lot of gaps in between that like keep on like making things harder to obtain and stuff like that. And I also think that there's just when I was like talking to my like roommates and my friends about like joining IVCSD, none of them knew what it was, which was really funny because all of them followed the Instagram. And I just think that like making ourselves like we are pretty like out there. Like everyone knows what the Spring Festival is and like the Halloween Festival. So it's not like we're like unknown, but I feel like our name and like brand is not very known well enough. And so I think that like making ourselves more prominent figure and like gaining more like relevance in like daily conversation is really important because people know who we are, but if they can't attach like the name to the brand, like it's hard to like figure that out. So that would be my like I guess main goal.
You know, love the brand of it.
Oh yeah.
That's a really good example. They follow our Instagram, but they don't know who we are.
So do you guys think the board, what is the board's role in making IVCSD known? Because there's like the board side of it and then the staff side of it too, but what would you guys say? You know, what can the board do to do that? How do you think the board relations and like, you know, how the board meetings work? Because we talked about this 2 years ago too, where we were not getting a lot of people coming to our meetings, and our board president at the time, Marcos, that was one of his goals. How do we get more people to come?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a lot more outreach done to like students because like yeah, a lot of UCSB students don't live on like NIV either yet or won't. But I think if one person, like if you're going to a class and like we're like talking about our goals or something along those lines, like one person's gonna talk about it, they'll tell their friends, and like it'll spread fast. So I think that's an idea.
As a board member then to do that?
Oh yeah,
Or, yeah.
I mean yeah.
Yeah, I think the more that we can all sort of be ambassadors for the district,
That's a good one. Yeah.
the better. And this is something that I would like to sort of get back into the habit of doing when I was president in 2019.
So is this our agenda item 2, board community
Well,
relations?
it's like bleeding in, but it's okay.
Well, I'll just finish my thought.
Yeah.
When I was president in 2019 and 2021, like I was doing a lot more like social media and like posts from myself, like you see other elected officials do, which is one component, but it's also, yeah, going and finding meetings. Like, I mean, the example that you just gave, Kylan, about the Sable resolution where you like thought like, oh, I'm gonna go to this environmental affairs board and like talk to them about what we're doing and like try to get them involved in it and that sort of thing. I think is like part of it of being an ambassador that's important.
I think it's definitely a really good point, Spencer, because our Instagram has 150,000 views in the last 30 days. So that means people are aware. Our website had 50,000 views in December. So, but I think people relate more to humans, not Instagram pages and websites. So you're like the leaders of the community. I think you speaking about what you're doing as a board member will get more people involved, more than a website or Instagram page.
And I think also, you know, kind of like what you said about people following, but not like people don't necessarily know what IVCSD actually is. They just know what IVCSD does. Like they might be like, oh yeah, like they put on the spring festival, but like they don't know the like logistics of everything. They don't know about the board meetings. They don't know about like that type of stuff. So I feel like that's what's hard is like I couldn't tell you what a lot of organizations at UCSB do, but I know that, you know, sometimes they host something in the park and there's free food and like, so it's kind of, I feel like that's what's hard is like kind of trying to make the like image of IVCSD larger than the spring festival or like those big things, because I see lots of abbreviated names and emails like PVPLA is hosting this, or like, you know, like CosWeb is hosting this. And I'm like, I don't know what those organizations are, but so, yeah, so I feel like that's what's hard is like people follow people, maybe, you know, like see an Instagram post and are like, oh, cool, they're like posting something, but the engagement at like a like meeting level, like coming to a meeting and like talking about issues and that type of engagement, I think is what I feel should grow.
Yeah. Just give an example of something that is happening, and Spencer's been coming to our classes on this, but we've had like leadership class going the last quarter, and those people, they're getting the full deep dive. It's 20 of them only, but hopefully they go and spread the word. But they've been coming 7 weeks in a row, week after week, so there is an appetite. I definitely agree with that. People want, there are ways to get people to be more in the nitty gritty.
I think it's the passion topic. One of the things that I have clearly spent a lot of my time while being on the board focused on is trying to have some kind of, whether you want to sometimes call it transparency, but another way to call it outreach and making certain that all of our meetings are recorded and available online. And also try and get, particularly early on, I had not done this recently, particularly early on, try and figure out ways of making it so that our whether it be our meeting processes and our agendas, when I was more doing like the paperwork for the things, trying to make it so that people could show up to meetings and understand how the meeting is organized and the flow of it, because there's a lot of like procedure that ends up happening during it, and like, oh, you're not allowed to talk now, you are allowed to talk now, and why that all happens. But the something that I really think is kind of like a missed opportunity for is particularly in hearing that so many people are 100 student page. But back in like 2014, I was running a Facebook page, Ivy is a city, as part of my like concept of like, oh, we should really get people really on board with the idea of turning out this into a city. And I was documenting all the various meetings that were occurring, such as the ones that Jonathan was running at the food co-op, and some of the meetings that were occurring, the EV3 meetings and things. And I was writing articles first on a website, then this Facebook page, and then I started going to the Park District meetings and documenting those. And the thing that was I felt was really missing, and still missing the way that we do things, is having enough time before the agenda item in order to then construct information to the public for being able to understand exactly what the decision is that's going to be made. And not in the form of like a survey, but essentially trying to construct a discussion. And so like there was one item in particular at the Park District that where there accidentally it got continued, and there was a bunch of time in order to pull this off, which was to destroy go out with like pickaxes and just break apart the parking lot that was that's next to the community center. And at the time it wasn't a community center, but you break up the parking lots over there in order to increase the size of the park. And it happened to get continued. And so then I was able to like, I ran enough like ads on Facebook with enough documentation of what the discussion thing, what was actually happening, so that I could then get Facebook, it's not a very good way of having a forum, but people are able to like talk to each other and have like all the communication occurring there. And then I like took all of that and I like printed it out and summarized parts of it and was able to bring that to the board as like, here's the public's like discussion about this, not just like questions we asked and answers they provided, but like here are the questions that they're asking each other and the complaints that they have about what's going on and what their interests are on, bringing it back without having though like the because like we do run town halls, but like it's very like heavy like infrastructure laden way of doing it, but like kind of rapidly online get a bunch of people so over the course of weeks or a month to do it. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but it also required a lot of my time to figure out how to like actually like structure that agenda item in a way that people could actually understand and then structure everything. So
I remember that.
Yeah, I think a lot of us miss Facebook and how it was super conducive to that sort of stuff. Maybe Reddit now kind of like has that niche, but it's not the same in terms of just the dialogue that can be created. So what I'm hearing from you is just more opportunities to engage the community in dialogue, whether it's in the board meeting.
It's a good point. The board meeting might not be the ideal. Like what you said, like they wanted to be on a message board, essentially, talking to each other. How can we accommodate that?
Bring the discussion to where they are, as opposed to trying to set up a place for them to come to.
Yeah, so that's really well said.
Another thing that I think is really important, like one of the things I really value about Ivy is like the culture that develops around it. And I think we need to be like one of the ambassadors of like sustaining and like creating more culture in Ivy, which I guess is like a bad term or a bad phrase. But like I think a lot of like the public art, like the mural, I think that's like one of those things that are like really like easy to do. You're organizing people for like, I guess, a public cause that isn't really inducing harm at all, and just like makes people happy, you know what I mean? And I think those are one of the really simple things that like people can see and be like, wow, that's really cool. Like I didn't know that was happening. And like I think that's something really important.
I don't think Ivy culture is a bad word.
No. I was like creating culture, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
This is the ideal stuff you like, and then what about the current board. And you don't have to say negative if you don't want to, but like, where do you think the current board maybe isn't quite here yet? And how do we want to get to these things? Do a current slide.
I think that the thing that's most important to me, and I mentioned this when I was talking about what my ideal looks like, is that we all feel like we have the space to participate very fully, and that we're also making space for other people to participate fully. And I mentioned when I mentioned that you made because you were here that I think that we're in a good place on that. Of course, there's always room for improvement. But I know in the past, I have felt like that is something that we have struggled with. And maybe that's just because I talk too much. But I think it's important that everyone feels like they can participate and like their opinion is valid. Because I also remember when I first started coming to meetings that Jay and Jonathan were hosting when they were trying to create local government for IB, and feeling like, oh my gosh, like there's all this background that I don't know, and there's really no way that you are gonna like break through that feeling other than just by doing it and participating and saying your opinion. And like, you know, your opinion is valid regardless of whatever the background and history that you may not know is. You know, you're a resident of this community. I think you were mentioning, Kylan, earlier, like there's so much turnover in the community. Idalis has always been like that. And so just because you're only here for a couple of years doesn't mean that you're like feeling and vision for the community should be like at a backseat to people that may have been here longer.
And then there are people who've been around so long, they don't remember stuff.
Yeah. And Jay, I think you did that at the last meeting where you asked Annabelle, like, there was a new issue. What do you think about this one? That's like making space for others to participate. We need to do more. Anything else we need to do as a board? This is more for the board.
Just circle the ambassador thing again.
Oh, two circles.
Like, yeah, that's that. I think that's like a really important thing that.
Yeah, be ambassadors. I think that's really important, you guys. It's like one of the main roles for board members that the staff just can't do the same way.
We like very officially boring the first two agenda items together.
There's a more specific thing for the next one, but it's all good. We're ahead of schedule.
Well, I mean, there's this aspect of making space. I think also leads to making space for the public, and I think that we're not bad at this at all. And I think we're very good at this. In fact, we're very good at this in comparison to a lot of other government settings. But I always think there's room for improvement, because I remember the feeling of going to the park districts meetings back 10 years ago. Not the way they were organized as much recently, but the way that they were organized 10 years ago, where it was just like a little desk. They would just kind of reorganize their office, and they would take one of the desks and they would throw a little tarp over it, and they were all crammed around that desk. But the distance to the audience was like the first audience member was like right there, versus and the feeling of like almost being a round table with the public during the course of the meeting. And if there was like a look in your eye that you might have something to contribute in this, Begin would be like, actually, why don't we go to Michael and maybe we hear what Michael has his input on this, and being able to kind of make it so that there's like less of a hierarchy of like, we are up here and the public is down here. And I say that, I mean, one of the complexities is you don't get that many people who are, we've got one audience member here today, Arthur. And so, but like the feeling of, it's like, what does that really mean in a world where almost no one shows up to your meetings, the one daily nexus reporter who sits over there? But I say that partly because of the complexity of like continuity of the district, of being able to have the voices that are not just the ones that are here, but the voices that want to be up here or could be up here in the near future, and being able to have them feel like they are already able to participate in like there's a good grid. good gradient between being an audience member and being a board member. And like that was like a feeling I also got like going to the Isla Vista Community Network meetings back a long time ago. There was a feeling of like there were people who were kind of sitting at the circular table they kind of set up, and then there was like over there was kind of an audience, but there was also this blurring of it where people where it was like actually you want to sit at the circular table and you kind of could, and being able to like kind of get elevated to the ability to have more input into things because you were kind of relevant to the discussion. And I just say that because we'll end up with people who will be like, oh, I want to be on the board. They will be passionate and they'll give strong, passionate speeches about wanting to be on the board. And then we don't see them again because what does it mean to just sit in the audience, not get to say anything the entire time, except for occasionally when we're ready, finally, in order to get their input, they can say something. And I think that leads us into a position where when we actually go and we need to bring people on, we're having to hunt for people. So yeah, that's my like board community spiel.
Well, it's about how to be a board member, I think. So
yeah. How to get into the but
I love what you're saying about barriers to engagement, and I feel like it's super important for this group to talk about, and it does lead into the next conversation about community feedback, because what does it mean to attend a board meeting, and what do we want the community to know, like to be a participant and come to these meetings, like what tools do we need to equip them with to feel like they can come, share their opinion, give their, because I guess after every agenda item, there's just public comment, but we can't really engage on the topic necessarily. So is there another avenue that we need to bring people in outside of board meetings? Maybe that looks differently than, we keep talking about like bringing them to our, twice a month meetings, but maybe there's other ways to do that. And I do think CLE is a perfect example because we gave them a couple weeks ago an opportunity to do public comment, right? And it was like, we gave them feedback on them bringing an idea or a issue area, and it was so wonderful, and they did a fabulous job. And I think that that's like one area that we can keep growing. So
I will say we are allowed to engage.
yeah, you are.
Yeah, we have to. We sometimes do.
Thank you.
A lot of times there's like governments will set themselves up where there's like a much more strict like separation of how things work. I mean, like particularly little board supervisors, at times they've been like trying to limit people down to like 1.5 minutes. I mean, like I was waiting. So Lou did that one more time. I was going to sue the county. I was getting ready to do that. and then he escaped and became a congressman and was like, but the yeah, so but that separation just isn't inherent to the law. There's more just an aspect of fairness, right? And so it's like
that's
if
what
we,
I was just gonna say.
so if we bias the discussion too heavily and allow these people to talk and don't allow these people to talk, that's a problem.
One thing, I mean, if talking about giving the public a seat at the table, like we could do that quite literally, because normally our boards or meetings are set up with like 2 parallel rows of desks. Like we could just have this setup be the norm, and the public comments get to like sit at the table with us. That's just a small way of doing it to make them feel more at the same level when they're here.
Yeah, I mean, the setup of the room affects the meeting a lot. It's been different setups over the years. That's how we used to be over there. Yeah.
I don't remember why we moved.
Because of the one retreat, I think we became, it's like, I mean, well, we kind of stopped doing it, but since like the 2023 retreat, it was almost like a connected table, but just flipped, like on this side, just flipped the other way. But there's still the audience. You could just close the room.
Yeah, I know one of the things that because when we first started, I think it was just like a wall of tables, but it was this way.
Yeah, it was right.
And we all realized really quickly that we didn't see each other very well. It's still kind of challenging to see each other with the setup that we have, but it's like a little bit better because there's more, it's a little more circular.
Yeah, we can change the setup if it helps you have a better conversation and meeting. The little things like that do help. We can experiment next meeting on a different setup.
That's a good idea.
I have a question. I don't know if this is legal, but it just occurred to me. It's a very different structure than a lot of things end up. So the LAFCO has this process. It's actually part of the law. It's the process that you can even have alternates. And that's not what I'm suggesting. But the reason I bring up the LAFCO alternate process is that the alternates don't vote, but the alternates are board level discussion. Like they're allowed to be part of it and like to whatever extent that, you know, people tolerate the discussion in the same way as any other board member or commissioner. They're able to be part of the discussion. I don't know if it's possible for a special district board to appoint members of the public to what is effectively like a quasi board role, where you don't get a vote, but you get to sit at the table and discuss things the same way as other board members. And then where it's not it's not like, oh well, you know, we want to make certain the public comment between these people are all somewhat balanced, but it's like, oh no, but we've gone out of our way in a public process to appoint this person to a special seat that allows them to talk a lot. In fact, they're in some sense a representative of the board to you if you want to go and you want to spend a bunch of time arguing with them, so they would ahead of the meeting to make certain that they would have it. But like, I don't know, is that legal?
So appointing an alternate.
Yeah, not an alternate.
That
Yeah,
would
no,
have the same.
Quasi board member.
Yeah, effect or, you know, legal responsibilities as a board member, no. But what is common is appointing commissions that are essentially recommending bodies that are given a certain topic of discussion, and they, you know, discuss it. They come up with reports, they analyze it, and then they will give a recommendation to the board. So that would be something that's pretty common, is appointing or establishing some sort of commission on a particular topic.
Yeah, I guess the thing that I'm looking for is something where it's not like it's narrowly scoped the topics and it's not a separate meeting. Like in the sense
I
that
know
like
what you're saying. It's like you could just get an intern, like they could be an intern, they'd be staff, and we pick them through some process that the board's involved in. And yeah, they could, like our staff speak at the meeting.
That's a
as
good
the
point,
board
yeah.
calls on us, and you just have to have your presiding officer decide to run the meeting.
again, I'm just trying to figure out some way of having something that like allows for a better gradual transition from public member to board
Yeah,
member.
yeah.
We have people who show up. Actually, one of them was in the audience. Somebody who showed up, applied, and now is showing up to our meetings. And that's not saying that this is the person who confused, but like you can imagine now, after some period of time, I bet you're going to end up stop doing this. I'm just saying, you might not, but I'm just gonna say you're probably gonna stop showing up to the meeting because you don't get to talk very much, and it's a bunch of time commitment. And we can saw that happen with Henry. Henry was very active, and is still very active, helping us in various ways. But he kind of dropped out of showing up to the meeting, and I feel that part of it is because it's like you get to sit around the meeting and sit in the back, and you get to provide 3 minutes of commentary, maybe somewhere at various points in it, and being able to have somebody who was in the meeting and able to try to take some of those passionate speakers, and we had multiple passionate speakers at our last appointment process. I mean,
It is, you can run your meetings any way you want, as long as they're not voting. I think you can do whatever.
My thought, and this is not this is necessarily disagreeing with anything you said, and in fact, I am taking notes on the ideas because I think that those are interesting.
some of the things I'm
concepts to try
saying tomorrow, I'll be like, oh, that was the bad.
Yeah. No, I think it's good to be thinking about that, and I certainly will do more thinking on it. But I also did, like, I don't blame people for not showing up to a government meeting. Like it's boring for a lot of people. We are the weirdos that find this stuff interesting. No offense to our audience members, you're weirdos with us, partners in crime. And I really appreciated like Sydney's mention of like these outside forums, or not even, it's not even really a forum. I mean, CLE is like, it's part education, part advocacy, building leadership, and like figuring out how to integrate stuff like that into our operations as a board, I think could be super helpful. It's been really cool attending the class and seeing like people just grow their knowledge and like participating, and so that they have like a form of basis to have, opinions on stuff. So I think, I mean, I've loved how that program has been running, and I hope that we continue stuff like that. But yeah, as you mentioned, the challenge is having, that participation like stay in long time.
Are we good with board stuff before we go to, we're already kind of going into community, but do we want to?
Were you going to do a future or not? I remember there was like,
This is the,
okay.
and then this is the current, and like kind of,
Okay.
you kind of already skipped middle step and went to the main one. Like, what do we need to do to get to I
Okay.
know more.
The somewhat awkward thing I wanted to say
Yeah.
during this agenda
Go
item
ahead.
is that I am very likely going to be stepping down from the board in end of June, early July. There's a small possibility that I will extend for some period of time, but the process of like my life has now kind of now moved into I've somewhat rapidly over the last rapidly, but also over the last few years I've kind of now I have a family, and that family is not here. And I just purchased a house in Carpinteria. I'm not living there yet. I mean, doing a lot of like replace the roof. I have to do all sorts of things, but I am my mental center of gravity is moving from Isla Vista, and that is one of the reasons why I have care. I mean, like I've been struggling with this for years now, but this is one of the reasons why I care deeply about the appointment process the last couple of years, is to make certain that I felt like there was a process that would be able to appoint people and feel good about it, and I do. But like that's why like I keep staring at these questions of like how to make it so that we actually have good transitions in leadership, and how to make it so that people feel like they're able to be part of things and everything, because it's like there's always this like scramble mad dash to try to find people who will be willing to do it. Yeah. So, but an aspect of like interboard relationships, I am not intending to disappear, because I will still be in the general area. And if you need to talk to me about anything, you can talk to me about it. I say this like we need to figure out how to provide more. We like you're gonna have to start finding someone. I'm gonna have to try to find someone, but yeah.
Heavy.
One of the problems when you talk about like passing on the torch, I guess. I mean, I guess I'm like the best example of it because I was brought on so quickly. I feel like you guys kind of talked about this before, but like there's so much history to IV and like so many inner workings that I feel that I like just never will fully understand. And like I spent like an hour reading the policy manual the other day, and like there was just so much information being thrown at you all at once. It's like it's very not stressful, but very overwhelming to like know when to get started and where to look to get started. Because I'm still figuring out what I'm interested in. I'm still figuring out what my passions are. And so I'm like, I feel like I'm like being thrown in like a million different directions of like where I think I want to go. And then I'm like, wait, like, am I really interested in this? And so I don't know. I think the fluidity of like passing the torch is something that can be worked on when you like leave. Or like maybe like you could like sit down with the person that you're like that's gonna like I don't know replace you and like talk to them about like what your thoughts were when you like decided to leave and like what your overall goals were for the community. But yeah, food for thought.
We have a board orientation, but we don't have like a board transition. Like
Yeah.
these are two separate things. The orientation is like official stuff.
Yeah.
Transition, passing the torch.
And like the orientations were so
Yeah.
helpful, but it's still like
It's different.
you'll never know everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's more technical than like, sitting down with somebody who's in the same role as you.
Yeah.
And saying, oh, here's what I experienced. Here's what I was trying to do. Yeah. So I'm gonna write that down. Or
I think about my process of getting involved, and like one of the things that really motivated me, and this is because I really am fascinated by history, was learning the history of this community and seeing that like, oh, a lot of the challenges we're dealing with right now, people have been dealing with that like since the university was here and the community started to be built up. And so I almost wonder if that's like part of the next step about inspiring more people to want to get involved, because the thing that we do really well is providing the services, but it's also about like communicating the vision for why people should give a shit about both the community and the trajectory of where our community is heading. Knowing that a lot of our community members will be here temporarily. This has been a good discussion. Oh, I have one more thing I was going to bring up that I think we do well and can continue to do even more, which is that particularly when we have complex topics coming up before the board, we get pre-briefs on those topics, just one-on-one with staff, whoever is like leading the topic. This is obviously cannot and never should be for every single thing. But if we have something that's super complex, I appreciate that Jonathan gives me a phone call and gives me the even more, background and detail to make sure that we're prepared for the discussion and for the report we're going to receive.
Fully informed by staff. Good. Well, we'll get started on the next session, which is we've already done half of it. It's okay.
I can jump in.
Yes, let me.
So I'm just gonna give a super quick overview of kind of the past 4 to 5 years of where what we've done with community feedback in terms of the budget process specifically. I'm not gonna talk about any other like surveys and other things that we're actively doing in the community. This is strictly for the budget priorities survey, which is something that we reach out to the community, ask them what they want us to prioritize with their community dollars. It's a touch point in terms of, again, making sure that they know that, their utility taxes come here and we put that back into the community. So quick overview. So number of respondents over the years, you'll see it's on low to high to back to low. I will say for the most recent one last year, that was a huge transitional period for us internally, both with my role and Maya's role. So I think that plays a huge factor as to why we have such low numbers.
Well, we decided we weren't going to do it because we didn't have money too.
That was the other thing. We didn't want to ask. Yeah, we hate asking the community for something that we can't deliver on, obviously. So yeah, so definitely people do, participate. They want to, let us know how they want their community dollars spent. I think something that's super clear and I'll talk a little bit more about this, is people do want to know about us. They do want to get involved. They do want to learn, and they do want to be at the table. So that's clear. So now how do we get that here? So as far as the budget survey overview, what's consistent? Demographics remain stable. Majority of UCSB students, younger renters, and then we've grown into more longer term residents that participate in the survey. Public safety concerns is always like the #1 issue in terms of like lighting, it's kind of a dabble between more police, less police. You always hear, but at the end of the day, safety is the top issue. And then again, we talked about this, limited awareness of our programs. So how do we use this as a tool to engage our community and make them more aware of our services? So what's changed? A shift from safety to more housing concerns, which I think speaks volumes to the fact that we have revamped our housing mediation program. But as far as past issues, 2020 to 2022, it was always lighting and public safety. And then we moved to housing affordability and rent control, and then an increasing demand for infrastructure improvements. I do think that the reason that is because we started asking about them, because we started doing the community mobility plan. And then again, just an overview of, sorry, Jonathan, next slide, overview of time. So lighting, safety, trash, and then we're transitioning more towards parking, trash, and high cost of living. But that's the main themes over the years, and I imagine it'll be pretty similar this year. So how does the community engage with us? We're really shifting from us providing entertainment and, community events and services, and more towards they want practical skills and resources, which is great. That's what we do. So again, a little bit away from concerts and social events that were the top issues before, top requests before, and now we're moving into educational workshops, mental health support, things like that. And again, we know that people want to be involved. They want to participate, and we hear that every week in CLE as well. What I loved is this past week is people really want to see an actual quarter-long class dedicated to at UCSB for the role that we play in IV. And then again, community awareness of our services. #1 response: have they heard of us? NA, not applicable. So that speaks volumes. Most used services are community center, safety stations, compost collective. The least at this time was housing mediation and our interpersonal violence resources. So definitely more outreach needed. It was interesting. It was definitely around social media, and now people really want like in person. They want to know like peer to peer, person to person, like what we're doing. That's kind of what I share here. Yeah, social media dominated before. Again, now people want to be told things in person. And that our newsletter is effective, and same with campus tabling, but you know, utilize it more. So as far as the ranks of our outreach, social media, and then all the way down to classes and clubs. So with that, in the folder is a draft of questions that we can ask our community this year. Nothing is set in stone. This is just a place to get us talking and get us going on what that looks like this year. We are thinking about our programs a little bit differently internally, and that's neighborhood improvement initiatives, public safety initiatives, community connection, and sustainability initiatives. So when you think about them in those 4 umbrellas, it makes things a little bit easier to understand. At least that's how we're experiencing what we're hearing from the community. So you'll see a very, very direct and specific question for each of those. But again, there's some questions at the bottom. So this discussion is really like, what do you all want us to ask our community? What would you like to hear from them? Because yeah, we can make changes to this. So I'll just open it up for discussion.
Thoughts? See, we have a public commenter. Would you like to make a comment? Sure. Go ahead.
I did notice that there seems to be a priority to decrease the entertainment aspect and event aspect. For me, it's a big priority. Early on, and let everybody know that one of my big priorities is to not compromise the, so to speak, party scene in Isla Vista. And anything that compromises that, I'm gonna be opposed to. So
Yeah, we were just saying the survey results were showing different
Yeah.
desires, not that we're doing anything different.
okay, and another thing I wanted to say, that this Spencer was talking about earlier is it's important to strike a balance between the student community and longer term residents, and also let's not forget visitors of the community. The more welcome we make them feel, the better behaved they will be.
Thank you.
I think that's interesting. So you get the split of more police, less police. I think what people are really asking for is different police. and trying to figure out how to, where we have these things where it's like, we get a divide in the community. There's like another axis that I think we need to be trying to look at and try to wedge in there. And
So you're thinking we should ask like, how do you want to be policed? Or how do you want policing to work?
that sounds good. Yeah, I didn't have as much of a concrete,
Yeah.
as much as
For the different, like how should we be different versus
Yeah.
more or less? Yeah.
Maybe it's like enforcement, like how can you, like enforcement just as a whole in general. But I throw that up there.
I like the different versus more or less. It'd just be done better.
I think it would also be interesting to get people's opinions of like policing.
And so you're saying essentially you want opinions on things that aren't necessarily CSD done things, but so that we can just know
Yeah.
where people are at.
And like
on
help
those things.
facilitate,
Yeah.
like if someone like has a problem and they feel like it's not being addressed properly by the police, like say like something like sexual assault, like that is kind of our jurisdiction. And like if they feel like they're being like, I don't know, not heard by the police, maybe we can like, we have the, what's it called, that program?
Universal
violence.
violence
Yeah,
investigator.
like, yeah, stuff like that. Like just like, are you feeling like represented and safe under your policing?
Yeah, no, so what I'm hearing is like, yeah, we can ask about our services in our surveys, but we can also ask about the bigger life
Yeah.
issues in Isla Vista and then see where we might fit in or we might need to advocate.
Yeah, because I feel like that's like one of the number one issues
Yeah.
people like think about when they think about problems in IV. So
I like these ideas, and I think the way I almost envision this getting more into practically how it will get done is, um, I think that we should separate the forums where we're asking these questions, because the challenge that I feel like we've come up, especially when it comes to things related to public safety, because I agree with what Jay says about, you know, the sentiments that people have. The challenge is, especially with public safety, that we have so little control over the things that people want changed, because UCPD answers to the university, sheriff's office answers to the sheriff. And so I almost wonder, just like, yeah, for these broader issues that are things that we don't necessarily have the most direct authority over, if there's some way to do like a survey or even like a poll, like to get something that's more scientific, to try to assess people's both priorities for the community and how they feel about that kind of stuff.
The scientific aspect, I want to underscore, is like there's some things where honestly, like when I receive the survey results, when I'm sitting here as a board member and I'm seeing it, and there's like a question, what should IVCSD prioritize the next year? Select one. I try very hard to ignore that slide. I try very hard to ignore that slide because I feel like all it's going to do is give me a bias towards what a particular momentary selection, selection bias on who actually provided survey results to that answer. And so like if you want to provide, want to be able to do this kind of question, you have to have a more random sampling process in order to be able to, if you have a smart thing, even if you have a large number of people who are responding, it's just that the problem is that it's like, well, if there were, for example, an ad that told people, to show up to these things, I was one of those ads with something to do with it. I was like, hey, there's a county is asking this question, I want you all to show up to this meeting and talk about this thing. Okay, so if I treat all the people who show up to my meeting as like essentially a survey result, well, there was Jay running a bunch of ads in order to get people to show up, to tell people about the meeting, and then the other side maybe didn't have people show, telling people to show up at the meeting. So like I really ended up leaning into, and there, like in the earlier discussion, I mentioned this, like more highly qualitative things when asking things from the public. Like I like the question, how can IVCSD improve to ensure your community needs are met? Like I feel like I can learn a lot from getting a wider net of people to answer that question. But I feel like I actually learn less. Like I actually get negative information from what should IVCSD prioritize, select one, and then I get a pie chart, or a bar graph.
It's
or
a false
something.
choice.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
So-
so you want to hear the narratives.
Yeah.
So.
And it can be biased by the sample.
Yeah.
And I have a question on another thing that's maybe for everybody is, we do this survey, this is like, yeah, whoever wants to take it can take it, and we push it out as much as we can, but is there interest in a more like formal scientific survey that, is more valid data? I don't know, but that would obviously cost a lot more money and be a bigger project, but we've never done that. Has anyone ever done that for ILVISTA? That could be something. So,
I would just say probably like school kit.
Yeah.
Like schools are expensive.
but it's like no one's done that before in IV to really understand scientifically where people are at. We just do what we can. We've heard a volume of data over the years, other community feedbacks. Like, we get people come to public comment. That's a data point, but that would be another endeavor. But it's not a bad idea. It could help.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question is do you all want narratives versus actual data points? Because these really are just a snapshot in time. Like what was happening in IV at this time. I don't know that it tells the full story by any means, which is absolutely to Jay's point that it's a very limited pool as well.
Yeah, I would really love to have a focus on qualitative over quantitative and narrative and discussion over, and then figuring out, helping us as the board, if we actually succeed in getting a lot of feedback, providing like summaries of the kinds of things that people are talking about, that's valuable, but the summaries being qualitative as opposed to quantitative. That's my interest in it.
Anything else you all want to hear from the community, like topics and methods? What do you all want to learn?
I mean, I don't really think that the survey is like not a good idea. I think that even if we, spent a bunch of money trying to like make it super scientific, at the end of the day, like surveying is just kind of biased, I feel like in a lot of ways, because even if we randomly selected people, like they don't have to do it, or if they're not really interested in things, then like they don't really need to fill it out. So I feel like just what we have is good to use, and like obviously I think even if we did some large scientific thing, like it still would be something that wouldn't be the determining factor. It would be something to take into consideration. So I think either way, like just having that feedback is good. And I think that like maybe just trying, like we already talked about, to increase like interaction and input from community members, like in itself would naturally create like a broader understanding of concerns. But I think that the survey also is helpful, because even if they're biased, I mean, everybody's biased, everybody has their own thoughts and opinions, and regardless, like they're residents in IV and their feedback.
I have a question on that. We have all these newly trained people, like the one to our class, and then we have a separate program, which like, community volunteer, like they sign up and they do all that. Would you want us to like maybe do something different with them, or to like, they're like super informed individuals now, they've been out in the community. Maybe we can have like a conversation with them, just more qualitative, but they're informed, right? Like they
Yeah.
actually know it and they've got some ideas already.
Yeah, I mean, I think that any input is good,
Yeah.
like regardless of if, they have biases or like it's really just all preferences. Like
Yeah.
people have their own perspectives and things that are important to them. And, a resident in IV that has a car and no parking spot is gonna care about parking issues. And so, and I think that that's important to know because, like they're well informed, but even if they weren't well informed, like having that input is important regardless. So I think that, like using that resource of like the connection that we have to them would be a good idea.
Another public comment, go ahead.
It's very simple. The more ways the merrier, since different ways of collecting information will be subject to their respective biases. The more ways of doing it, the better. To sort of cancel out those biases.
Thank you for that. So, point well taken. I think we're good. Yeah, well, I guess the last thing that I think of, like when I think of Flee and like what they can do, like, I mean, I think it'd be really cool to have some sort of forum with them and the board, for us to all get to know them and like hear their opinions on stuff. I don't know, maybe the assignment is you guys show up to this town hall sort of, or round table, whatever it is, and say at least 3 things or something like that. Super open-ended. I wonder too, like if there's a role for them when it comes to like data collection, like canvassing and administering the survey.
There is. Maya, you want to talk about the volunteer sprint quarter?
Yeah, so it's our community ambassadors program. All of our volunteers are committing to a minimum of 10 hours a week, and then they have a range of different specializations they can do. So everyone who signs up gets the base core overview of what IVCSD is. They learn how to table with us. That's like the initial volunteering. So if you didn't want to specialize in any program or interest, you would be essentially like an advocate for the IVCSD. You know how to table, you know how to give an overview of everything, how to direct people to our website. And I do think that initial group is also a really great group to canvass. I think if we have people who are specialized in different areas, I think getting them to canvass about things they're passionate about, that's the whole point. We give people these areas of specialization so that you're volunteering in something that actually interests you and that excites you and that maybe you might want a career in one day. So I think that leaning on those people who have those passionate interests to canvass and survey about more specific questions, I think when you like something and you care about something, that shows in how you communicate to other people. So I definitely think that we can lean on volunteers to do this type of outreach, whether it be table interactions or training them how to canvass door to door. There's a lot of opportunity there.
Just real quickly too, I know you had mentioned at the last board meeting interested in having like a committee or a working group that kind of goes in more detail about how these plans would work. Is that something that we feel like would be helpful? Seeing thoughts, staff.
Yeah, and if there's any questions about any sort of like outreach efforts or kind of how we utilize the community ambassadors in different ways, or even like our civic leadership initiative class and kind of how we encourage conversations and activism on their own, right? Like our whole class is how we've seen problems in the community and how we as the IVCSD have approached it and where gaps still exist. And a lot of that class is us giving that back to community members and saying like, now you know how to make a public comment, you know how to bring things to our awareness. Now you know what our programs are doing, you can help us find what's missing. And we've found a lot of really great dialogue with that as well. And so these more tight-knit focus group like communities that we're creating of people who are signing up because they care are some of the best, I think, dialogue and discussion we've had about what's missing too. So.
On the comment about like what information do we want to have, something that I've kind of like a high level like way of thinking about the questions we ask is like a lot of these questions are provide data, and we end up coming here and then looking and trying. We have decisions that we need to make and options that we have ahead of us. We're looking at data that we have, qualitative or quantitative, in order to try to guide our decisions on those decisions. But I feel like there's value in trying to push the decisions and options down the stack. It's like the thought process I was talking about earlier, where it was like with that the park district meeting, where it was like trying to actually like describe the specific question at hand, and then get people to discuss that question. Like I think about like parking, and we're gonna have a lot of like things that we're doing with parking. And there's a term actually, I don't. People who are involved in more campaigning stuff, where you like do surveys on like hypotheticals, like if this person were to run, how would you?
It's like a poll, yeah. Like,
There's a term for like
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. But I think we end up with situations where we really nice to get kind of like more concretized questions about like how would you react if you had to pay to park in Isla Vista, and like that's a different question I think than like the question of like what are your top problems, like where do you park, when do you park, but also I want to know like, are you going to be angry when the following solution ends up happening? Here are 3 solutions to the problem that you're experiencing. Which of the solutions do you think is the solution you would prefer to have? Like you like to lean into, I don't like the quantitative, lean into it for a second, just because you let it, like we can ask like the specific decisions, and then because at the board we're like deciding between these 3 things.
Yeah,
and
like a scenario question.
Yeah,
like here's the situation at hand. We have this much money, and here's the problem we're trying to solve, and here's the options we've been given, and how would you? Yeah, I like that idea. Like one, we can do one. Maybe we don't want to overwhelm people with the first one, but try a scenario of an upcoming actual decision. I like.
I think because I think it's another one of the things where it's like in the same way with policing, where it's like I feel like at the high level, people have a bunch of different issues. Each different people have different things that they need from police, and so we've asked the question of what do you want from police? People want a lot of things from police, but the question of like, okay, if we were to actually do this instead of this, how happy are you going to be about that? If we were to and I think we're going to run into that a lot with parking, where there are people who want to solve the parking problem, not like that. We want, or it's like, okay, but like, I appreciate you have to do it that way, and I'm unhappy, but maybe they actually will I don't know. It's just that's where I'm stuck of trying to get information from the community.
I really enjoy that.
And it's not a terribly concrete suggestion.
It's very concrete.
No, I like that idea. I think that we'll have other issues too, like we'll probably talk about it in the next item, but everything with Deltopia and Spring Festival, depending on how Deltopia goes.
We solve trade-offs. Yeah. And I let the community help decide the trade-offs, so give them input on the trade-off decision that's needed.
And I like that because last year we also utilized the survey as like a point of education too. It's like, we're doing this, but like what in addition, or what else would you like us to put like more funding towards a certain program? So I do think it's like an opportunity to educate as well. It's like, this is what we're doing, or so like the insights as to what the issues are and what we're facing. So I like that a lot.
Like they can essentially be a mini board member for a second while they're taking the survey. But we're on schedule. We want to move to the next
Okay.
one.
Let's,
Yeah. No pressure. We have 10 minutes on this.
let's do, 5-minute bathroom break and then we'll reconvene.
Yeah, and lunch will be on its way soon. Oh, yes.
going to move to roundtable on current state of district services and projects.
All right, so we're gonna do this one a little bit different. So what's in here are the annual, we're doing our retreat, first of all, so much earlier in the year than we normally do. Our retreat has normally been like April, end of April, May, but there was a reason to do earlier this year with all our new board members. So we normally would have like all the services annual reports finished before the retreat, so we can talk about that part of it here. But that's not what we're gonna do here. I did attach last year's annual report, so everyone just has some reference information, and not like, nothing has fundamentally changed with all these. It's been better, but not like a different program. But what we haven't been able to talk about at a past board retreat that's been on the agenda at past board retreats is how we want to evaluate and review our services and make sure that they're being successful for what we want to accomplish with them. So that's what the presentation is on today, and what the discussion is posed to the board is, how do we want to evaluate our services? What do we want to focus on in our services? And so let me get the projector going again.
By the way, the IVCSD service reviews 24-25.
Yes.
It's not accessible.
It's not accessible. Okay. Let me make this. Our Cox is. I hate the monopoly. I'll say that on YouTube.
Apparently Frontier is available now.
Yeah, they've been
And they're-
knocking on the doors.
Wait, what? I got here. I did dig a hole in the side of my house. But it's not working. Yeah.
I think I still have my like starter. That's gonna run out soon.
And you have to know that the
Well,
new
we
Frontier is
already
coming, so they like
switched.
adjusted all their contracts.
No.
All right, we're ready.
Hit you in long term.
30?
All right, so this presentation, it says framework for 24-25, so we'll incorporate your feedback in reviewing our services in this fiscal year, or for the last fiscal year, as we plan for the future. But outputs versus outcomes versus our goals. We have all these different things to track. So outputs are like the daily tasks our programs complete. So is that how much litter we picked up in the street? Is that how many people reserved the community room? It's the things that are done regularly, and we can track them. But sometimes you can track outputs that are fake, or sometimes you track outputs that are not helpful. So that's part of what we're going to be doing here today. And then outcomes are what we want to achieve, really. So like, we want to have clean streets, so we pick up litter. But that's not the only way you achieve clean streets, but it is something you should still do. And then our annual goals are like what we take, the steps we're taking this year to get closer to what we want to get done. So like 1 year, we did easy annual goal this year is launch the tree program. There's an outcome there. We want to have good air and better tree coverage. And the output would be how many trees we give out every year. But the goal this year was to even just launch the program. That's what has to happen first. So we're going to go through each program area and kind of talk about, these are draft outputs, so I'm not forcing these on you, but we want to, that's kind of what the activity is today. So we did some brainstorm draft outputs and outcomes for each program, and we wanted to get your reactions of what's important to you. And they're not supposed to track like horizontally, it's just the two, outputs and outcomes. So like for community engagement, you can track all these things. How many doors did we knock on? How many people came on our website? How many bilingual staff do we have? How many volunteers have signed up with us? These are all the different things we can track. There might be a few more than these, but how many people open our emails? Like our email open rate is an output to track. But then our outcomes of what we want to reach here potentially are, awareness rate percentage. Like how do we track that? That's a different question, but increased awareness rate. Another outcome you can track is, are there people running for the board? Because do people know enough about the district and feel a certain way that they sign up to run? That's one thing. Our relationships with other groups, like have we established strong partnerships with, 50 major community organizations? You can track that as an outcome. Do people, our Spanish speaking community, are they coming to our events and are they engaging with the district? That's another outcome. But I'll pause at each one of these and kind of get the board's sense of like, what do you feel the outcomes? Again, I know community engagement was already like one of our main discussions, but maybe it makes this one easier. Like, how do you all feel like we should be tracking our outcomes and our outputs? What's interesting to you? And what is a valid data point and what's not? Because like I said, you can say, oh, we're doing so many outputs. That output doesn't lead to your outcome, but you're tracking a false number and making yourself seem more successful than you potentially are. So what do you all feel are the outputs and outcomes for this program?
I think one that we brought up in the last discussion for this as a something to track is just like how many people we have that come and participate in, or I think there's a distinction between like district events that are more like for the public and like, or not for the public, like recreational versus like more of participating in the democracy.
Civic events.
Yeah, so board meetings plus other sorts of things that we do in the interest of democracy.
Bullet 3.
Say that again?
Bullet 3.
Bullet 3, civic participation in community events, meetings, and initiatives.
But I'm even thinking like a specific number.
A number, yeah. No, that of course we'll want to attach specifics to these. That's why I love like the rate percentage.
Yeah,
empty, but yeah.
Well, I kind of maybe misunderstood. I felt the outcomes were generally going to be squishy.
You can make them squishy or less squishy. That is really that's a policy decision of how you
But
want
the
to.
outputs were going to be numeric. And
Yeah.
the outcomes were going to be squishy things like strong relationship.
But you could still specify strong relations. You can say, well, we have a strong one with X, Y, and Z group, and let's look at how many relationships we have, and they're pretty. Look how we're accomplishing with them. But
Count of relationships.
I agree with you. Like these can be squishy and they can be specific. It depends on the outcome, on what you want to track. It's hard to track Spanish-speaking individuals coming to our events. We're not going to ask people, are you? But we'd get a sense, like, are more people coming to?
We could have this is just a crazy idea. I'm not saying it's a good idea. Arguably, it's a joke, but maybe it's serious.
Let's hear it.
Spanish actually spoken at events.
There you go. I mean,
Like that's
thank
something
you.
that we're not
That's-
really seeing on either of these things.
Yeah.
Like it is something that's measurable.
That's measurable. Like
And
someone
it-
using the translation service, if we have like the interpretation at an event,
yeah.
someone actually taking this up on it. Yeah. That's not good.
One thought that I had just looking at, you were asking, what are the types of outputs and outcomes that should be prioritized and deprioritized?
Mhm.
I think that like quality over quantity on social media is important.
Great.
And so I would more deprioritize number of social media posts in terms of like trying to feel like there's a quota that we need to be hitting. We need to post as much as we need to for the algorithm.
Right.
But quality definitely is important.
So like the impressions is better.
And we do a great job with the quality of the
Yeah.
posts that we have in terms of just what I prioritize more is. I don't even know if the answer is impressions
Or
maybe
shares.
is
I think like when we can see if people bookmark or share our posts, and that shows that it's an important enough post to share to a friend or save it.
What is impressions on social media?
Views, eyes on it, like people, like it coming up on the phone, as the number of times someone saw it.
I think engagement between CSD and IVRPD is really important. And so maybe number of leadership meetings that we have on an annual basis. We've talked forever about having a joint board meeting.
Yeah.
Maybe we want to set some targets about, specific things that we are doing together.
I love that a lot. That's really like if we just say one joint board meeting a year to
Yeah.
talk about community issues. Yeah, love it. And that's what might bring engagement. If people see like both boards are meeting to talk about a big topic,
Mhm.
we seem like a bigger deal. Like we're not just dealing with budget update this week. We're actually dealing with, the future of X issue in Island Vista. Yeah. And I think we've seen that when we've had big topics, people do come. When we had the Cliff town board meeting, people came.
Public comment, go ahead.
Yeah. Are you Jonathan?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the way you talked about outcomes. It could be like overwhelming or just kind of hard to gauge how an outcome. And I like the way you talked about turning things into bite-sized goals. And just the fact that you're getting started on this is an outcome, and it's a sufficeable goal. So it's good to break these things into bite-sized pieces, whether they're goals or outcomes, so that they're more manageable. That was good.
Thank you. Well, my boss asked me to do this. This is one of our board goals to create a system. So here we are. Thank you. And we can go to the next
Yeah, let's go.
program. All right. Rental housing mediation, outputs versus outcomes. So outputs, how many cases people come to us with, the resolution rate, satisfaction with the program, resolution time, like how long it takes to solve an issue. Outcomes we want is positive relationships, people being better informed, maybe having their own agency to take care of problems with each other, and then less claims, less small claims going to court. That's like the big goal with this program originally, was to not get to court, was to solve our problems locally instead of costly court battles. So hard to track landlord-tenant relationships. I think that's more of a, we're listening to the community and like how much does that issue come up. Better informed tenants and landlords. I think we can do things towards that. You can maybe do another output is like how many educational events on knowing your rights and responsibilities as a landlord or tenant would be. But anything else on this one, outputs versus outcomes?
How many people used the service like last year?
That's a good question. We have that. Sydney would be the one who has it. She's coming right back, but I think it's in like the 30 range.
Okay.
And here's the thing with this program, we just restructured it like 2 months ago, and we just added a legal advising component to it, which has been pretty popular. So it used to be mediation only, and now we provide legal advice to people. And this program has had a problem for a long time, and maybe that's why one of the outputs is case resolution rate, is that we get a lot of people who ask for mediation and then don't go through with it for whatever reason. Whether sometimes it's because they solve the problem by just, not threatening mediation, but by saying I'm going, that brings people to the table to solve the problem. We'll never know the success is there, but sometimes the other party doesn't want to mediate. So mediation only works if both people are willing to talk to each other. And if one says no, we can't do anything. So it is a limbo sometimes for this program.
I think for the outcomes, I view this issue of habitability and housing disagreements similar to what we've talked about a lot when it comes to underreporting of sexual violence crimes, that we know anecdotally that there is such an underreporting because tenants feel like they don't have power to come forward, and if they do come forward, nothing's going to happen. In the worst case scenario, they might get kicked out of their housing before coming forward. So I don't know if there's a way to capture that as the outcome. I think the positive outcome for me is just more volume of cases coming in general. More maybe a metric too is number of times that people who are participating either in advising or mediation end up submitting a building complaint or something like that. I know Sydney and I were talking before the meeting about how that was a recent thing that happened, and she was even sharing that they feel like the volume of cases coming in is going up, which I think is awesome.
It is, yeah, it really is. So yeah, that's like people having a sense of power and agency. Like they feel like they've gone through a program and maybe they didn't even get the result they wanted, but they feel like, okay, well, now I'm more informed and I can submit a building complaint because I know my rights. But we might not have resolved that case. But they do feel now empowered.
Kind of connected to the previous one, but there's like in the previous one we had IVCSD awareness rate, but there's also this like aspect of like awareness that the IVCSD does something. And so, because I mean, this has gotten
Right. No,
much
that's-
better over the years,
that's-
but the
yeah.
rental housing mediations will it'll be a never-ending problem of like people just don't know that they can get rental housing mediation from us. But like, I mean, there was periods of time. Hopefully, it's not the case anymore. I'm not saying it's the case now, but like at the time, there was a period where other organizations that were doing this sort of thing. I would say that like, yeah, I'm part of this government that does rental housing mediation. They're like, why haven't I heard of you? And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like we sent you something about it, and you just forgot. I should be referring my students to you. Yes, you should. And they don't still, but
And-
like,
yeah. And that's one of the good things about our staff is that they keep those relationships with those entities to
yeah,
refer us.
but like maybe
Yeah.
like an outcome is that like people like that like the community knows that they can get this kind of service from us. And that's arguably that's every service with
Yeah,
downtown.
yeah,
So
no,
it's
I
like,
hear what you're
so
saying.
it's more of like a community engagement thing that like the community knows what services they can get from us.
Yeah.
Because maybe you have a friend who has a thing, and then like I would like to see random person in the community tell their friend, oh, you should go to the IVCSD because they've got a great program that does exactly that thing you run into.
Yeah, so like, I guess you could just say widespread awareness of this one specifically. And even then, that's why an output would be program satisfaction. If someone liked it, they will hopefully spread the word. And what we've seen, a lot of the requests we get for mediation are, we ask, how did you hear about it? It is word of mouth. A lot of the time, it's not found your website. It's, I heard about it from a friend. So interesting idea of how we can make that an outcome.
And if we had like a big informational, educational session that people were invited to, it seems like that would increase our profile and having a lot of people come there, and then they would know, not only are we finding out this information here, but there's more, there's a hotline we can call, there's printed material that we can access.
Yeah. No, that I think that is something Sydney wants to work on, is to get like a housing rights and information event going with our program.
I could see this being very well attended.
Yeah. And what we did it once in 2018 when we first launched the program, and it was well attended. So
Yeah, because a lot of people are, you know, new tenants, they've never been a tenant before. Just there's a lot to know about being a tenant.
Another idea, like along the lines of Carrie's idea, is like a flyer that gets posted around like Ivy and campus of like a know your rights type of thing. Cause I think that's like college students are lazy, like they're not gonna go to meetings like more than they have to, you know what I mean? And it's like, there's a lot of like very small problems or like seemingly small problems that people have with tenants that like, they're just like, oh, like I don't want to go through the work of doing it. But if it's something like, okay, like my house has a lot of mold right now. And I emailed my tenant or my landlord and I was like, hey, we're having like a crazy mold problem. What can you do? They never replied. Like something of like very, very simple like steps that could be taken before like leading to like rapture action, maybe like a little flyer.
yeah, so I think what is like one of the outputs would be, can we get this flyer produced and sent as many places as possible? And the outcome is people are better informed, they have more agency, they know what to do when they're in a troubling situation.
I was gonna ask about the like, because I know there's also the tenants union, the IV tenants union. I'm not sure who's responsible for that.
AS.
Yes, okay, that's yeah. But is there like much cooperation? Because they seem like they cover multiple the same things, right? Yeah, you have something to say
Yeah,
about that.
I just wanted to say, like, we've been talking a lot about like the importance of the interconnectedness
Yeah.
of all of our resources, and I think that's something that, you know, the CE department has really been trying to dive into this year. And so like one thing that we did to try and condense things is like we have that renter resources webpage that lists like the tenants union, things that are on campus for students, but then also like housing resources, et cetera, and then linking to our program. And I know that, you know, when Sydney was restructuring the program, she had a lot of meetings with tenants union, like to talk about like the differences and how they are primarily there to support students and like student problems, but then there's a gap of like legal aid for, you know,
So
community members.
They don't provide the same like legal aid mediation that we can provide.
No, they'll like help you write your letter to your landlord, but we will bring
Okay.
both parties together to try to resolve the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do the tenants union, do they reference people to us?
They do.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's
Does Santa Barbara, Tennessee reference people too?
I don't know if we're that.
Like one or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Legal Resource Center, we work collaboratively with that too, for other Meander, so.
Do we
That
get
is for community members.
referrals from Santa Barbara rental housing mediation?
Well, that's one we need to improve.
Yeah.
I think they barely sometimes, they forget we exist sometimes. Some years they do and some years they don't.
Yeah.
Like, cause to your point,
That could be one of the outputs is referral.
more referrals. Yeah, love that. Yeah, that's
Yeah, because
really
then that's like an indicator of like interagency partnership.
exactly. And the outcome is that
Yeah.
interagency partnership on this program. I love it. I was gonna bring up one more thing, Spencer, on what you said, someone else who refers to, oh, the UCSB Community Housing Office is our main
yeah.
source of referrals, which a lot of people go to the at the UC.
Also, before I forget, sounds like you need our mediation and advising services.
Call. Yeah. You're allowed to use them too. All right, wanna go to the next one?
Just the last thing too, that, based on, mold has been brought up to you, and we were talking about it earlier. I think like integration with, I guess I kind of already said this, but integration with the county's building enforcement services.
Yeah, let's put that as an outcome, like integration with the county in some way, like that can be a step in our process. Like, oh, sorry, it didn't work out. Here's the report to the county.
And I think the more that it can be used within our legal advising as like leverage that a tenant may have, to try to get a better outcome before a claim files is a win too.
Love it. Love it. All right, next one.
Agenda items also lunch, is it?
Lunch is here. Oh yeah, sorry. Lunch is here. You guys want to go grab lunch and then we'll come back.
3-minute break.
Let me mute.
Community spaces.
All right, so community spaces, outputs versus outcomes. I think this is an easier one for the outputs, like, reservation fees we gather, attendance numbers at our events, satisfaction of the spaces, utilization rate. Our outcomes are, safer nightlife culture, more nightlife outcomes, options away from Del Playa, sense of belonging, public access to clean and well-maintained spaces, connections between the community members, especially like different parts of the community. What else on community space? I pulled almost all these from our board goals as outcomes, but what other outcomes do you want to achieve using our community spaces? And what outcomes do you want to track?
I think the everything relating to nightlife is probably the most important thing for me.
Yeah.
Everything that we can do to have more nightlife options and the outcomes to me like really flow from that. Reduce neighborhood noise issues is certainly a goal of mine. I don't necessarily know if we want to put all that on our efforts because a lot of that is out of our control. But it is, I think, a good ancillary benefit.
straightforward one. Should we move on? Community festivals, similar. So outputs, we can track how many people come, how many vendors we have, how much sponsorship and fundraising revenue we bring in through the event. And then our outcomes, I think we're pretty clear on this from our last board meeting, is less medical calls, less citations and arrests. Shift from irresponsible party culture and like chaos to more fun and thriving celebrations, and getting the hospitalizations to close to zero, like towards zero. Probably won't get to zero, but what else in community? I think there could be a lot more to this one, but we started small here. What other outcomes are we trying to achieve with our festivals?
Something that has come up with relations before. I don't know if it's something that we actually, I guess it'd be one of our goals or not. But it has been a goal of prior, like discussions before the IVCSD about festivals and parties and everything, is to help support the businesses that operate in this area. That was something where with the description I got once from I forgot his name, that was Mike, Hassan.
From
Delimar, about the way that the business community interacted with these large festivals is that because they have such a downtime during Christmas break, and there's like a lull during parts of summer, and then spring break is another temporary crash and everything, and like they kind of rely on these spikes that end up occurring in order to kind of hold everything together. And the business community, I mean, many business communities have been having issues. Business community, this day has been having some particular issues, kind of holding it together. And yeah,
great. And I know that's actually been in Maya's list of outcomes, is supporting the business community. I guess it should have made it on here, but I like that outcome. Is business community feels supported, or sales tax, amounts go up, or sales go up at businesses. And that's what all other cities, when they have festivals, that's kind of the point for them. A lot to support the business.
I'll add one that I forgot,
Yeah.
but I think also resource awareness on the day of, like, people know where to go when they need something.
Yeah.
I think that was a good outcome versus output, like
Yeah.
general awareness of where to go for help.
Do you want to share how many times our thing was scanned during Deltopia?
Yeah, so our interactive map last year was scanned 33,000 times. And viewed. So that doesn't just mean like someone like scanned it and then didn't even look at it. Like that means 33,000 people were like using the map, which I didn't even see that until this year when I looked back at it to make a new one, and I was like, wow. And also, I kept saying that our event served about 5,000. That was just like a rough number that we were estimating. And I recently found out from our safety stations that we had over 12,000 people touch point with our event at some point throughout the day, which is almost half of the
Almost
people.
everyone.
Yeah, that was almost half of the people that were estimated to be here. So there's definitely a big touch point with the community on this day, both virtually and in person. I also say like our website in general gets the most views all year during Deltopia, and it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of views. So it's a big time for us.
I'm struggling to find the words for how to make this into an outcome, but the general trend towards the event becoming more professionalized and quality is something that's important to me.
I like
and
that.
I mean, I even think about the way we're doing things this year, where we've made the band audition into its own event, the Battle of the Bands, and how that seemed like it was super well attended too. Got people into the community center. So just the quality and production value. Obviously, I don't want to put that all on output or outcome, because it is somewhat dependent too on how much funding we have available to pay for things like that. But I think it's a good goal.
Well, no, for sure. I mean, you put the outcome and then you see if you have the money to meet it.
Yeah.
That's the government.
Yeah. Because I'll just say in general, like my feeling for why we have been more successful with this than we've seen when Student Affairs is putting on like their event is that we have number one location in Isla Vista and number two a higher production value. Because as for me, when I was a student, I didn't want to go to an event if I thought that it was just going to be like, you know, they're handing out hot dogs and maybe there's a band playing in the corner.
Right.
When it is like a festival like atmosphere though, like that's the thing that really draws people.
Yeah, and there's more festival atmosphere coming this year, so I think we're gonna move towards that outcome little by little. All right, next one.
I also think another good outcome is if people show a respect for the community and there's not a lot of trash.
Oh, I love
and
that one.
Mess afterwards that, you know.
That's a really, really good one.
Yeah, I know that like UCSB's big thing is like decreasing what's it called? Like building harm.
Yeah, vandalism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like stuff like that. Because that was like I read something last year where that was like why they banned Halloween. There was so much vandalism and like property damage that like it was just overwhelming and like so
It cost the county $1 million
Yeah.
back in the day to police Halloween.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I
That's
don't
$1
know how
million
that
in
would
2008.
get done.
No, that's a really good one.
Yeah,
Both of these are good because that's actually one of our main issues with these events is the disrespect to the community that comes in. That's, you know, if we just had a party and no one destroyed anything, no one went to the hospital, all good. But it's the problems associated that we are concerned with.
I would like us to get to a point where the police don't consider it to be some kind of weirdly special region of time that they have to suspend. What's the word for it? They suspend restorative justice program and bring in an infinite number of cops from all over the state in order to get, I would like to get to the point where it's kind of like a non-issue.
Well, that could be the outcome. Less number of police during the day. It's not something we can control, but we move the day and event towards that point. And what we do will hopefully influence that. Yeah, love it.
I mean, just kind of on that note, more cooperation with police, hopefully just by cooperation, I mean like getting them to listen to
For
us.
sure. And that I think
we have to listen to them.
Yeah. We've had so many meetings with them this year, at least on the planning stages, more than ever before. So at least we're getting our foot in the door there, but we're not the deciders yet, for sure.
And I think just with some of the statements that the lieutenant and the undersheriff have made about being open in the future to us growing the footprint of the event and the production value even more, and potentially being willing to provide funding for that is something that is also a positive thing. And, you know, I think a lot of the feasibility of that will depend on just how Deltovia goes in general this year. But I think that, you know, continued growth of the events to usurp the house party culture is a goal or an outcome.
All right, next one. We can talk about this one all day. This is a big one. Health and safety vending machine is a new thing, but I just added it on here. But it's an easy one to track outputs, right? How many things you're giving out, what people, you know, are they coming back to it and reusing it? People's, you know, survey results on it. And one of the main goals is to get opioid overdoses to zero. That's the main product in there is Narcan, and then the syringes, which are related. But what other outcomes? It's a hard one to create big outcomes on because it's such a small thing, but it's definitely one that has a future in how we do more health and safety and public health kind of issues.
I feel that the biggest outcome for this one is awareness of the resource among the broader community. It's because
feeling safe
from
they
the
can go to us.
From the stats,
Yeah.
it seems like we are doing really good on utilization.
Yeah.
The question is, to me, about how aware the broader community is, so that we can make sure that everyone is able to participate, especially when it comes to something like Narcan, to be able to have access to that, even though they might not think that they need.
So just making it a known thing that this vending machine, everyone knows it's out here. we'll move on. IV safety stations, like this is our oldest program. We have lots of different outputs we've tracked over the years, but these are the four main ones. How many people walk up to it, how many escorts we do, well, how many people walk up for an escort, how many actually get completed. These are two separate things. How much water we give out. And then some outcomes are, is crime lower near the safety stations? People feeling, better safety perception and escort response times. If the people are getting the escorts better. That was one of the reasons we put them in IV instead of having CSOs leave campus to escort people, so they can start their escort closer to the person needing an escort versus coming from all the way from the HQ. And then having more community trust in non-sworn law enforcement. What other outcomes on the safety stations?
We just crime rates lowered near the safety stations, only near the safety stations.
I was just yeah.
How about crime rates lowered?
Everywhere. I mean, but can the safety stations do that?
Maybe I think I mean I feel like that's the goal of them. Yeah. Even if but it is. I also feel like their effect isn't necessarily that narrow in the sense that like you can go towards the safety station and like knowing that like there are people that are close, like if there's already like it's people who are stationed in the community that are providing escorts and like communication with the law enforcement and everything, that makes the area safer, not just.
Yeah. Okay. No. Fair point. Fair point. I mean, that is the goal, right? Like, if we spread these everywhere, then you'd have eyes on the street and safe environment everywhere. Well,
I think a important outcome for this is kind of a more emerging issue over the last year is finding the place of the program in light of the fact that there are other student-initiated programs that do somewhat similar things. And Edward and I at IVCSD got to hear the presentation about SNAP, which is something that City of SLO does that allows sort of safer CSO type personnel to be involved in like warning people about noise complaints that have been received. And so I guess an outcome I'd like to see with this program is us sitting down with all of the partners in the room that are doing similar things and thinking, how can we divvy up responsibilities so we're not duplicating resources?
Yeah, so better coordination of the safety stations.
And how do we, is there a way for us to meet additional needs in the community, like the noise complaint issue?
Expanding services.
Yes. Yeah, we could put an output number of safety stations we've got, or number of safe, locations around town. Okay, and just so everyone knows, we're budgeted for 3 of these. Only 2 are deployed currently because of our IVCSD negotiations. And then there's another one, AS plus out. That's slightly different. All right, next one, interpersonal violence investigator, and I combined it with survivor resource centers since they're pretty similar things we do. And so we put outputs, number of cases being closed, investigation duration, number of outreach events and prevention events the investigator attends. And then our outcomes is we want survivors to be satisfied with their experience with law enforcement. That was the impetus for the program from the beginning. General public awareness, like kind of knowing that there's something out there if something ever happened. And then more public bystander awareness, that people can take action themselves if they see something. Preventative. Any other outcomes and outputs?
Is there any integration with like do the police reference us?
No.
Would that be like,
I think in a situation like that, they're not going to get into that kind of stuff. If they're meeting with a survivor about a crime that occurred.
so do survivors have to like reach out themselves to the interpersonal violence investigator?
That's a really good question. It's something we're unraveling right now, how exactly it works compared to how we envisioned it working. But they have to call the police, and then it gets assigned to them potentially, and not always. And that's one of the issues we're like kind of struggling with this program is it was envisioned, like again, to survivor satisfaction with law enforcement. And the idea was a single investigator. Like if you had to go to the police for something that happened to you, you would only have to deal with one person the whole time. That's not how it's being handled. It's almost never been handled maybe that way. Maybe it was at the beginning, and then we had like the COVID gap with this program, and it kind of never came back the way we wanted it. So yeah, it's tough, but people cannot contact the investigator directly. That's not, we would want that. Like we even put their name and photo on our website and said, here's the investigator, but that's not how the police operates. And we have no control over this, like we've sadly said many times today.
We did recently ask for permission from our new investigator, though, if people are able to reach out to her email to ask questions, just about broad questions, not specific to their own situation, but if they had a broad question about how the criminal justice system works, how the process looks like, she can respond to emails, but she will direct people to make the report with the police first.
The regular, yeah.
Yeah, I think the way I think about this is, even though we have the two programs of Survivor Resource Center and Interpersonal Violence Investigator, I think about this more broadly as survivor services. And when we first made the decision as a board to put out the RFP for an interpersonal violence investigator, it was because our number one outcome that we wanted to see was the single investigator model. There's so much research that shows that the single investigator model leads to better outcomes for survivors, leads to more trust, more reporting of cases, because we know these cases are super underreported. From everything that I have been made aware of, that is, as Jonathan said, absolutely not happening. And so that continues to be my outcome for that particular part of our services. I also, the most important thing to me at this point is prevention. And I don't feel that we are doing that very well. And I am questioning more and more in my head whether the right way to approach prevention is to do it through the interpersonal violence investigator rather than with a contract with a more appropriate agency that can do prevention in a sustained way, where there's classes that it's not just a one-off event. There's like trainings that last a long time and incentives for people to participate in those bystander intervention trainings. So this is a tricky one because in my mind, all of this is like in flux in terms of what I think we want to see in light of the difference between our original vision and what's actually happening on the ground.
But I think it's a perfect one to have a conversation.
I really like what you're saying, and I was going to suggest, I was going to prefix it, which I think dovetails into some of Spencer's concerns about the thing. Maybe this is naive, maybe this is a buying into a law and order narrative of the mechanism in play, but we're looking at bigger mechanisms. How about just less interpersonal violence? Like, why is that not one of our goals here?
I think that with the prevention topic, UCSB does have like courses that all students are required to take, like specifically regarding like violence and like being a bystander. I think that so like their students who live in Isla Vista are required to take a course their freshman year about that. But I think that could be something that we could maybe like look at collaborating with UCSB on, like maybe like analyzing like the current, module that students have to do and seeing like if there's like input that they would be willing to, receive from us about like what we want to see with that. And then additionally, like I think that's something that we could also expand to like the pan-Hellenic like organizations, like maybe reaching out to different groups and seeing like what they think about like having like a lesson or like something like that, like for their people in their organizations, like to try to create more education around it. So if we like created almost like a course, like a module or like something that people can work on and then trying to like see who would be willing to like distribute that to their like organization.
And that would be like one of our goals this year would we would end up saying our goal is to get better integrated with UCSB's prevention services and collaborate more. The outcome would be, better services or more bi-centered intervention training. But our goal would be, let's actually get in with UCSB on this topic. So, great.
Yeah, I really like that idea of working more with UCSB because they are doing a lot of that. And I think the challenges that we were talking about in the office yesterday is that sometimes the people that you really need to take those trainings seriously and to really participate are the people that are least likely to want to. And so thinking about, are there ways that we can incentivize people to participate? Because this shouldn't just be a problem for Panhellenic, this should be a problem for IFC, and it's not just IFC, but all men in our community. And so I got inspired because there's this cool program the city of Baltimore has done where they've done cash incentives to get people to engage with resources, and they've had some success with it. So I think the other thing I was going to mention, I'll say that.
I like, we'll add that, less sexual violence happening. It's a hard one though, because it's an underreported crime. So you don't want to say, if it's zero, is it like zero because no one's reporting, or is zero because it's not happening? And that's been one of the conundrums. It's like, we want more reports too, people to come forward and feel like we can.
I think less interpersonal violence is not fewer reports or more cases.
Of course.
Like,
yeah. But it's hard to track, is what I'm saying. It's hard to.
I think an outcome on this too is a better data set, more transparency for the community. Because there's multiple data sets. There's the number of cases that Sheriff's Office knows about. There's the number of cases that UCPD knows about. There's the number of cases that CARE and STESA know about, which is usually way more than law enforcement, because not every survivor is going to choose to go through the law enforcement process. And so I almost feel like this is such a buzzword, but a dashboard is necessary here to just get all these data sources amalgamated.
Yeah, I was trying to pull something up really quick, but I looked up this opportunity matrix. I don't know, Spencer, if you remember that. I don't know, Jay, it was like from 2018. It was this grant by the Santa Barbara Foundation to have IVRPD, UCSB, and CSD work together on like a list of major projects and things that need to change in the area. And number 3 on the list, I think I sent this to you last night. Yeah, number 3 on the list was a integrated system for these crimes. Like, to not just have it be 10 different groups that need to work together, but like kind of bringing us all together into one joint powers authority that makes it, one door for like single investigator. People don't have to go to CARE and STESA and CSD and the police, but they can go to one place and then deal with this. That was the vision 10 years ago. All right, next one. We have like 4 left. Ivy Beautiful. There's like 100 out there. There's a lot of problems. They're so tiny, the text. But the goal is, our power is to maintain and support lighting, gutters, street trees, and sidewalks. And so we'd want to have clean and clear gutters and sidewalks. So we'd want to have minimal tripping hazards on the sidewalks we do have. It's not about like filling in sidewalks, getting rid of all the raised ones, having no graffiti, having a better tree equity score, having people feeling pride in their community because it's clean, people feeling safe at night because the lighting is all, we've fixed the dim ones and we've tried to add in the new ones too. More a culture of waste diversion, and then reduced runoff into the ocean, which we can kind of track because we work with the group called Project Clean Water, who manages the nets for the runoff, so we can know how many times it's changing out those nets or needing to clear them. So, what are their outcomes and outputs for Ivy Beautiful?
So what are we currently doing for streetlights?
So we don't control the streetlights, another thing out of our control, but we have done a couple different things. So we did a lot of data collection from the community to figure out where people want lights and the support for all that. We did some like technical studies of how the light is distributed in Isla Vista, so I can share with you those maps, but it's like heat maps of how much light there is in different places. And then we've been advocating to the county to actually spend the $600,000 they have in fund balance for lighting that they cling on to for dear life. And so we got a $200,000 released last year, but none of that money has been spent. We made a lighting plan. We said, here's the exact locations you should spend this money and put these lights. And again, it's up to the county to make that decision. And it's been one of our goals, or when we submit our like annual reviews to the county, it's called LAFCO, which is something Jay's on. We put in there, they ask us, do you want to change anything about your governance? And we say, we want to take over the special district that controls the lighting in Isla Vista, because there's a separate tax that Isla Vistans pay that no one in Santa Barbara or Goleta pays just for lighting, and the county controls that money. But it has like a surplus every year. They've been saving that surplus for years, and we begged to get it spent, and it took us maybe 7 years to get them to spend $200,000 lighting. I mean, we've been on this train since 2018, study after study. We bring the county supervisor out, we do a lighting walk with her. We get the police to endorse our plans, which they've done. AS has endorsed them, but it's really getting the county to spend their resources and do what we're telling them the community wants. And sometimes they don't believe us. Like, that's a big part of it. It's like, oh, it's actually all up to code. It's all up to code for vehicles. But no, it's not up to code for our people who are pedestrians. So it's a quagmire we're in.
So then I feel like maybe the thing that needs to change is more like residents, like maybe trying to reach out to the county about that, kind of like with Sable, how, they voted 2-2, like partly because of how many students showed up and like made it very clear that that was something they cared about. Like maybe if we tried to push for like resident engagement with the county about that, maybe they'd start to feel more pressure if it's not like just the like CSD, because it seems like they're obviously kind of ignoring like a lot of data and proof that things need to change.
Yeah, they have sadly ignored that before. We did a petition, we had hundreds of people, we had letters of support from every student leader. We had, all these endorsements from groups, and nothing happened for 6 years, even with all that. But then I think when we did some of our technical studies, they listened to that. Like when Jenna did a lot of this of like, saying, oh, well, Sabado has 5-foot candles, which is the number you use to measure lighting, and we want to get to 7-foot candles. This is made up numbers. That resonated well with them. And I mean, our supervisor, she is supportive now of it, but we're dealing with the bureaucracy of the county who are not accountable to anyone. And so we have there's people who just told us, you don't need to listen to you, essentially.
I have a follow-up question to that. The funding that Supervisor Capps got for street lighting, what's the status of that?
Never been spent. I mean, we met with them in July last year to go over all the locations it needs to be at. And we were very specific about all that. They said, great, we'll get our engineers to design the projects and get back to you. And it's been now 8 months.
Scourging.
And it's not like we haven't checked in. We talk to these people all the time. But I think they called us recently to ask what's going on with the lighting.
And do they have to do it in-house? Can they farm it out? I mean, that always seems to be their quagmire. They don't have enough staff.
Yeah, I guess they could, but I don't know. They haven't really done that before.
Yeah. That should be a goal of ours to get that money spent.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, we were fighting for that money for, again, many years to convince them to release the money, which
little did we know getting the money wasn't enough.
Yeah, getting the money was not enough. Now, and then getting them to agree, to the spots. I mean, that is a very big challenge. And we do have so much data backing this up. It's in all our surveys. People say lighting, our mobility plan, all the results for lighting for pedestrians. We have such a volume of backup, but it's not in our control, just like the police. Yeah.
Just real quickly, one of the outcomes that I think we should have here too is continuing to strengthen relationships with the representatives from outside agencies that handle infrastructure stuff that we don't. That's something that Jenna has already done super well, but just always continuing that I think is important.
Yeah.
So Public Works, Edison, SoCal Gas, that's the lesser one, but yeah.
And at least one thing we can do on lighting that's within our control is we can go and report the lights that are out and broken. And we do that, and we follow up on it to get fixed. At least like the lighting we have is actually being deployed correctly. It's again, another one where Southern California Edison accountable to no one. It's a private monopoly company. They don't have any elected board or anybody, so they come out when they feel like to fix the lights.
Sorry, Jay, I cut you off.
So there's quality of lighting, sorry, there's quantity of lighting, there's also quality of lighting.
Yeah.
And so one thing that I think in like expensive, particularly because the county keeps putting in like what I consider low quality lighting, and they have to be replaced over time if we ever get to this point. But I feel like I would like to see the community transition to having higher quality lighting in the sense of color temperatures that are less disruptive to wildlife, less disruptive to human sleep cycles, and I would like to see a lot of the street lights are not well like aiming at the street. They light up the sides of buildings. I know that one because I was actually arguing about that one for years before. One day I woke up and I realized that there was a light now directly outside of my outside my apartment window, my bedroom window, pointing in. And I went to the next meeting of the IVCSD and we had somebody from the county describing all the new light. And I was like, that one right there. Is that part of your new phase? Yes, I saw that one go in, and I do not like that one because it's like I'm on a second story. It's like you do not need to illuminate into my second story window in order to illuminate, but I feel like we oftentimes like we want lighting in places, but then the county puts in whatever lighting and I've been in meetings with them and they will be like, well, Edison gives us, a catalog and we can select from that catalog and we select this random thing. I'm like, well, can we see the catalog? Is there nothing
Jenna
better
has
than
the catalog.
Great. Yeah. So I would like that to be like an outcome is to like over
Better
time
lighting.
have better lighting.
For sure. I mean, that's also been another one where we've been advocating for pedestrian scale lighting, like the short lights that help pedestrians, and the county just says that's not within our wheelhouse. We don't do those. We just do street lights. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, and maybe if the counny feels they don't have the, maybe if we successfully take CSA 31, we could actually put in pedestrian.
We could.
Great.
We could.
We'll handle it. We'll just bill you.
Yeah.
We can spend your money.
Yeah. No, it is something, and that could be what a goal is, to focus more in on taking over CSA 31 and having more authority on lighting. To make any of these changes, we need to have that money and authority.
So this is kind of this is relating because I see like the runoff one and things relating to that. So when there was like for a while this like almost it's like a very small little river that's going down the side of Embarcadero del Norte at like Greek Park.
We're working on it.
So that and so when I was looking into that, one thing that ended up occurring is one day I was walking along it and the mosquito abatement vector control district truck was there. And I ended up, and he was like testing various things in it. And I had a discussion with him. And apparently there's like an interaction that's occurring, which is that because there is that little river of sorts that's going along there. And because we do not have enough parking spaces to allow any of the cars to get moved, which causes the Goleta West Sanitary District to be unable to do street sweeping. The mosquito vector abatement district has to come out and continually retreat and put weird chemicals all over our.
Jenna can give you some more background on that. It's the private property down the street.
Yeah, I actually had a lot of time with him. We walked all the way down. We actually like examined here, shining flashlights into the thing.
Yeah.
We then tracked up what the actual concrete problem for that one river is. But I think that like maybe like an objective here is to like a better coordination of effort, but also like just like less amount of mosquito abatement that has to be done because of the lack of cleaning and public works that are occurring.
I love that. So less need for mosquito.
Yeah, that definitely just the integration into what the county roads is doing from a drainage standpoint in general, I think is helpful. There's the spot on Pardal and Del Norte that always pools up and floods on the private property, so it's not that big of a concern, but it's definitely a safety concern for cyclists.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, it's like our output is fixing these drainage issues, but our outcome should be to have none or to have minimal. All right, I think we can go all day on this one too, but let's go to the related topic, which is move out. And so our outputs for move out, how many items we resell, how much litter we pick up, non-perishable items like the food we collect to give back out, how much money the gift sale makes, how many people do the yard sale to sell their things off before it becomes trash. And then our outcomes is, less going to the landfill, which is like 1 million pounds a year currently. Culture of waste diversion, more options that meet everyone's needs that are available, which don't currently exist, and then having the sidewalks and roads cleared during move outs so that we can use them. What are their outcomes for move out? It's related to the last one.
I feel like we have really an excellent formula on this and are in a lot of ways leading a lot of these goals. And the biggest outcome that I would like is like community-wide awareness of the give sale and the move-in sale.
Yeah.
And requisitely that they can come and give us their furniture.
Yeah, so we're going to be working more on that this year, is trying to collect more good stuff so that we can resell more stuff in the city. So that's something Jenna will come next board meeting. We're going to ask for funds to hire a truck to pick up all the good stuff as we save it up. Because right now we just deal with the junk, but we'll start dealing with this.
Where do we store all that stuff?
Great question. We have, UCSB has a lot on Los Cañeros near the airport. And so we work with them to store it all there in big containers over the summer, and then we resell it there. And we do sell out every year. So we need more stuff at this point. So.
Yeah, I think definitely making more people aware about our services, and when move outs discuss that it's all consistent, like making sure that the county is including us when they email landlords, and that UCSB, if they're giving out any information, it includes all of the opportunities in one place. I think this year I'd like to see some paid ads. I almost feel like a door hanger might be appropriate even, but maybe we do something different. But definitely more awareness. That's a great outcome.
And thank you to the board for putting in move out advertising money. So we'll be using that.
Yeah.
All right, compost collective, some outcomes, CO2 diverted, less things in the Marlboro trucks that are trucked off to the landfill, less demand for trash hauling, and more people composting at home. Like that's becoming more practice. And then outputs are how many people are renting our buckets, how many people are consulting with us for home composting, how many people are volunteering with us, food scraps, tonnage diverted. I think we've talked about these outputs and outcomes a lot before, but obviously many people today.
Yeah, with the bucket rentals. So I think I'm not like entirely sure how like many there are, but I do remember my housemate, he was trying to sign us up for that, and there was like some sort of wait list.
So yes, great question. So we used to have a wait list for coming to your door directly, and that was too expensive a program to run for how much benefit they provided. So now we let people rent a bucket from us, use it at home, and then drop it off yourself at one of our remote locations.
Okay.
We're gonna open one soon near your house.
I mean, it was kind of ironic that we were on the wait list.
There was a long wait list for a long time.
Yeah.
When we had the door-to-door pickup service. It was
I
very
feel like our door-to-door wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience.
That's true. But we're gonna open remote locations that will drop off using.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It's just cheaper to do it.
No, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
You can rent small and big buckets depending on your house. And then last but not least, we're going to talk a lot about parking and transportation today, but outcomes and outputs. So outcomes, less vehicle miles traveled. Sorry for the acronym there. Bike collisions going towards zero, pedestrian collisions going towards zero, more bus use for external trips, and 85% congestion on the curb in terms of parking utilization would be outcomes. These are all from our plans. I didn't have to make any of these up. And then parking tickets issued, that's an output. You track that. Doesn't necessarily mean you want it to go up or down. It's just something you track. And then how many parking education flyers delivered, that's another thing you track. And you can see, this is the last one I did, so there's a lot less outputs on this one. But I'm sure we'll get into the outputs a lot more later in the day.
What does VMT mean?
Vehicle miles traveled.
I think for me, I would even like replace the word tickets with just like, well, I don't know, maybe it's warnings.
Notices, yeah.
Notices, yeah, because I know that we've talked about, and we'll talk about, when we dive into part of the strategy, start off really heavily with warnings.
That's what the second bullet point's supposed to be, but I maybe didn't phrase it correctly. But yeah,
Okay,
it is
yeah.
supposed to be the flyer that goes in your car that says, hey, you shouldn't park here, you're blocking the fire hydrant. Which is what we will do heavy first. Period.
We'll have a lot of checks
Yeah.
that we can make, right?
Right.
There's a lot of funky parking.
I think another good outcome is a higher utilization of private property parking
Oh,
options.
that's a good one. That's a really good one.
We know that for some people, they're using all their spaces, but for others,
Now, my apartment, they're all empty. But and then there's like an empty market essentially. Like, can we better optimize the parking that's available?
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Like, my neighbors knocked on my door the other day, said, "Can you buy a parking spot for you guys?"
Why is your parking lot empty?
We have like 8 spots at my apartment and 5 apartment units, and 3 of the units don't have cars.
Wow.
So,
There you go.
but that's just this year. Last year it was stacked and
Mhm.
blocking the sidewalk always because one unit had 3 cars.
I think that once the wave does launch, awareness is definitely a really important outcome.
We got to use that in a way, right? Like if they're using it, because it's going to be used on its own. We don't really need to handle the demand of that. But when they get to the wave, how do we meet them there? Like, give them information. All right. Well, thanks for doing this. We're a little over time, but I think this was like super important for us to have done. So thank you all for doing this exercise.
Okay, finances.
This is not as fun. Sorry.
We're gonna get
Really? I
indigestion.
was like, woohoo.
Well,
All those outputs, we don't have money for any of it.
yeah. Well, no, we can afford a lot of our outputs actually.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Great.
New ones will. I mean, we'll talk. Let me. My thing is loading. I'm sorry. I should have had all these tabs pre-opened. Then they sometimes crash. So I put in my email. There's 3 attachments in here. One's like budget history and outlook. One is like a spreadsheet with all the actual numbers, and one's more of a narrative that I put together. So it's up to your comfort level which one you want to personally dive into the most. But I'm trying to load my PowerPoint right now. Give me a second. No one else is having internet issues. Is it just me? That's like okay.
The videos.
I know.
When you started saying that, I was like, I should check make sure. Yeah, no, I can hear you complaining about it.
It's just my Mac. Sadly. Okay, we're almost there. All right, money.
That's it. We're done now. Just the one word.
Still loading. Once it loads, it'll be ready to go. I'm just gonna connect to my phone. Oh, all right. All right, budget history and outlook. We've never done this quite as extensively before. Lots of graphs. I'll explain all of them. I'll give them a little narrative. So this is our revenue history and our projections for revenue. So what's at play here is, all the, and again, this is just the utility users tax over the years. You'll see that for many years, half the year, or more than half the years, except for 2 years, the tax grew pretty much at double-digit percentages. Oh God, it just crashed. What? I don't know what happened there. All right, I'm connecting to my phone. Sorry, guys. This is. All right. My bad. All right. So we were getting double-digit growth of our revenue for many years. And then last year we got negative growth. And then this year we're seeing possibly 2% growth. It's obviously an estimate for this year. And so I'm going to project out the most conservative possible number I could at this point with the information I have, which is 2% growth moving forward. That's pretty slow growth, to be honest. Less than inflation. And so we can see that our revenues only, even by 2028, are probably only going to get to 1.4 million, which is essentially also what we had this year because of a hiccup. We got an extra $40,000 this year because we were owed money from Edison many years ago. So we're not really 3 years in the future, we'll be hitting the same revenue amount as we're hitting today because of that one bonus. And so we were lucky to have had that money come in this year, and it saved us from spending more fund balance. But we're not in exactly the strongest footing with the revenue growth. And yeah, like I said in my email, lots of dual y-axis. The side y-axis is the percentage growth, and the left y-axis is the amount of dollars. This is program area spending. These are 4 areas now that we have: operations, safety, public works, community programs. Community programs is our number 1, right? Like that's been our number 1 program for a long time, and it's still the number 1. And public works kind of looks like it's a drop because also like Campus Collective, it looks like the community programs dropped a lot because the Campus Collective moved to the public works area. Services and supplies versus salaries spending. This is how it's been growing. Salaries have been growing very sharply up over the last couple of years because we've been hiring more. And the trend line for salaries is pretty predictive. It's essentially applying our COLA and our merit raises year over year, assuming they stay the same. And so salaries will continue to grow, and soon they'll be almost the entire amount of the utility users if nothing changes.
Some salaries, services?
Good question. Yes. And like the services and supplies, like, yes, like when we contract for the interpersonal violence investigator, that's for sure a salary that gets paid, but it's not a direct salary paid for us. Like we're not paying Social Security tax, workers' compensation, and all that kind of stuff for the interpersonal violence investigator. But yet, do some salaries like spending does that conduct services? Yes, but services and supplies like contracts, things we purchase, and salaries are people we employ and the spending on this.
So it could, like we would see the same kind of thing occurring if, like, you could almost imagine even like services going down and a high spike in salary expenses merely by in-housing services.
Yes, that's what's happened here.
Okay.
Essentially. Look at the services. Look how it sometimes goes down and then the salary goes up the same year. That's like we in-house Ivy Beautiful. We are now spending 100-something thousand more on salaries and 100,000.
But I guess I'm curious what the narrative or the purpose of this.
The narrative is just to know that things are growing. Like
okay.
the costs are going up.
Okay.
Like look at the.
I was trying to compare the 2 lines, and I was like, does it matter that this is going up?
It does matter. It does matter. Just see.
Both are going.
And then salaries go up quicker than services and supplies. We can control services and supplies growth more than we can control salary growth. Because it includes health insurance, for example. We don't have control over health insurance costs. We can change plans, but if those goes up 15% a year, that goes up 15% a year unless we do the work of switching providers, which may or may not result in less costs.
If we're outsourcing a service though, and health insurance goes up, won't the cost of the service go up?
Not always. Not always. Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. Depends on the contract. Yeah. This is what you were thinking. So this chart really focus right here. This is the gap. This is our revenue. These are our expenses. So we're in a gap here. This is the story of today. This is the deficit. The yellow is the deficit or the surplus. So surplus years, deficit years.
So is the yellow a subtraction of the other 2 lines?
It's almost a subtraction. Yes, it's pretty much that. There's a slight variation, but yes, it is exactly.
I guess actually, definitely not as a subtraction because at the place where they're equal, in the, like, yeah.
It's different scales. So this is a negative 200 to 400,000 scale, and then that's
Put your hand up a little bit, to the left, a little more left, up there. That area there where the lines kind of match.
look the
Is-
deficit. But no, oh sorry.
Yeah.
Here's what
I don't understand.
you don't understand this one. So this one was, I'm trying to explain it. So we had it's the year we did the deficit spending for the compost collective startup costs. So we spent extra out of our reserve to do that. And here, let me explain to you. I do know why they
Oh, because this is involving reserves.
reserve allocation. So the blue is the spending without the reserve, is with the reserve, right? Okay, my mistake. This is the revenue if we pulled from reserve.
Okay.
So this gap means that it would be this much lower if we had it.
If we had it in reserve. I
My
understand
mistake,
that.
my
Okay.
mistake. I'm just confusing graphs. So yes, the deficit is essentially how we matched it. So that's our problem to fix up there. And then this is an easier way to look at it. Let me move my face out of the way. Oh, it doesn't do that. Finally. It's been years. It's been years. So we had a surplus. We deficit spent on purpose. This is the revenue minus the reserve withdrawal. So you can see this gap is what the deficit was, which we filled with reserve. Then we did a smaller amount. We made cuts. Like, see, we made some cuts, and we closed the deficit a little bit there. And then now, if things don't change, and our salaries go up again, and other costs go up, and utility user tax stays where it is, we're back to a smaller deficit, but still a deficit, and then it keeps growing.
Maybe a third bar here that had the reserve total.
Well, that's the next one.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. This is our fund balance. The blue bars are our fund balance,
Yeah,
and then the red is our annual deficit.
okay, makes sense.
And so
Yeah, you can see.
negative 200, negative 60, negative 200, negative 300, negative 400. So $100,000 a year growth in deficit year over year. Thankfully, we'll still have $1 million after, if we have 4 years of deficit spending, we still have $1 million in the account. That's not like we want to get there, but that's how safe we are from problems, is that we've built up such a reserve that we've insulated a little bit, but it doesn't mean we should let that happen. It just means like we have
Ideally,
safety.
we have everything growing.
Yes.
I have a question about that number. So how does that account for the fact that within our reserves, we have things programmed for specific things, like parking, we have 300 programs.
So it would be out of that. So out of the million left in 27, 28, 300 would be for parking.
Is the
So we
whole-
really
It's the whole fund
The
balance.
whole million is designated though.
Well, at that point, yes.
Yeah.
At that point, it would be all designated, because the way our policy works for our fund balance is like, if you have it, then it gets allocated to these things, but you can technically have less than we're supposed to have. It's just once new money comes in, this is where it needs to go first before we can make it undesignated. And so,
You said something about the number of years we have. What was
oh, well, I said we can do 4 years of deficit spending because I'm including the past years. So 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 5. But these are 5 years. These are 1 year ago, this year, next year, the year after, and the year after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's 3 fiscal
You,
years.
those are, I very correctly assumed for some reason that the right of this chart was today. Yes, the right of this chart is 4 years.
It's 4 years, 3 years.
3 years.
All right. This is my mantra for you. It's just a projection. It's just based on the past and what we know about the future, but it's not, we need to make it not come true. Like, that's what you take actions to do. You raise revenue or you cut expenses, and then you don't have a deficit. It's just knowing that if we were asleep at the wheel and did nothing different as of today, that's what would happen, potentially. And then I'm not going to go over each of these, but this is just a visual for you all to see the different amounts we spent on our programs over the years. And there's like a story for each one and why it spiked and went down and spiked different years. And COVID is a big part of these stories. For example, Community garden, went up 1 year to do some capital improvements and then went back down. Community festivals, surprisingly, Maya's kept us the same. Like we've in-housed and by in-housing it and made the more services provided and kept the spending generally the same. Ivy Beautiful is going up. You can see the spike from when we in-house the program and started spending a lot more on it, making it a bigger priority. Community spaces, it shows a drop because we reallocated staff within the organization. It doesn't mean there was an actual drop. But you can see the drop when COVID happened, we shut down and then we reopened and went back up. Community engagement, it's been like the steepest line increase. Like we just keep spending more. It's been a priority for the board. Compost Collective, also pretty steep increase in spending over the years. Mediation, this is a good thing, right? This is not the 24-25 amount, that's budget. These are actual. So it's like different data technically, but we don't have the actuals this year.
Yeah, because what was our budgeted amount?
10,000, but
And
then
we only spent one.
We had only potentially spent one before, and then now we got more money from the county and from our reserves, and we're gonna make it a bigger program with more services. So legal spending, we had a big spike last year, but then now back, stayed mostly the same. Operations, the big increase from last year was like restructuring. IVI spending, went away for 1 year and then came back at a higher price tag. So that is when a contract, UCPD officers renegotiated their contract with the UC regions, earned more pay so that when we contract with them, their health and benefits went up and their pay went up, so we have to contract with them. All right, that's expenses. Just a quick recap on our current year's revenues and budget. The utility user tax, a solid 72% of our budget. The UCSB contribution, another 22%. And then we have other small sources, and they kind of plug the holes, but they don't obviously support the whole budget. So our reservations is the biggest one for these spaces, but we get a little money from managing the building and some from sales and sponsorships. Then expenses, this is just this year, again, salaries and benefits, 56%, service and supplies, 41%. We're under the average for governments. They're usually like 70% plus salaries and benefits. We're lower than that. Insurance keeps going up, and it's a function of salaries. So more salaries, more insurance. And that's not like health insurance, it's like general insurance. And then this is like this is the split between the program areas. Operations 30, community programs almost 30, public works 23, safety 15. And then the other two, parking and housing, will probably get absorbed into the other pies one day. So they're so tiny. All right, so here's some of my editorial comments on fiscal stuff. So like I said, it's stable, but we need to take action to be sustainable. That's really the big takeaway. Like we can live as is, but we want to do more than live as is, or even if we want to keep our as is a little bit, we have to change something. Again, the utility user tax is pretty much all our money. If anything happens to the price of gas or electricity or water, it affects us 100%. And that's what happened last year. Gas was the cheapest it's been in 20 years last year. Tanked our budget. I mean, we had growth in other areas that made up for it, but we could not control that. Like gas was the cheapest it's been since 2005.
Who would imagine?
Who would have thought of that, right? Like the common knowledge is that utility costs go up every year. That's what we feel sometimes as users, but like my electricity bill is going up, but we're not seeing that in the tax. And that's why we're auditing to make sure we're collecting all that's due to us. But it's volatile in a way. Like everyone pays utilities, but one policy change by the state of California on how electricity works could change everything about our revenue. So we need to maybe diversify, have alternative funding sources, maybe grants. We do have to be more efficient in our costs because we have to live within the taxes we get. But you couldn't only be efficient. Like you can be super efficient, but the tax doesn't grow you're always gonna have cost growth, and then you'll be kind of stuck. Oops, sorry, I admitted someone to the Zoom. Okay, UCSB funding, it's critical. We need that funding. I mean, and also all their students use our services. I mean, our main users are their students. So we do need to get that multi-year funding agreement figured out with UCSB. We just have to.
When's
And
the deadline on
there, I mean, the deadline passed maybe 8 months ago. We've been living off a promise and off each other's trust with each other. Like, we're not paying for our services we get from them, and they haven't given us the funds yet, but it's based on trust that we've worked so well together over the years that
that? Yeah.
we'll
but
figure it
that's
out.
Gonna change because the chancellor.
The chancellor
changed,
and his top leadership are all leaving, or a lot of them are leaving. So we need to figure this out and get a deal, financial and maybe other things, but financial is, what we really get from them. So
Has anything like started to be done about negotiating with you?
we've tried a lot. I mean,
We sent a letter in January to the chancellor that was like a formal request. Jonathan's made a number of informal
over
requests.
a year and a half.
Yeah, so we've been trying to get this meeting with the chancellor and the finance director.
And we've been given assurances it will be done. It's
Are
just,
they just like not wanting to do it?
We're not a
They're
priority
leaving.
of anybody.
I mean,
That's
they're
our
leaving their
problem.
positions and they're wrapping up several major things, like the housing project. And
Oh,
that's, they're
Yeah.
dealing with a lot right now. And they just finished dealing with the county settlement money, like allocating that, like they settled with the county over their lawsuit over not building enough houses. So they were dealing with that until like November, so. We have to manage our expenses better. One thing I put in here as an idea is do a zero-based budget review, which is essentially what we already do, but just to be more zero about it and like build the budgets up more from scratch of what we need to get done, what we need money-wise to get what we want done in our outputs and outcomes. So I think we should do that this year, go back to zero on every program and rebuild them. And then plan for the future. This kind of encapsulates all of it. But we have to be sustainable when we add new costs. We have to get new revenue strategies. I've got to innovate something here. So here are some next steps. Set targets for revenue diversification, like staff can look into and bring ideas to the board, or even have an ad hoc committee to look into it, or a finance committee. We got to get the UCSB funding finished, but we are working on that, and we have an ad hoc to work on that, and we've been doing that. Efficiency review of our programs, making sure we're all the dollars we currently have are being spent well. And then this is something we just do all the time, which is aligning our budget with our priorities and keeping to make sure like we're spending money mainly or only on what we want to be getting done. All right, that's our financial outlook. I need discussion.
Thank you for the presentation. It's certainly a sobering picture. We just spent the better part of 3 hours talking about all the cool stuff that we want to do and we want to do better. We know there's tremendous needs that the community has, and we also haven't even talked about capital needs like the community center and community resource building condition, which is not good, as well as the equipment that's going to be needed for starting up parking. So I'll put it even more bluntly than revenue diversification. We need to start thinking about generating more revenue through taxation or bonds. I think that is really what the picture you paint points me to. Any other thoughts from the board?
Something I'm curious about, I feel like you might already have made this graph, maybe it's right there, you know where it is, maybe it's, but what our income, what the mixture from the different utilities is?
I can make that graph right now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have all the information. I just have to click make the graph. Okay. Yeah. So keep going, and I'll make that happen right now.
I keep thinking about like like a lot of the services, like the money that we make from these different services ends up being downstream sometimes of other governments. So for example, like the sewer hookups, according to the Goleta, actually this Goleta, I accidentally pulled up Goleta Sanitary instead of the West. But Goleta Sanitary, for example, they apparently haven't updated their service charges since at least 2021. And so we end up in like cases where, and I noticed that like I was looking for like water rates in the area. It's just the city of Santa Barbara. It's not like relevant to us in a way, but like it demonstrates how governments think about this. They seem to have like kind of put off changing some of their water rates for a bit, and then decided that they're okay now over the next 4 years. They've allocated already today that for the next 4 years their rates are going to increase on a particular schedule. And so I don't know if there's like we could like look at Goleta Water and see if Goleta Water already has decided like either that they've put off doing rate increases for a while, or if they have recently ratified a rate schedule going forward. To look into seeing is Goleta West, have they been updating their sanitary rates? Like again, I accidentally put up Goleta San instead of Goleta West, but like have they been updating their sanitary rates? Like I'm curious, like the trash one, like it's another example where it's sewer hookups. Like the number of sewer hookups is just mostly fixed in the area. The amount of trash that like the allocation for it is mostly fixed in the area, but it's negotiated on a schedule that I think only happens every like 4 years, maybe 8 years with the county as far as the franchise agreements.
Yeah.
And so that is something where it's like, when I talked to them a long time ago, they never did a fee schedule update for Isla Vista. So they actually were thinking that they were subsidizing Isla Vista trash with the Goleta trash service that they kept doing fee schedule updates for. That was where their argument, the reason why this conversation came up is they were like, be careful what you wish for about taking over the trash service, because that'll require you actually paying your weight in trash.
It's possible. We get the most trash service out of anyone in the county.
Yeah, but like I'm curious, like whether like what has been the like I would love to see a chart of the charges for not like the aggregate for the community, but like how much the Marburg has charged for a particular amount of trash from a not amount, a particular bin of trash from the Isla Vista community over the course of years. And has that like stagnated? Is that like one of the, because we talk about like, oh, we kind of expect certain utilities to go up, but a lot of these governments are either sitting on reserves or are doing weird subsidy calculations and are trying to maintain a certain like cheapness for everybody while they, and then occasionally will like break it to the community that like City of Santa Barbara's decided they're going to go 10% a year on water fee increases for the next 4 years because they've been putting this off too long. And like, I feel like there's a little bit more transparency that we can get into what's going to end up happening with our utility rates.
I agree with that.
Here's the thing about that though. I agree those are good things to think about, but the two that are the biggest revenue generators are
that's what I was going to learn.
Also the most volatile. I mean, LNG and electricity markets are like global markets. You know, it's a lot different.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what the. I don't
Trump's
know.
ready.
He's okay. Here we go.
Sewage is the smallest, electricity is the biggest, then water, then trash.
Look, trash is really big there.
And you know,
We get a lot of
one thing
discussion
that's
on
going on with trash is there's a new ordinance coming to Isla Vista trash collection that's going to require more trash services at households. So we will probably get a bump from that. And we can try to figure out what that bump will be. It's hard to know, but the county's going to be requiring greater trash service, which will mean more fees in the future.
There's another aspect of the comment on the fee schedule. I just had a term for it, but the thing where they actually like to do the analysis is that on the one hand, it is kind of like crummy to be like, okay, maybe we even like force the issue of doing that rate schedule thing. Well, now people have to pay more for trash. It's unhappy, or people in the area paying more for trash. But if we put on for a second our sustainability caps, we're like, we're paying much money trying to convince people to compost and do waste reduction and like diversion and all sorts of things. Like there's a part of me that actually kind of wishes the trash cost more. And so
as an economic
incentive to try to utilize more like reduction. And so like if I don't know if the county still has not been doing a fee schedule update, maybe we actually want to ask them to do a fee schedule update. But again,
Well,
like, it's also kind of a
they've
crummy
got
thing to do
updates.
as a politician, to be like, yeah, because I'm kind of asking, all of our people to pay a lot more money on trash, because maybe it'll cause my government to get a little bit more money.
Imagine that up for reelection.
Yeah, I'm not that.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
I will say trash got updated in 2023.
It did, okay. I wonder what that fees, did they actually do the rate schedule, like, or did they just
I
like
know
do
that
an
there was-
adjustment, the same to Goleta S?
The Trop 217 rate change, they're gonna be doing that, I think, for this ordinance change.
But did they do it the same for Goleta S? That's the question, like, I'm wondering, like, so I think what they've been doing
I
is
just
they
don't
just take the zone that we're in, and they just apply an increase to the zone. But the question is whether or not they've actually done the thing where they determine how much does it actually cost them to provide trash service to us versus the other areas. So.
And water did get increased in 2022. Is what we did their schedule?
I can try, I don't know.
I mean, and that's the challenge with these two, is these things are very out of our control. I mean, we can advocate, to our water board members for one thing or another. I know that their decision to raise rates was controversial. It's not unanimous.
The sewage went up recently. That used to be 100,000, now it's 150. So they've changed those rates recently, but we didn't know about that.
But it's also, I think, useful to think about that from the perspective, if they did raise it recently, maybe they're not gonna raise it again for another 5 or 6
Good
years.
point.
And we're going to start
Track
seeing,
that more, yeah.
like,
So maybe I should do projections for each utility instead of for the tax as a whole. Yeah, I like that. Okay,
Anything else?
we are now slightly behind schedule, but we'll make it up right today.
We're moving to parking. What we've all been waiting for.
All right, let me pull up the parking stuff. Okay, so parking. So let's just give some background here, which is, we did our parking study. That took many years, from even just starting it and getting it done. And then we approved our parking plans as a board in November, but we didn't really go into an in-depth discussion of what the actual steps to implement these things are and prioritizing implementation and saying, this over that. And obviously it's a plan with a dozen things to do and you can't do them all at once. So the goal of today is to kind of get back on the same page on what the parking study said, but then also to talk about that phase 1 initial strategies and how we want to prioritize it, because it is not a simple thing. Any of these things would become like the only thing, not the only thing you do, but like they will be big consumptions of time and possibly money. Well, we know about the money, but I'm going to just present first the quick presentation we had at the board meeting in November 12th, just to re-familiarize everybody with it, and then we'll do the more, specific stuff. So we did, parking plan. We had a consultant. It was a partnership with UCSB and the county, and Dixon, our consultant. We did an existing conditions report where we had like all the facts. We did a parking needs assessment and stakeholder engagement to see what people wanted and their issues. And we also did data collection of like the actual, parking utilization. We studied all the streets in Isla Vista. We studied all the parking lots at UCSB, all the off-street parking lots as well in Isla Vista. So we studied everything. Existing conditions, this is again like the current problems that we found. There's no compliance with parking policies, they're very low. There's no enforcement coverage. There's heavy congestion. There's a lot of illegal parking and like safety issues like red curbs, double parking driveways, pedestrian and cyclist, infrastructure being blocked. Emergency vehicles can access when they need to, and limitations to coastal access even. So there's just a lot of parking related things going on here in Isla Vista. Like lots of threats to unravel. There's no one problem to fix.
Quick question, what's the significance of 72 hours?
Oh, yes, sorry. So lots of cars are just being stored on the street.
That's the law.
And it's a law from the state that says you can't store your car on the street for more than 72 hours. It's California law. And so we found that a lot of cars are being just stored on the street and not being used.
the state law or the county?
State law. But the county has a local ordinance of it. So they write tickets off that, but it's a state. Parking needs. So this is, what we did to hear from the community. We met with pretty much every group possible, every like identity group, every organization group. We did, again, the data side of things, multiple town halls. We were surveying people on the beach, asking them how they got to the beach. We were talking to people as they were parking or as they were like leaving their car or getting back to the car to leave, asking them about their parking experience. We did a survey. We talked to everybody all over the place all the time for a couple of years. And this picture is our student focus group that came. And the guy in the very front, he's like in our class now. He's stuck with us.
Nice.
We did a survey, 1,200 responses on the actual survey. We engaged a lot more people. But again, here's what people said in that survey. Inconsistent enforcement, low compliance, parking challenging in the evenings. Cars are just left there for long periods of time. So the survey data essentially validated the technical data. The technical data said cars aren't moving. The survey perception data said cars aren't moving, or that's how they're perceived. So we didn't learn anything like, I would say like shocking, but it validated a lot of it. The data sets validated each other. But one thing, it's not in here, but like the main reason people have a car is to get groceries. And the second main reason is to go home on the weekends. And then the third is to get to a job. So those are the three issues. Then we did a worksheet. So like after the whole process, we actually gave people like, here's the plans, here's what we're gonna do. Pick between them or pick the ones you wanna actually do. So similar to what you said, like we actually said, here's the parking enforcement program. It would do these 5 things. Do you support that or not? Versus, more education being right next to it. And so this is the people who came to our town hall, 70 people. And yeah, compliance was the top priority, right above safety. So safety and compliance were people's main issues here. And within the compliance issue area, the strategy was a compliance program. And then within the safety area, pedestrian and cyclist improvements were important. But it's like you can't do cyclist and pedestrian improvements if you're not keeping them clear from cars. They're not really improvements, as we know, from that sidewalk. And then congestion, this is another big one, is that there needs to be more of a program to educate people about bringing cars, especially people who live on campus and who don't live in Isla Vista, from storing their cars. Oops. These are just some things we saw during the parking study. These are like the issues we're trying to fix, is the red curbs, the blocked driveways, which is a health and safety issue. Yeah. Street occupancy numbers. So again, like it's usually over 100, except during the summer or during the middle of the day. But at night, in the morning, it's at 100 at least. And you can see that some parts of IV are always red. Even 6.5 and 6.6 DP is always over 100% occupied on the curve. Even in the summer, even in the depth of summer, and even in winter break, it's the highest place. It's still 80% on 6.5 DP utilized. So we know that we have a problem all over the place, but in the southern region, it's the worst. We looked at off-street parking occupancy, and it's also very congested. But you can see in the north, people use their off-street parking a lot less. But in the south, it's pretty much full, especially on the weekend. You can say maybe during the weekday, people are going to class or going to work. On the weekend, very, very red, like it's above 100% in many of these lots. And we collected this information with drones. And they took a picture and then they counted the cars and the number of spots and then got the spot. Here's some drone footage, October, and then this is during winter break, the picture on the right.
How do those people get out of their spots?
They do the shuffle. They all have the keys in the basket in the front door, and then you take a key and you 72-hour compliance. This is again like the car storage issue. we found like, so our vehicle was able to like scan cars and like know which license plate it was without like actually collecting that data. But they'd know if like the same license plate came up twice in the same location. So 20% of the cars essentially are just stored on the street. So imagine how many parking spaces we could have if they weren't just stored. People who really need parking had access to it. Parking plan. So that's all the data. That's like the community feedback and the data feedback. So it kind of broke it up into 3 phases of what we should do. Phase 1 is like the easiest, most immediate things you can do, and like kind of a not changing anything fundamentally phase. But parking compliance would change things. It's just that it's supposed to be happening. The county used to be enforcing parking and they stopped. Like our consultant, that used to be her job in the 90s, was to enforce parking. But the county cut that position at some point. It even existed as early as like 7 years ago, before COVID. And so there's no parking enforcement. So that would be like the #1 recommendation that really came up was get basic enforcement of the basic rules: red curves, fire hydrants, block driveways, block sidewalks, block bus stops, those ones. Keep collecting parking data, maybe not every month, twice a month, 3 times a day, but maybe once or twice a year, we should check on our progress.
And would that be a contract with Dixon again? Because that was pretty expensive.
We could do it with the enforcement company probably. Like we'd want to set up that company with similar technology, and so then they can collect the data as they do enforcement. That would be the idea. Save some money. Coordinating with UCSB to discourage car ownership. So this apparently used to happen a lot more way back in the past, but has kind of fallen away more, since then. But really having a concerted message and communication program from UCSB, especially to their freshman students, but to everybody, saying like, here's the options you have. And obviously not everyone can follow this. Like some people will need to have a car, but for some people who are like in between, I didn't need a car, I brought mine and I stored it near where Jay lives, and I did get towed for a 72-hour violation in 2014. But it was there for 3 months. I'll admit that. And I was living on campus.
Advertised your cost.
Yeah,
so
I was
the store's free.
exactly. I was living at San Raf or Manzanita, and I didn't. So it happens, right? Like some people don't need their car, and we should be having a message to them like why you could get off. Coordinating with property owners, and this is like what Spencer said, like, oh, could we work to optimize the amount of parking that's being used at the private properties? And then kind of the last one, which is kind of more expensive than these other ones, surprisingly, is to like add the markers on the road to show like the parking spots so that we're at least using the spots we have as well as we can use them. So that's phase 1, is get the basics done. And then phase 2, like if we did all of these phase 1s and problem was solved, then we can stop. We can move on with our life. But if they don't solve the problem, we can do bigger things that will require a lot more work, like having a permit program for residents. This is what everyone always thought we were going to do no matter what with this study, but we might not need this and we might need it. We don't know. But we need Coastal Commission to approve it. We need, the county's already approved and gotten actually approval for a framework 20 years ago that just never got done for some reason, but we could go off of that. Oh, sorry, this is the shared parking agreements. This is a more complicated thing. It's to work with the property owners to like share parking more. Eliminating parking in some areas where we probably should for safety. There's already being done with the daylighting law. Like the state passed a law that said all the cars on the edges of the curbs need to go away. It's not being enforced, but that's for safety and sighting of pedestrians and bikes and all that.
I mean, that's what some of the sidewalk stuff is going to force people to do.
For sure.
It's going to block spots.
For sure. Yeah, some of the daylighting blocks can be done more naturally than just with enforcement. You can, put a bike rack down there, and then people can park their bike in the residential areas, which is something people told us they wanted, and then no cars. Figuring out a special event parking program, like for Deltopia, when we're overwhelmed with outsiders coming in to park in our streets, and how do we manage that so that the residents who live here can still go about their day, especially if they're not participating in Deltopia.
I mean, the first bullet point would solve that.
The residential permit
Yeah.
program, yes, I mean, again, this is like a options list, so you can only do one or you can do both. And then more car sharing, so like there's zip cars at UCSB and there used to be zip cars in Isla Vista, but those went away with COVID. And we even met with a developer recently who was trying to build on 6-6 DP Oceanside. That's up to them, but they were talking about adding a zip car to their private parking lot. And we were like, yes, you should definitely do that. Like each house on DP or let's say DP, the worst area, had a zip car. How many cars could you get rid of that? Because now there's a car.
Yes, shared car.
Yeah. And that's what people want. They just want a car. They don't want maybe their own car. They just need to go to get something one day. And then the final, these are more phase 2. Identify a parking option outside of IB. We should take this off our minds as an option. Like it's not a real option. We need $40 million. Like, yes, $40 million. We need land. It would take years to construct. You'd have to manage it and like pay, manage, like UCSB manages their parking lots. Very unpopular. Maybe it's not viable. I just don't know where you build this and where you get the money.
Just a question too for, I know the answer, but I'm asking rhetorically. Why can't we build underground parking structure?
I don't know because of the water table here, and it's like, they did want to build an underground parking lot under the community center 20 years ago. And the voters said no, actually. It did fail with the voters, so they've spoken. You can make a mobility enhancement, like we can support the wave more. That's only a 1-year program, so we could try to get them money, or not from us, but like we could try to help them get money to continue that further. Because in our parking study, we did ask them like, what would get you out of your car? And they said a direct service to places I need to go, which is what the wave is.
Does UCSB's new housing plan include parking?
There'll be no parking there. 3,500. But that's the thing. A lot of those people already live here, and it's not for growth necessarily. They were supposed to build it for the growth that's already occurred.
Yeah.
So it'll absorb people maybe from Isla Vista, but they'll still maybe park their cars here and store them here. So
Say those people already live here. It's not like they're going to stop living here and start living there in the sense that they're new people who live here.
maybe,
It's not
maybe,
like-
yeah. There might be
like,
filtering. There might
The
not.
way I kind of imagined it was just like people that currently live farther from campus
Might.
are now gonna live closer, so their cars are gonna be closer.
Maybe, but there's an economic incentive. Like the rents here are way higher than the rents that are going to be there for some people. So we don't
It's
know.
not like the apartments that are no longer being lived in here are not going to be laid fallow. They're just-
No, it might be less crowded. Well, we don't know.
Keep in mind, though, that there won't be a filtering effect of any kind until the completion of the second project, because once the first project is completed, they're gonna take the
dorms
Chi
out.
5 dorms, or 2 of them, out of service and knock them down.
Really? Which
Yeah.
ones?
Anacap and Santa Rosa.
They're knocking them down?
Santa Rosa is like a barracks from 1940s.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah, they're gonna rebuild. Maybe this is a good thing for another board meeting.
Update on
Yeah,
UCSB
update on
housing.
UCSB housing.
they're building new dining halls?
Well, they're getting rid of Ortega.
Yeah.
They're gonna add another one.
Okay, that's fine.
It's really nice.
So, we've always talked with UCSB about this, and they know this, that UCSB does theoretically understand this problem, that if they ban cars from their housing, there needs to be an accompanying policy in Isla Vista to go with this. So they do know that, like their top person on development understands that very, I've had those conversations.
Yeah, and I'll just say this is like much more anecdotally. I'm actually curious if you have data to show this, but when the new when the new Portola was built and they got rid of that parking. Anecdotally, I remember at the time hearing a lot more complaints from long-term residents on the West End that people who were living at FT were parking in
Community
cars
Corto, yeah.
on Community Corto.
They were doing that when I was a freshman too, because the parking pass in that law was like 800 a year. And so, yeah, it was almost always empty when I was a student. Yeah, so anyways, these are the other phase 2 ones. There's a lot under phase 2. Safe parking program getting expanded, but that's also hard to do. You gotta find parking lots to do that. It's like for people living in their cars. And then the long-term ones are getting street sweeping, figuring out some way where we can move the cars temporarily so that the street sweeper can come in. Because yeah, saying no parking is a lot different than where do those cars go during no parking. Having some paid parking, again, there's residential permits, and then you can have like paid parking in the loop, like where visitors would need to pay. And then congestion pricing, I mean, which has been successful in New York City, and we're like one of the only other places in America that it could happen because we have only 3 entries to Isla Vista. But you could then charge non-residents just from storing their car here. That would be like a technical solution out way in the future. So these are like the ideas that were brought up. And we're going to focus more on phase 1 today, but I just want to see if there are any questions before we go more into phase 1.
Any questions about just like the underlying like data and stuff that we found? Let's talk solutions.
It's sort of a question, it's not really a question, but it's related to here. It's won't really relate. I thought I heard something recently that there was like now some kind of federal challenge relating to New York.
To congestion pricing, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I also think New York's in a different like administrative situation than we are. Like state lines are being crossed.
Oh, okay. That explains that. Okay. So I was like, I didn't understand why the federal government can't even say.
Yeah, because of the bridges and the same exact Port Authority and all that.
Okay. And the 72-hour thing, I looked into it. The law was, it is a state law, but it's a state law that authorizes a local law.
Yeah.
So like it seemed like if the local law doesn't exist, then it doesn't have to.
For sure, but I think that's how a lot of these state laws work. It's like there's a state law, and then you create a local version. So I think it's easier to write tickets off a local ordinance versus a state ordinance. Is what I was maybe told,
but like this is one of those ones where it was like it seems like from the word that I was reading that like if the local law didn't exist, it wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, and maybe that means we can have our local law be 96 hours if we wanted to not do 72. I don't know. Jamie, do you know about this?
Less. Off the top of my head, it's usually something that is not more restrictive than state law. Like state law would set the minimum.
Yeah, the wording of it is if a vehicle is parked or left standing upon a highway for 72 or more consecutive hours in violation of a local ordinance authorizing the movement. So it does kind of sound like you wouldn't be able to maintain
Longer.
Oh, I was going to say shorter.
Shorter. Oh, you want to do 24
You wouldn't be able to
hours?
make it shorter. You could make it
24 hours
longer.
is a little more lenient.
Yeah. You wouldn't be able to make it longer.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You can make it longer, but you would not.
You'll be able to make it shorter. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too.
Okay,
That's what-
I was like, yeah.
I have a question about that. I seem to remember we collected some data in addition to just the 72 hours, but we actually found that there was a certain percentage of people that were parking for like over 7 days.
Yes, here it is. Here, I have this. I have that. I have an approximation of that. Where is it? Where's my 72-hour slide? It's this 10%. 300 cars were here from winter quarter ending or fall quarter ending to winter quarter starting. They were.
That's Christmas break.
Well, that means they left town and left their cars here.
Yeah, but also I will say that there were no cars here.
No,
I
I
mean,
understand.
There's a lot of parking
But
available.
you could maybe say that out of most of the year, like maybe 200 cars are never moved. That's 10% of them. And again, these percentages are also the percentages of the number of parking spaces before they eliminated 200 spaces because of the daylight law. So this is from the original number of parking spots available total in Isla Vista. That number is now smaller, so these percentages are actually now bigger. So there's even less parking. And then the ATP plan is going to get rid of another 10% of the parking. It gets rid of 150 spots. And that's not 10%, maybe that's like 8%, but that's another major chunk. So we lost 150 from daylighting and then 150 from ATP.
Sorry, what was daylighting?
That's a state law that said that you can't park 20 feet from an intersection. All over California, everywhere. Every intersection in California can't park 20 feet from this.
But people don't really listen to that.
Well, the state didn't, the state kind of just made this law and the local agencies had no money to enforce it or to even paint all the red curbs newly bred. And so all the cities in California and counties are struggling to get this rolled out.
Yeah,
The intersection right next to the door of my apartment, not only is the red curb not painted to the extent which it is, but people are parked on the red on both sides of the thing anyway right now.
Yeah, so it's not enforced, but it is a state law that's new.
This is one of the things that when we got the ATP presentation, they were talking about bulb outs that they will naturally eliminate those spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's what you're saying.
But it's still illegal today.
Yeah, even if it's not paid.
I feel like if we're going to do enforcement to the sitting 2 hour thing, it actually, there could be value in, so like during our breaks where students aren't here and like they were essentially saying like, no, even though we've got a glut of parking here, even though we really do not need you to be in your car, we're going to end up empowering the police to locally enforce this thing, and I know they're going to want
Not the
it.
police.
Yeah, okay, we're doing it.
Our parking enforcement
Good
company,
call,
yeah.
good call.
Yeah.
We have the ability. I'm always concerned about like, because right now the police could enforce it, they're just choosing not to.
They don't have the staff.
They don't have the staff, yeah, okay.
There's only two.
I mean,
police
it
officers at
just
any
feels
given
like it
time.
could be like nice to say that like, actually, because we know it's a student community, because of these things, we do not enforce that between
Of course.
December 16th
We
and
can
January.
customize our rules
Yeah.
anyway, for sure, and then we can spend less money. We might not have to spend parking money for 3 weeks of the year. That'll be nice. Or you could do like a targeted vehicle, we're gonna go up only after like this issue, right? Too, you can say, we're gonna clear this issue while everything's gone. All right, let me go a little more into phase 1, the parking complaint. Oh, we're not gonna read the whole block. But you do have that, it's available to you. I'm going to go over the check marks here. So confirming our legal authority, done. It is in our charter. It says it very clearly what we're able to do with parking. Jamie did a lot of that work during the study last year. Estimating our staffing level and equipment needs. Our consultants actually already did that for us. We know what the program will cost for the first year to start it up and to run it, which is about $600,000. That's what we're asking the county for 300, which is, we put in half, they put in half. We evaluate funding options, and I guess that's like a half check mark, because we have evaluated them, but we haven't secured them. But we are looking at different sources of funding. We're looking at the Coastal Commission, Jenna's looking at a grant from there. We're applying to Measure A, which is the sales tax for transportation. We're gonna be looking for funding from there, so IVCSD will ask. So we'll need to cobble together the funding options. I guess we're aware of them, but we haven't secured any. The next one, this is the hard work. So we have to establish ourselves as a parking district. And this is a very technical legal term, and we'll get you a legal memo. I think it's already exists to educate you about all this stuff. But essentially, the way the law works is that the IVCSD itself establishes another district that we control. That's the parking district. And that district has a commission that is run slightly different than us. Like the general manager of the CSD gets to appoint the members of the commission, and then they can be protested by certain people. And anyways, that commission would be the entity that actually holds the contract, that actually does the parking enforcement. So the commissioners, the 3 members, they need to be, the people who are doing the regulations and setting the.
Who would these people be?
They have to be residents that the general manager appoints.
So just like 3 new board positions for
Exactly.
this. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can look into is like whether the IVCSD board directors can be the commissioners. That'd be ideal.
That's a common thing of
Yeah.
like Goleta City Council will reconvene as the library board of trustees. It's technically a separate legal entity.
Okay, so we could reconvene as the
Parking
parking commission.
Yeah. And so then we create this commission, but then that commission or that parking district cannot just do things on its own. We need to get authority from the county to, bless you, we need to get authority from the county to be able to enforce parking because it's their curb and it's their road. Even though we have the authority in our charter, it's not our curb and it's not our road. And even at first, it's not even our parking codes, it's the county's parking codes. We can eventually, I think, establish our own, but that'll take, even more time.
I have
So,
a question about that.
yeah.
What does that agreement look like?
I don't think we have like the specifics on that. It would be some sort of memorandum of understanding that says, we recognize that IVCSD has the money and authority to do this, and we delegate that to you in these cases. So like, for example, though, in that agreement, we likely wouldn't be able to have the power to tow. That'd still be outside of our, it's because only the sheriff can, only like the law enforcement officers can. So we'd have to like tee it up for them. like the vehicle has gotten all the violations that qualify you to tow.
Okay.
And then we call them, be like, okay, here's what we got, tow this one.
Okay.
Yeah, but we cannot call the tow truck.
Was the money for enforcing parking, where would that distribute?
Great question. So the first thing you would go is to run the program itself. The goal would be to be zero. Like it costs $100, it's spent $100.
Yeah.
But if there's a surplus, that's an opportunity for the board to make a designation. Like you can say it goes towards pedestrian and bike improvements in Isla Vista. And then we have a pot of money for sidewalks and for bike lanes, and for bus stop improvements and like mobility stuff. So
I will even go one step further on that, which is that when we did our mobility plan and we have all these great like ideas about making Isla Vista more accessible, all of the things in that plan that are like pedestrian and bike infrastructure, that's a capital cost one time. But the number one thing on the list was better improvements to public transit. And that is an ongoing cost. And it's really hard to find that ongoing money because they have such a diversity of needs for the whole South Coast. If we did ever have a large enough fund, we could provide funding to MTE, contract with them to mitigate parking via increasing service. So just think about that.
That's great.
So that's what we do first. That's the next step. We get our parking district established and we work the agreements out with the county. And then we kind of have to do the same thing with the sheriff. I mean, the sheriff is the part of the county, but they are the ones at the county who's like, this is their area. So we need to figure out, this is what the agreement should figure out, right? Like, can we enforce their ordinance or do we need to make our own? Will we have this authority to just enforce the vehicle code straight up ourselves without writing a local code? Or, we might want to write a local code. Here's again, this is like the access to the DMV information that the sheriff has right now to write tickets, but we wouldn't have to figure that out. We have to be, who's going to post the signs? Who's going to maintain the signs? Like, no parking here. Who's going to do that? How we're going to handle vehicle habitation. I think we have a different perspective maybe on how we want to handle this than traditional law enforcement. And so putting in place those policies in advance so that we don't have like negative harms caused by, whatever we're doing. Figuring out how the towing is going to work, figuring out the citation fees. This is going to be the most complicated ones. Money always causes problems, but the ticket's $100. The state has to get a cut. The courts have to get a cut. The county gets a cut, the sheriff gets a cut.
Whoa.
And then the program itself gets a cut. Then there's the extra money at the end. But no, the state, they get a cut and so do the courts. That's in state law. So we have to figure out all these details. This is actually very hard and not going to be very straightforward. And then, if we do have to pass our ordinances on parking, we'll have to do that ordinance process of like, here's the parking rules for Isla Vista that CSD has put in place. And we have to set our fees amounts and like, we got to set those fees in a way that can make it sustainable, but also not like break the bank on our residents.
What makes you think we would have to have our own?
Jamie, can you answer that? I think that was like in the process of setting this up. It was just an open question. Do we have to establish our own or do we have to go by the county's codes?
I think the idea was that the county was very minimal and less restrictive, and if the CSD wanted to do something that was more restrictive, we would either have to ask the county to amend their code or adopt our own code.
But it flows down from state code,
Yeah.
so we couldn't conflict with the
Correct, yeah,
the
we would,
minimums that
yes.
they permit.
Correct.
Yeah. But that's like what
So
Jay
the
was.
State is enabled to stuff that the county isn't doing.
But we
Yeah.
could go higher than the county,
We could go higher.
or
like,
in this case, I guess, lower.
yeah, we can go more lenient.
Yeah.
Or,
More lenient, but not more restrictive.
So wait, sorry, and you said the county was less restrictive than the state, and then we would have to be less restrictive than the county or at the same level as the county.
So we might have to be at the same level as the county to start, potentially, right? Like if we keep their codes. And then we can be more restrictive or
We
less
can be-
restrictive.
okay.
Both. Like,
We
we could say,
can be more restrictive than the county. just
yeah,
not the
we
state.
could say like, oh, the loop's all timed parking. Right,
Yeah,
like we
there's-
could say that if we, that's more
We
restrictive.
can't be more restrictive than the state code permits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And there's a difference between what the code says and what you have resources to be able to enforce. So we may not have enough resources to be able to enforce the things that is not a priority for the board. Does that make sense?
So
We
we
don't
could,
need to tell them that.
I'm just spelling it out.
so yeah, but a lot of the things we'd want to enforce, like the health and safety rules, those are all the state rules pretty much, right? Like blocking driveways, blocking red curbs, blocking crosswalks. These are all like the basics. If we wanted to do more than the basics, that's also.
The county has the basics, right?
The county does have the basics, the county does not have us,
the basics.
But they could,
but they could.
Yeah. and we could too.
We could, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll just add to from
It's easier if we don't write our own.
That would be ideal,
is
not do our
easier,
own work.
And that was
At
our,
least at
that was our
first.
initial recommendation, which is what is already available.
Yeah.
All right. So then you set the fees, you set where the fees go, like the waterfall method that we were talking about. You have to approve a data policy, a privacy policy, because we're going to be using license plate recognition technology most likely in this. And our consultants have provided us a version of a policy. It's kind of like the internal corporate policy, but California law requires us to have a policy if we're doing this. So we will do what the law says.
Okay, gotcha.
Easy, just follow the law.
All right.
And then we have to, after we've done all that groundwork, then we go find an operator. We put a request for proposals out. We see who bids on the contract. We tell them, how many staff we want, how many hours we want covered, what kind of customer service. We might need to open a front desk, like where people can come dispute their parking questions and pay their tickets if they don't want to do it online. That UCSB has one, like a desk where you go complain about your ticket. So we'll probably need to have something like that. We'll need to have a local parking, place to go. And then finally, you enforce the policies and you see if you're having an impact. Like, does enforcing the basic policies reduce the amount of stored cars on the street, or does it reduce the congestion on the street? Does it get the bus to be used more, right? Those are our outcomes. And then that's, I don't want to say that's it, but there's a lot that goes into enforcing. So that's phase one. I mean, that's one part of phase one, right? Like that's the enforcement part. And you can already imagine how much work each of these sub bullets are going to take. And some of it is stuff we can do quickly ourselves. Like, can we make a policy pretty fast? Yeah. Like we can get that done in a month, let's say. Can we get the sheriffs to agree with us on all these different points of how the money is distributed and who does what? And that might take us more time than we'd like it to take, just because we're dealing with other agencies. It's out of our control. So I couldn't even tell you what I predict this will take. I just know that if we chose to do it, it'll be like our main thing, and then other things are happening along it. But this would, this would take up a chunk of time, or a chunk of brain power, maybe more than time, because sometimes there's gaps when things aren't being done, that you're like still thinking about it and dealing with those problems.
Before we talk about prioritization, I have another question, which is, what does the action plan recommend in terms of warnings and like the education flyers? What does that look like?
Yes, it is. It's in the paragraph text. If you go into the text paragraphs, what it does say is that we should set this, but we should spend a period of time where it's only warnings. Like you're only educating, and you can do that every fall. Like you can say September and October every year, we only give out warnings, unless it's like a repeat offender, right? Like you can make that rule. But that's completely up to us on deciding how that works. And it's just a financial decision, because if you're spending money giving out warnings and the parking ticket person is not making their salary with the tickets. I mean, I'm being very direct about that, but like, we'd have to be able to say, we're going to spend $50,000 a year on warnings, that we're going to eat that cost. Like the money's just going to go out from the parking person circling, writing the warning ticket, putting it on their door, and just knowing that we just spent $50,000 doing that in effort of being good neighbors and enforcing the rules later. It's not free to give out warnings. It's very expensive.
I mean, most of our rules are going to be the same kind of rules that operate the rest of the world. Right?
Everywhere else, yeah. We're not doing new
it's
stuff.
Like you need to be warned in Isla Vista because you think you're in the Wild West here.
I mean, people do think they're in the Wild West here. So, yeah, so that's part one of phase one. Let's go to some other ideas that were in this plan. So 1B, we don't need to talk about this one, keep collecting data. You know, we'll figure out something to collect data, but I don't think there's any point in doing this if we're not measuring our congestion reductions that we're trying to do. I'll skip that one. This is a big one, right? Like working with UCSB and City College to discourage car ownership, how that works and how that ends up being played out. You know, we've had successes and misses in trying to get into the, you know, programs that UCSB has that, you know, kind of pushes out messages like orientation and Gaucho FYI and the res halls. We've had some success, but we don't, you know, they're very limited. They're very strict with allocating that time. Like, you know, we had to beg to get like 5 minutes about Isla Vista into the slides for any of these that we at least got to design. But this is going to be a big one, and I hope UCSB will be, I think they will be a good partner on this, but it's going to be essentially doing something much different than what they do now and figuring out a way to get that message to their students and to the parents. It sounds like an easy one, coordinate to discourage car ownership, but it's actually, you know, UCSB is again opaque. Like we're not.
Like, look how long it's taking us to talk about our financial country.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's with the top, right? But still, like.
And we already have a template all in place.
Right.
I have a quick
Yeah.
comment about this. This is very focused on UCSB and obviously the impact. I do think that the county needs to be brought into this particular discussion too, because
Car ownership.
UCSB and the county settled a lawsuit where the UCSB provided the county money to mitigate the impacts of growth. And so the county has that money where they can use that to help do this.
Yes.
So
that's what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
they already gave
saying.
it
step
away.
down from my soapbox, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to.
100%. And you know, we're the best positioned ones to do it. And if someone gave us, you know, here's $10,000, run a campaign to discourage car ownership, yeah, we do a really good job, I think, of that.
Yeah, it seems like the county could be that funding source.
So yeah, this is simple, right? We gotta have a campaign schedule. I've already done some of this. Like for example, I went to the Gaucho Tour Guide Association meeting a couple weeks ago, and I talked to them about our parking plan and asked them to discourage like the interested students from having cars and telling, you know, giving them the message to start early on. Like, so there's like applications to UCSB, you know, deciding to come to UCSB, orientation for UCSB, and then starting your freshman year at UCSB. So we'd want to hit all of those points. But yeah, we would kind of promote things like the wave, the ride sharing. We were going to work on like a page about how to get around Isla Vista and Santa Barbara well as a resident of Isla Vista. So like just making that super obvious and clear to people. Obviously things need to be improved, but you know, we actually have a pretty good system already. Like we have some riches that a lot of other people don't in terms of our bus and all that. And just telling them about the car, like maybe even just sharing pictures of how congested Isla Vista is will discourage people. Like, I don't want to do that.
Show them a picture of that parking lot.
Exactly. Like, that's not going to be me.
That's what you would.
So that's the campaign. That's like, you know, campaigning to people. Again, working with property owners. Again, this is maybe a longer term project that isn't the end all solution, but we do need to get the property owners to be more involved on this and utilizing car sharing services on their properties, just having them be on message with us. You know, they are such a fragmented group of there's so many different owners. They all have their own rules. They all have their own system. That's what we learned in our focus group. This person does this person does that. Some are on top of it. Some don't do anything. Some charge $200 a year and no one parks in their lot, which spills the cars into the street. But no one's really worked and engaged with them on these issues. So we need to do that. And that's phase one. So it's a lot of it is interrelational stuff, but also getting the basic rules in place.
Do zip cars have to be parked on private property?
What's that?
Do zip cars have to be parked?
They don't have to. You know, on Pardal, in front of the Pardal Gardens, like La Wang, that used to all be zip car parking until COVID.
Used to be one right over here too.
That's right. Next to the bagel cafe. That used to be the car park. So I guess, you guys now know, like, here's what our recommended strategies are. And the idea of today was to kind of say, first of all, like, go or no go. Like, are we going to do this, which is a serious thing to commit to? And if we are going to do this, how do we want to prioritize doing this? I mean, I think the natural, what's come up a lot is we do the UCSB education campaign and we do the parking enforcement. It's easy to say that we're going to do that. Those are big things to do. But that's kind of the discussion is where we're at. How much of a priority do you want parking to be on the next year? And we do have 300,000 saved for this. Do it, but it's more for the enforcement program than like our staff time and other activities we do to get it going.
I think you should do it.
Short and sweet. I like that. Succinct.
Well, we just spent a whole lot of money to get to this point.
Right.
It would seem very wasteful to just call it quits.
Go ahead.
So, I first was starting to stare at involved, I should say, in all the parking stuff during the 83 meetings. So this was back, these are the meetings that were being done, that were organized by the Office of House Williams in order to kind of plan what powers might be interesting to have in a community service district and how the state law can be written in order to construct this district. And one of the things we were staring at were parking issues, and I ended up getting heavily involved in that. I was actually in charge of what was the parking subcommittee of this funny little meeting that we had. And we organized a bunch of different, the subcommittees actually succeeded in having people from the city of Goleta, from the UCSD, from Surfrider, from the Sustainable University Now, which has been kind of pushing back on also traffic issues for a while with residents. And one of the things that it was like we had 3 committee meetings, and they were somewhat grueling. There were a bunch of arguments involved in them. The third one I thought was going to fall apart because the Surfrider people showed up and they finally brought their the higher up state Surfrider chapter person instead of state Surfrider person instead of local chapter person. He immediately was like, no, I'm against all of this happening. You shouldn't do this. And the other ones were like, no, you understand. We're here to be pro parking permits today. And he's like, what? That never happens. And they had a huddle. And then they came back and it's like, apparently the parking is so bad here that we actually that our surfing interests are actually improved by having permits. So I guess whatever they're saying, okay. And we had also, I will note specifically one person, we had Bruce Murdoch. And Bruce Murdoch, as a local resident, was one of the people who actually challenged the previous parking permit programs through Coastal Commission and got them all shut down. And he agreed to the plan that we had. And then we brought the plan back to the rest of the 83 meeting and presented it. It was specific, here's the when the permits are going to happen and all sorts of stuff. And immediately I was Paola de la Cruz, who was, I think at the time, EPLA of Associated Students, was like, have you taken into consideration and documented people living in their cars and the impacts you're going to have on them? And she went through a couple of examples of it and effectively just crushed the whole thing. There was no longer any consensus in the room as far as anything we can do. And I say that because that has been my experience working on parking for the past 10 years. So I attended a number of meetings, Associated Students was running meetings on parking. People are parking is an issue. And so you go to those meetings and what do they consider parking? What is the solution they want to see? They want to see more parking. They want to see cheaper parking. They want you to build parking lots, convince UCSB to decrease the cost of parking, figure out how they want more parking. And for what it's worth, if you look back at the discussion of underground parking, that was the redevelopment agency, I think, even had it on their plans. Some people jokingly called it the People's Parking Lot, which was going to go under People's Park, and it was going to underground parking there. And I say this because I think it's an example of one of these situations that comes up where it's you talk to people and they're like, more police, less police. I think what they're looking for is some kind of there's sometimes people want more police for certain issues. They want less police for other things. They want different kinds of policing. I think that you're also running, we're also going to run into this thing heavily with parking in the sense that people want parking enforcement. But I don't feel like we've drilled down into what parking enforcement they're expecting to have, and what parking enforcement we are going to be providing, and how that parking enforcement will end up impacting the various people. And so another background on that thing to keep in mind of all of this is we spent a lot of money on this. I voted to spend all the money on this, but I voted, and I then was one of the two people on the committee and the oversight for the whole thing, and spent a lot of time staring and all this sort of. But I did that because I know it's a problem that one of the problems that we were supposed to solve, not because I think that honestly anyone's going to like the solution we come up with, even in phase one. And I say this because, okay, so now we're at the point of actually implementing this, and we're going to start turning on the enforcement. And actually, a description that somebody gave me, I really like this. It was, I think that it's being the Wild West has provided more benefit per person per day than it has caused harm per person per day. I've actually somewhat enjoyed sometimes the Wild West of parking that's in front of my house, even though, I mean, I bring up like, oh yeah, there's, people parked here. I'm never complaining about it. There's actually some advantages to it. And I think that if you then ask all the people in the area and you say, we're going to increase enforcement, what that's going to do is it's going to make it so there are way less parking spaces. What's going to do is it's going to end up increasing the cost of parking everywhere. It's going to increase the cost of your private parking on your apartments, because a lot of places here, the private parking lots are paid. The way that mine work, it's kind of like capitalism. So there's a certain number of spots that are allocated per unit, but because sometimes some units don't need parking and other times other people do, there's like a charge for the parking spots. And so if you were willing, you pay more, you get more spots, and over time they like adjust the prices of it. Some years there's not many people there, sometimes it's kind of packed, but like if there's a lot less parking in the community, the price of all this parking is going to go up. The amount of times you're going to show up in the community and not be able to park is going to go up. And I just wanted to be clear about, like, maybe that's good. I mean, I'm kind of anti-car, and like I'm also oftentimes pro-capitalism. And so the idea of like saying like, oh yeah, let's just, like limit it, make it scarce, charge for all of it, and like that's the solution for it, resonates with me. But I also think that it is something that a lot of people are going to be very unhappy about. And they're not going to think of that, no matter how many survey results they've answered saying that they would like some kind of enforcement. They're going to say, well, I didn't mean that. and I think that they might even be like very reasonable in saying, well, I didn't mean that. And so I have a very mixed opinion here going into this as far as like what it is like I think we should have done all the studies. I think we did all the studies very well. I was very happy those studies were done, because there was a lot of things we had a lot of unscientific studies. I feel like we did a much more scientific study than has ever been done before. We categorized various aspects of the problem. I think we need to be really careful about how we go ahead with this and what kinds of enforcement we activate and what orders. I think we need to be looking at how to mitigate the pain, or like provide like my little negotiation here, right, on like 72-hour parking thing. I would love to make it so that, like, it's not just like we tend to not enforce it, but I'd like to make it like very explicitly legal that it's okay if you store a car over a break, because otherwise it just feels really problematic to say that everyone has to move their car every 72 hours and you're not here, so everyone has to leave and take all their cars. And why? We didn't need that. But I don't know. I think that this is also, because we're going to be talking about like brand and everything, like this is going to be the #1 touch point in the near future as far as the people's interaction with the district. It's going to go from, at times people have been very happy with, some kind of compost outreach we've done. People have been happy with the IV Beautiful program we do, but no, everyone is going to be interacting with our weird parking enforcement process and the parking enforcement that was done on them and the fines they got and something. And it might not be because we directly even did it, but because we are now the people who are causing this all to happen and are actually, making that enforcement and directing all the funds forward, et cetera. And so, and that's going to have effects on our other programs, the other benefits we're trying to do in the community. I think that this is not something that we should so lightly kind of waltz into and be like, well, clearly there's a problem, here is a solution, this is the solution we need to go for, even if maybe it is the right solution. I think we just need to be really careful with how we do it.
I think that like all that is true, and like we're gonna get so much drawback if we like fully go through the plan. But I also think that like this is cityhood. Like this is like how you like gain more authority, and like cities are hated for reasons. And like it's usually because parking is expensive. Like I think this just gives us a level of authority that increases our chances of bid for cityhood, which like I see as like the biggest goal of IVCSD. And I think increasing our authority gives us more leeway in so many other like facets of like governance that is so important. And I think it's okay to be hated. And because like the long-term benefits of just like public safety, increasing revenue, spreading out revenue are more important than if like someone likes us, you know what I mean?
I would say though that there is some drawbacks to a feisty public in that if we ever want to pass new taxes to like solve the funding issues that have been outlined in this presentation, like we need a public that appreciates what we're doing and thinks that we're doing valuable things. If they think that passing a new tax will then restrict their parking even more, they're not going to vote for that. And so I think that like there is definitely like a very important need to make the public happy, just to ensure the district's solvency in the future. And then in relation to the parking, like your points, I thought that was made a lot of sense. And so like maybe then this like something that should be more focused is just trying to discourage car ownership, not by fining people and punishing people, but by providing alternatives. So that means like investing more in the WAVE program, like working more with Santa Barbara MTP, just trying to do more public transportation so that people, because like the number one reason people bring cars is for groceries. Like I see that all the time. So just more zip cars, more WAVE, more public transportation could alleviate the parking stresses that we're encountering.
I have a small comment.
Let me just share real quickly a couple things that I've written down, which is I agree with what everyone said, and I guess we know who's not running for re-election now after. I'm just kidding. I mean, because I agree with the sense of it that both of you share. It's important to strike a balance between doing what we know is right and doing what we need to do to maintain trust in the community. For me, the motivation behind this is threefold. It's number one, sustainability. We have what I feel is like a really existential mission that we need to change the habits of how people get around because of climate change. This is the number one, car use is the number one thing in our county that contributes to emissions, just full stop. Number two, accessibility. We just got a presentation at the last meeting. The county's going to spend, $7 million on a plan that's going to improve accessibility. We know that it won't if we don't have that be a real thing, if we don't actually have safe paths of travel for people that are mobility impaired. And I think, to be completely frank, I think I weigh that as a priority over the convenience of the average person, because disabled people have such challenges that they, as they try to navigate life in our community. When it comes to solving this problem, I don't expect us to eat the apple in one bite. We need to start by taking a bite out of the apple. It needs to be starting with the lightest touch possible. That goes back to what you were saying about keeping trust with the community and people feeling like we're targeting them. What I see in the phase one is start by just enforcing the existing 15-minute parking regulations, loading zone, red curves around the commercial area, and go from there. Those are existing laws that are just not being enforced at all. And from what I remember Julie, our parking consultant, saying, that's normal, is you start off with the lightest touch possible. If you haven't solved the problem, then you go to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And maybe you come to a certain point where you say, hey, juice isn't worth the squeeze. We've done as much as we can to improve the situation. We haven't solved it, but we're not going to go further with enforcement. Those are all be decisions that we can make along the journey. But we have to take the first step, and that first step is setting up the infrastructure to be able to do any sort of enforcement. I feel that that is incredibly necessary, and it is something that's going to take a lot of staff time. We need, as was described, like an MOU with the county. We need to procure the equipment, and that's not even to mention securing funding. But I will point out one more thing, which is that we might be able to in the future kill two birds with one stone on this, which is that
the SNAP program and them dealing with noise complaints, what do they do during the day? They do parking enforcement. So there could be a nexus there where we can design the job description of the people that are in these jobs in a way that's efficient as well and tackles other needs that we know are out there. Any other thoughts?
Oh,
Sorry,
Richard
I had
had
to
a-
cut you off.
No,
Richard, go
no, it
ahead.
was gonna be off, well, still on parking, but I just noticed like more cities are incorporating the pedal assisted e-bikes, which kind of give a bit more distance than the scooters. And I don't know, maybe getting some of those in town would allow people to go to like Camino or Target, even just to get small things that don't need, you know, like if you need a big load or whatever, you might have to go through the wave service, but if it's like just grabbing soap or something, then I feel like a pedal assist might be more, how do you say that? People would just be, I feel like, more eager to use that service than pedaling on their own, or yeah, I don't know. It comes to the point of convenience at this point, but and whether or not it offsets the cost of the program. But are those private
They are.
entities that have contracts with?
V-Cycle is with the city of Santa Barbara. They've wanted to come connect to Goleta and IV, but they want us to pay for the loading docks for the bikes. It's like 10 to 20,000 a loading dock. So we have to decide, do we want to get those loading docks, pay for them, put them out there? County's not going to do it.
Yeah.
And Goleta would need to do it too, right? Like you could.
City of Goleta would need to change their ordinance too. It's illegal right now.
Yeah.
Would we get a cut of the bike fee though?
No, we'd have to pay for it to exist.
The other thing I would also say with that is like, we already have issues with Lime scooters, and obviously the pedal assisted bikes aren't as big of an issue as a Lime scooter, but like it still is, I don't know, it's similar.
They might end up in the ocean.
It's like, it's just, it's adding more e-clutter.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe that.
Yeah, no, that's a good word.
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scooters have not necessarily lived up to that. Any other thoughts on parking? I mean, this is like, I agree with Jay, like this decision should not be made lightly because this is like allocating a lot of staff time to work on putting together an operations agreement and with the county.
Well, one idea would be like, would you guys want to maybe not delay, because I mean, it's maybe naturally going to get delayed as we figure out the funding, but like say that, let's say we'd say enforcement will be January 26th. And in 25, we'll only focus on expanding zip cars and the education campaign and see how those go. That does like, you know, we can still work on the enforcement as we go, but it's not going to be ready for the fall. Like, let's be real, it's March 1st. And by the way, happy birthday, CSD, it's our birthday. I was going to bring a cake, but yeah, it's our birthday. But yeah, we're not going to get this done by September 1st. Let's just be real about that. I mean, no, even if we moved it the fastest we can move, we're not going to control the others and their complex. We can say we're going to do all these things for sure this year and then lay the groundwork for the other one. But yeah, we can delay the decision.
Also, like if we go all in and like 3 years down the line, it totally blows up in our face. Something huge happens, like can we roll it back?
Well, that's the phase things. Yeah, it's in phases.
In phases, and it'll be a contract at least with the company. Like we can just say, oh, sorry, no more business. We're ending the contract. Everything okay?
Yeah, someone's just dropping empty plastic bottles down the back. Oh.
So my thoughts on the timing are, we have no idea how long it's going to take to get an agreement with the county for how this is going to look. I think that even though we don't have funding, if we want to move forward with this, we should start those discussions as soon as possible.
Yeah. Be ready for them.
And if we, internally decide that the right time for a target launch is fall 2026, then so be it. If we decide it earlier and that we think we could roll it out sooner, then that's it. I will say anecdotally, I seem to remember parking is always worse in winter quarter than it is in the fall quarter because people that live on campus realize they can bring their car and store it here. But That's totally it.
We'll check the data. Are you
I
all
like
ready?
that idea of just making those steps towards infrastructure, because they're a lot, and
Yeah.
they will take time.
Especially given all the other issues that it seems like you guys have working with the county.
Yeah, it's not easy. And the pressure to do this will only grow because 2027 is when the new dorm opens and it's when the sidewalk starts getting built on DP and a lot of the other ATP,
Yeah.
projects happen. So
So we should be ready.
the impetus is there out in the future. Yeah. All right, you guys ready for something fun?
Yeah,
we're gonna-
convince us.
We'll do the brand audit now. So the staff got to do this on Wednesday to guinea pig the system. So you're gonna get the improved version, iterated version. And so Maya's gonna lead us through this. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun. And yeah, and it's gonna start out at first, you're like, oh, what is this? What are we actually really talking
Hey,
about?
anytime
And
you
then
bring
you'll
out
see.
fluorescent Post-its, we're
Right.
having
Oh, it's a
fun.
good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know
Yes.
it's gonna be
I
fun.
sent you the Canva link.
Hi,
because
yeah,
I-
that's what's-
Okay, perfect, because I realized I have to do some typing.
Do you wanna run this here or do you wanna?
Yeah,
I can do
here,
it.
let's, you can, or do you wanna type? There's just a lot of like copy pasting for that embrace.
Oh, yeah, then you do it.
So I'll do that part, yeah.
So I'm on Canva right now. Would you be able to move it or should I just leave it like this?
Yeah, just do it like that, and once we pass like slide 9, we don't even need to put.
Okay, it's all you then.
Yeah, here, come sit over here. Or you're giving me your computer.
I'm gonna use it.
Okay. All right. So we have our brand audits. This is the first workshop of many, and I'll kind of walk you through what our goal is today versus long term. So I'm Maya, by the way. I think I know all of you, but just in case we haven't met yet. So why are we here? We're here because one of our board goals last year was to conduct a brand audit and establish a unified district brand for all of our services and public-facing activities and documents. And so what that process kind of looks like is that we already defined a bit of like a scope of work of like, what is the brand audit? What do we hope to accomplish by doing it this year? And today we're really going to be looking at how to define and describe our desired brand identity. So that's not where we are today. We're not even thinking about today. Today, we're thinking about 20 years from now. How do we see Isla Vista? How do we see ourselves? How do we want to be perceived? And what are we afraid of? What are some fears that come along with that? And so that's what we're going to be diving into. So I want us to try and focus in that future thinking mind frame rather than thinking about where our current brand identity is, because that's a separate workshop that you don't need to worry about yet. So a couple of just key terms so that we're all on the same page. A brand audit is an evaluation of where the brand is at, if our current brand is serving us or not. And the reason why we look ahead is because we see where we want to be and where we are now and then what's missing. Rebranding is the process of completely changing our identity. And then our brand identity as a whole is a collection of all visible and conceptual elements that portray a distinct image of who we are. To our audience, aka Isla Vista, a little overview of what we're going to be talking about today. I kind of already chatted about it, so I'm going to move on. So like I said, today's goal is to define our brand identity in 20 years from now by aligning our organizational values and our long-term goals to serve the community. By defining where we want to be, we'll be able to evaluate what our current brand needs to transform. So this first activity is just describing Isla Vista, our community. So I want you to just take a moment and think, and you can all shout some words out at me of what comes to mind when you think of Isla Vista. So for example, these can be good or bad, and it's actually better if they're both. So think of all the different words. Fun, beautiful, energetic, loud, artistic. These are the kinds of things. We want to stray away from phrases. We'll get into phrases, but just words. Have at it.
Experimental.
Experimental. That's a good one.
Eclectic.
Eclectic. All right, you're not going to be able to judge my spelling. So I'm not good under pressure. Okay. We got lots of words to fill. Shout them out. Anything IB.
Hazardous.
Hazardous. A good one. One thing that we said was ocean. We have an ocean. It's a big selling point for a lot of people in our community. What else?
Outgoing.
Outgoing.
Studious.
Studious.
Youthful.
Youthful, yeah.
Activist.
Social.
Mhm.
Wild West.
Wild West.
Coming in with the real talk over here.
Yeah, that's what we need. Good or bad.
Messy.
Messy.
We said
Mhm.
messy at the stuff one too.
We did.
Dirty.
Dirty.
Said that one too.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. It's okay. It's good.
Disorganized.
We all said that.
Crowded.
Yep.
Cleaner than before. Let's do something to be sort of positive.
Thank you, thank you.
Cleaner, I'll say.
As in cleaner than before.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. What else?
Exuberant.
Exuberance. What else?
Relatively safe.
Safe-ish, I'll put. Yeah. Let's,
Bubble.
a bubble.
Mm.
That's a good one.
I've been sent to independent and oppressed.
We had
Independent.
those two at the
Yeah,
staff one.
we
We're on the
did.
same one.
We also had a
Obviously,
press.
none of this is too. It's all obvious.
All right, 3 more. We got this. It can be super obvious. Like, for example, I'm gonna add this on for us. Party. That was one that
yeah.
came up as well. That is part of what Isla Vista is described as.
Bicycles.
Bikes. Bicycles, I'm gonna write bikes for my own brain.
Deltopia.
Deltopia, beautiful. Okay, so we have this fabulous, wonderful list of words. Let me copy them.
Anything else? Anyone? Don't be shy.
Okay,
I
there's
was also
lots
sent
of words.
organic.
Huh?
I was also sent organic.
We had that one too. Looking at our phone.
Were you cheating? Oh,
I'm not sure if he wants his name said, so.
That's okay.
I don't know how I did that. Deltopia, and I'll just add in organic. Okay, so now as a team, we're gonna start assigning some descriptors to these words. Embrace, shift, or distance. So what does that mean? Embrace means we welcome this as part of Isla Vista's identity. We embrace it. This is something that we know, and we embrace it as our truth. Shift means, okay, this is true, but can we shift the way that we talk about it or that we align ourselves with it, right? Can we shift this perception of IB to something else? Or distance. We need to distance ourselves from this narrative of Isla Vista completely. Okay, so those are the 3 that we're looking at. So when we think of something like fun, do we want to embrace, shift, or distance?
Embrace.
Embrace. All right, what about beautiful?
Embrace.
Okay, so we want to embrace fun and beautiful. What about energetic?
Embrace.
How about loud?
I would say shift.
Shift in what way?
We don't have to worry about that yet. We'll get into that. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
But you can. You can explain if you want.
I have friends that live on the west side that are always like, can't believe you live in IV, it's so loud. I went to stay over at their house. I'm like, it's louder here on the west side than it is in IV.
Exactly. And when we were talking about it and when staff met, it's like, yeah, loud can oftentimes be seen as really negative, but loud can also be kind of a positive, like loud for speaking up for ourselves and advocating for ourselves and loud about the problems we experience. Like that's a way you can shift loud not just the music past X PM, but our feelings and what we need done.
Living out loud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
artistic.
Because I kind of feel sometimes like loud is actually kind of a positive thing, except for the fact that it sounds like a negative thing.
Right.
People usually use loud.
That's where the
So-
shifting comes in.
Yeah, that's why I was
Yeah.
asking what
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
shift are
yeah,
you
yeah.
getting at here? Like,
Yeah, no, from that version of the word, I agree with that.
Okay, how about artistic?
Embrace.
Goodness, I would hope so. All right, experimental,
Embrace.
Embrace.
eclectic,
Embrace.
hazardous.
Distance.
Can't
Distance
even
yourself
shift
from the
that.
cliffs.
Yeah, literally distance yourself. Okay, ocean.
Embrace.
We're gonna get rid of the ocean.
Yeah, completely distance ourselves.
Get rid of
Outgoing.
DP. That's how we solve Deltopia.
Yeah.
Go back to
Embrace.
Yeah. Embrace. Studious.
Embrace.
Youthful.
Embrace.
Embrace.
Activist.
Embrace.
Social.
Embrace.
Wild West.
Shift.
I agree.
It's like an aspect of that with
It's-
also by the hazardous thing, which is that there's like the opposite side of hazardous sometimes is that you are in a like that there isn't a top-down organized way that everything happens that can make everything safe.
Right.
And it's like the Wild
Yeah.
West is kind of related to this in the sense that like the Wild West is hazardous, but there are also fun aspects of the
Yeah,
Wild
I was
West.
Right.
thinking that too.
And so the fact that we're not distancing ourselves from Wild West, or distancing ourselves from the narrow part of hazardous, I think is just a good aspect.
So our Wild West, I guess, in our staff meeting was the word chaos. And I think a lot of people talk about IV in the sense of it's so chaotic, but some people love the chaos, right? Like it's something like, oh, like, you know, organized chaos is almost what we kind of try to strive for in a way. And kind of thinking about Wild West in that same narrative of like, yes, it could have negative parts, but it also could have parts that are important and celebrated and fun. So.
Yeah, like maybe we leave the congested driveways and have that be their own issue, but then like make sure the fire hydrants are accessible.
Exactly. Controlled chaos. Controlled. Okay, what about messy?
Distance. Oh, I don't know. But
Well, I'm trying to
Well-
figure out in my own mind, the difference between shift and distance, because
Mhm.
like for messy and dirty, I want to shift people's perception because we're getting better.
Right.
So that would mean distance. Like we don't want to be
Mhm.
messy or dirty.
Yeah.
Like shifting means like making it a positive, but you can't make like the trash.
Oh,
can stay
okay.
positive.
Yeah, well then distance.
Yeah, I was that was part of when I was asking you, I was confused with whether shift.
We had the same thing
Yeah.
happen in our.
How about disorganized?
Distance.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to say distance, but like it's also like
yeah,
that's just the way that it is disorganized, and we need like I kind of feel like we need to talk about it. We got to call a spade before we can like start to have problems. I mean, how many times today did we sit here and like say, hey, we should fix this, and here, oh, we can't do it because of this person's in charge or this other person's in charge and the buck gets passed. I mean, this is like a major problem.
I think it's hard though to distance from disorganized, but to embrace experimental.
Yeah.
It's that like there's like a halfway between there, like
I kind of agree. Like that's where
I
there
don't think the two are
there's an issue,
opposites
like
at all.
centralization is like good in theory, but then when you realize that you can't enact change, like from the outside, like outsiders should always have an impact on change. And so even if centralization allows us to do change better, it might cut off other people.
So
And
then,
centralization and experimental are not the same thing.
Yeah.
I think you're saying centralization stifles experimenting.
Yeah,
Is that what
yeah,
you're saying?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe enables us to have more powers, but then it cuts other people off from having powers, and like everybody should have access.
so are we feeling more of a shift for this one?
I'm more of a shift, but I think Spencer's looks like.
I don't know what I'm feeling towards it. I feel very strongly that it is a reality and it's a negative reality that I do not like.
Wait, how do we define
But we also could
disorganized?
like embrace it and like take that into like a main consideration when we're evaluating.
We are gonna get into a whole section on fears and how to change those narratives, so don't get
Mhm.
too stuck on that
Okay.
yet.
Sorry.
But no, it's
That's
okay.
okay.
We're just thinking we start off very abstract. So like
I will
abstractly,
go along with what you guys think.
They're saying shift, right?
yeah, I'm gonna shift us and we can always talk more about this in distance when we get to that section. Okay, what about crowded? It is a reality.
Yeah.
It's
I
also not gonna go
I
away.
think it's a shift.
The shift.
Yeah.
I'm either shift or distance. I think there's different things that people mean when they say.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
think when you're talking about people, I think that's like fun. Let's embrace that. But when you're talking about cars, it's a distance.
Right, so I think this would be kind of along the lines of shift, right?
Yeah.
Because shifting anything negative that people might associate with crowded, and then kind of bring in those other components of crowded that, like urbanism. We talked a lot about how urbanism and crowded go kind of hand in hand.
Yeah,
If
San
there's proper
Francisco is very
resources.
crowded, but it's a good kind of
It's
crowded.
like we can be crowded, but we need to have the support for crowd.
Right,
Yeah.
the
Which here
infrastructure.
is like, just kind of let it happen and crowded it up.
And I just feel this is such a loaded term because people use crowded as an excuse to avoid the solutions to crowded.
Mhm.
Like, let's say there was a great new affordable housing development next door to Friendship Manor. It's right next to a major bus stop line. People could say, this is too crowded. We don't need that. We already have too many people. But that's the solution to the crowding is more housing, more transit-oriented development.
Right,
Maybe I'm thinking.
So it's a shift.
it's okay, it's a shift, yeah. Okay, how about cleaner?
Embrace.
Mega embrace.
All right, exuberant,
Embrace.
safe-ish.
Shift towards.
Safe.
Safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, bubble.
I think embrace.
Yeah.
Same.
I think that's one thing that as a student I've like loved about Isla Vista is that it is kind of primarily a student environment, which I think goes hand in hand with the safe-ish when it comes to like night activities. Like that's something I like kind of recognized my freshman year is that when it was night outside, like going to parties or whatever, like I'm maybe not in my most mentally clear state, but I also knew that I was only really going to run into other people my age, which made me feel a lot safer than if I was in a big city in that state. And so in that sense, Isla Vista is a bubble of people that are mostly the same age, which I think can be a good thing. Obviously, like we do know there's longer term residents and stuff. And so then I think I think those they're not a hindrance to the safety of students in any way.
We feel good about that? Embrace?
I'm with embrace.
Embrace? Yeah, okay. Independence.
Shift.
Wait,
Shift?
what do we mean by independent?
I was thinking like,
Who said it, by the way?
Independent,
Did you
like-
say independent?
no.
Jason.
It wasn't actually, somebody else said it, who's not here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I was more so thinking like we're operating independently, and I feel like there's a lot of like independent organizations like the school and like with
Okay, yeah.
government as type of things.
Like
And
the
I think that,
silos.
yeah, I think that we can all become a lot more dependent on each other.
Yeah, so shift like increasing intergovernmental cooperation.
So would we want to even distance ourselves from the word independent?
Well,
For what it's worth,
Good word.
I think that, like, I don't know exactly what was meant, but from what I know of the person who was, I think that it was kind of like targeting into like the bubble aspects a bit
Yeah.
more, like not quite bubble-ish, but like the idea that like,
independent from the county, independent from Goleta.
yes, we are, yeah, we end up being in many ways independent from all these other interloping like authorities that end up trying to decide our fate, and then we kind of like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so shift. I guess.
Shift. Okay, this next one, oppressed. I want us to like take a moment to think about this because this is a big point of discussion for staff, because we know that Isla Vista in many ways is oppressed and exploited. And in some ways we might want to embrace that as part of our identity because that's what we're actively trying to change, right? Do we embrace the fact that Isla Vista is oppressed and that's why we're here to create resources? Or is it something that like in 20 years, we don't want to be associated with oppression at all, because hopefully in 20 years, there's drastic change in Isla Vista and maybe there's less oppression. So you can kind of think about it in both ways, and there's no right or wrong answer to this. So just kind of give us your thoughts, and we'll take more in-depth notes too. So don't be afraid to chat.
I think about where we came from and the like shoulders of the people that we're standing on, the people that were fighting for cityhood in the 60s and 70s, that were dealing with a lot of the same problems that we're dealing with today, not just with governance, but also with property owners and landlords. And I guess to a certain extent, I see that there's so many final bosses out there that I almost am leaning a little bit more towards embracing this. I think that it can be a really galvanizing force to remind people that there are forces that we as a community need to stand up to.
I think that oppressed a lot of like goes along with activists a lot too. And like this like entire city was kind of built on a lot of activism, and like there's still like so much like military like excursion. I don't know if that's the best word, like into Ivy. And there's so many like other factors at play that like we will never be able to totally control. So I think we do need to embrace that.
Okay. I think that's what we landed on too. Awesome. Okay, party.
Shift.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Shift. Bikes.
Embrace.
Deltopia.
Shift.
Right, duh. Oh, look at that. Embrace. I know, right?
Cancel the spring festival.
We're Deltopia.
We should just go out.
Turn the
I know,
spring,
right?
the spring festival hands out plans.
Organic. Oh God. Organic. Last one. Embrace.
Because this is about the community, the people of Isla Vista seemingly, as opposed to necessarily originally like not in this exercise, but going in the presentation, I thought would be focused in our district.
We will.
There's an aspect of this that I think might be worth pointing out is the extent to which the people of Isla Vista might end up the same way that like at least I at times have felt, I mean, a lot of other people have felt Philly, the aspect of that oppression in some ways with the university, even though like I'm part of the university, even though I've been involved in the university, even though I was here because of the university, with the extent to which our organization becomes part of the things that end up oppressing people. And like in the scope of as we start looking into, for example, becoming enforcement agencies, like the aspect of that the community looks at us as part of the system of occasion.
I think, yeah, that's kind of what I was touching on earlier with the disorganized, like where there's a certain limit in centralization where we don't want to cross the line.
I think the difference though is that we are democratically accountable. And so maybe if, you know, democratic is another word that I threw out there small.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I like the existence of our district more than these other potential oppressors for many reasons. Like even the ones that are democratically elected in some ways, they're more diffusely democratically elected. Like the county is a democratic body, but like our voice in the county is very weak, whereas our voice in this district that is very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, we get like what, 1 or 2 people come into the meetings, like some might say that's not very democratic and that we don't interact with the community that much. I mean, my name wasn't even on the ballot. So yeah, I don't know, maybe we do want to try to embrace the democratic aspect of it more.
All right, this is a great segue into activity number 2. Future brand adjectives. So now we're going to start to look a little bit about who are we to our community. And so we're going to shift our focus to our giant sticky notes in the back.
That's how we created the district. It's what's your name?
Fun.
Remember?
Send a picture
So-
of ourselves.
You're going to shout out some words at me. All right, we're going to do these different groups, and I want you to talk about who we should be to them. So, for example, long-term residents. What words should come to mind when long-term residents and families think about the IVCSD?
Respondent.
What?
Respondent.
Respondents.
Advocate.
Advocate.
Resource.
Resource.
Problem solver.
Problem solving.
Accessible.
Accessible. People think about this? Any other words? Long-term residents and or families?
Safe.
Safe. I like that one.
Worthwhile.
Worthwhile.
Dedicated.
Neighbors.
Dependable. Reasonable.
Collaborator.
All right, there's reasonable as well.
Essentially, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to channel
Yeah,
some of the
I know
long-term.
what, I know what you're doing.
You need that. You need that. That's the point. Yeah.
You're a long-term resident on the board.
Well, I'm channeling long-term residents that don't like us, and I'm trying to add the opposite.
Yes, I feel good about this list. You feel good about this? Okay. What about other government agencies? What should they think about? What words come to mind?
Cooperative.
Cooperative.
Partner.
Oh, same thing.
Football. Partner.
Partner.
Yeah.
Innovative.
Accountable.
Dependable.
Adult.
Mhm.
Talented.
Well, purveyors.
Purveyors.
Purveyors. Yeah.
Purveyors.
What is that? Wait, what is that? I mean, I know what the word means, but like.
Just like people come to us for resources or like we're the givers of the community.
Professional.
Professional.
We definitely picked that one as well.
Smart.
On the ground.
That's a good.
Accessible. But
Yeah.
that's
You can double up. So you'll see it. They'll all add up.
Informed. I guess that's kind of on the ground, yeah.
Oh, that's
This
good.
Ooh, I'm debating on whether or not I should say this one because it
Say it.
sounds so bad. Powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Respectful.
Okay. Let's do these in two different groups. Let's start with community partners. How do we want our community partners to think of us?
Wait, who exactly do you mean by community?
Community partners, nonprofits,
Okay.
people we work with in the community, local businesses, I think
Okay.
would fall into this.
Yeah.
Vendors,
Clubs.
clubs.
Groups,
Yeah.
Innovative.
This might be debatable, but leadership.
That's a great one. We are the leaders.
Supportive.
Resource.
Talented.
Partner.
Fun.
Yeah. That's good for me. Okay. How about students? What do we want students to think of us?
That we exist.
Love that.
Resource.
Resource.
Knowledge.
There's another word for
Think
hip.
of us. Period.
It works.
think it's fine.
It's
Accessible.
fun. accessible. I'm gonna add on to that because I think there's a little nuance in it, but why am I blanking? Inclusive.
I like it.
Because providing accessible options is how you can become inclusive, but I do think that there's some differences in the
Responsive.
Oh,
responsive.
So what's yours?
I didn't then mean, like, when I said accessible, I didn't mean like from an accessibility standpoint. When I said accessible, I meant like that we're not like in an ivory tower somewhere,
Yeah.
impossible to,
How about approachable?
Yeah, well, that's a good, I like that one.
Approachable is good, yeah.
Safe.
Safe.
Students. There's
Yeah.
students on the
Yes.
board.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's good, that's
That's
good.
good.
I'm gonna put alumni too.
Opportunistic.
Opportunistic. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I guess resources are there. Never mind.
Okay. So, a couple key things that I'm seeing across a lot of them. We've got safe, right? Safe. We've got resource. I think that's in most of them. Resource. We've got accessible. Innovative.
Partner. Or like
Partner.
respond. I don't know. I just see it in two of them.
Other gov and community.
I want to do partner, neighbors.
But yeah, neighbors.
Alumni. Partner. Yeah, I think responsive was a good one. Yes. Responsive.
It's on the long term one.
Dependable. I'll include that in
Respondent.
there.
Yeah. First, yeah.
Yeah. Dependable. Collaborator. Yeah, we'll go into these a little more depth, but we see some common themes, right, across all of these. We want to be dependable. We want to be innovative. We want to be accessible to all of these different groups. So now that we've got this initial brainstorm here, I'm going to run into that
Yeah, let's
a couple times. I don't think I'm going to move very
Speaking
much
of
more.
accessible.
Right? For me, able body. Okay, so now we're gonna look at our sticky notes. You should have sticky notes somewhere near you. If you don't, raise your hand and we'll pass them around. On different sticky notes, you're gonna write 3 to 5 different adjectives that you associate with the ideal future brand of IVCSD. So do 3 to 5, as many as you want. Make sure you put them on different sticky notes, and when you're done, come stick them up here and we'll talk about it. So you can don't feel like you need to invent new words. You can fully use words that already exist.
Wait, where am I sticking on?
on the whiteboard.
To this
Okay,
whiteboard.
okay.
Now we're moving to the whiteboard. Yeah, and 3 to 5. Richard, you can participate too.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
you didn't
yeah,
get to. You have some sticky notes?
May I please? Oh, I got it. Thank you so much.
Keep your notes.
We already did it. We were
It's
here.
just,
Oh,
yeah, it's just-
I see what we're doing. Oh, inclusive.
Thank you, Abby.
I feel like I might need a little more context. Like I look at some of these things and I think of like the places where we might be the weakest or want to like,
So
constitutional.
this is
That's not what
just
you're
who you
saying.
want
You're
us to
saying
be in 20 years.
Ideal brand.
Ideal
How
brand.
would someone describe us 5 words in the future?
And this is like a random person. We're not like
Any
we
person.
just carefully divided the world up into all these different categories.
But now we're
It's
just
a
one.
combination of all of them, like the agglomeration. That I guess not agglomeration. What are the top words?
It's less about them now and it's more about you. doesn't matter what, I mean, obviously they all matter. That's why we did that first as like a guiding exercise, but this is less about what we want from them. This is more of like what Jay views the brand identity should be in
And yeah,
20 years.
we'll do this with the other groups. We'll be doing this like focus groups. These, the students will get this and they'll be asked, what should the ideal future brand be?
But this is just
for the board.
the board, yeah. No. Sorry. It's important. Yeah, she does.
Our stickies are not.
Oh, okay. They're sticky. They're sticky and not.
Here's one that works.
Yes.
Can't even-
But I'm also gonna yell it out. So if you want.
In the words of Kirsten from a previous, I think I'm liking this. What did she say though? Does anyone remember that?
Yeah, I do. Where is she today?
Unavailable.
Unavailable. Did you just throw yours away?
No, those are actual ones.
Oh, okay.
Because I wrote more than 5 and then I pared it down a
Then
little bit.
you decided to follow the instructions.
Yeah, exactly.
When all else failed.
Yeah, exactly.
3 to 5.
I
Which one
combined
else failed? 3
2
to
into 1.
Which is what we're doing essentially with all these words.
Oh,
Not to one word, but
Well, there you go.
you'll see.
there you go, boss. The last
Oh. Oh, this is a good one. Oh. All right.
one. We need more.
So I'm gonna read you all these words and then we're gonna group them together how it makes sense to us, okay? So we've got professional, powerful, dependable, accessible, responsive, transparent, accessible, adaptive, innovative, powerful, competent, networked, feeling of ownership, resource, collaborative, well-known, hardworking, innovator, resourceful, energetic, progressive, innovative, effective, responsive, approachable, humble, worthwhile, accountable, innovative, hip, and representative. We got a lot of words.
Those are a lot of different words.
There's a lot of different words. So I'm going to start by grouping some of the ones that I saw multiple of. So we've got innovative. That's a big one. Innovative. Where?
Right,
I had one of those. I was innovator.
yeah, it's to the right and it's up in pink.
Okay, there we go. Innovative. I also saw resource. resource. Accessible is another one of repetitiveness. Accessible. How do we feel about progressive? Do we feel that goes hand in hand with innovative? Yeah? Okay. Accessible, innovative again. What'd you say?
There's two responsive.
Responsive.
Oh, and there's another one in red.
Where?
To the right.
Responsive, yep. We've got
Couple of them
accessible,
fell off.
powerful. That one in my innovative pile. Okay. So, where do we feel? I would put, how do we feel about grouping competent and professional together?
Yeah,
You feel confident about that? Okay.
you can probably put powerful with that too.
Powerful with that as well. Okay. What about hardworking?
Yeah, just put that there too.
Yeah.
Work ethic.
Okay. How about dependable? We could do resource. We could do professional. We could do
I think you go with professional.
Yeah.
professional. Yeah, dependable. How about adaptive? We feel like that maybe goes with innovative.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about accountable? I see accountable and I also see transparent. To me, those seem like they might go together. Yeah. Accountable,
And
transparent.
there's another accountable down there in yellow. Right? Or
This
is-
is accessible.
Oh, never mind.
But I feel like that's kind of similar vein.
Yeah. You can group accessible with that.
Can we move dependable over there or?
No, I think it's.
One of mine was approachable.
Approachable. Yeah. Let's put that
That
one
goes
in
with
there.
that, yeah.
Yeah. Approachable, accessible, transparent. How about effective? Where do we feel effective would be most effective?
Powerful professional.
Yeah.
Powerful professional, yeah. How about advocate? Do we feel like maybe resource?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh,
god.
It's okay. It's okay.
Like they're kind of sticking? Okay, advocate.
I think it's because I wiped it down.
Oh, it's okay. Network.
That was,
Oh, with the salt.
I wrote that in the
Oh,
vein
yeah.
of like, come,
My fault.
like working with other government organizations.
I'll go get some
like,
tape.
There's some back there, yeah. So network and collaborative.
yeah, like I mean, I meant networked in the sense of like working with other government organizations, like in sync and like.
So how do we feel about responsive? We can group networked and collaborative with responsive.
Yeah, okay.
Does that feel right? Or do you think it would be like more of like resource?
I think it would be more responsive than resource.
Responsive?
just in how I wrote it, yeah.
This one? Oh, wait, no. You said advocate for resource,
Yeah,
right?
advocates.
And then-
Humble and worthwhile left.
It's Jay's weird word.
I was gonna say we're making.
Don't worry,
Jay
I've
cat.
got a weird one still up there too.
Before we go there, how about feeling of ownership? Where do we feel that feels most comfortable? We've got like professional, we've got responsive, collaborative, we've got resourceful advocate, we've got transparency and accessibility.
I think it probably goes there. I
Yeah.
wrote it. That's where I feel like. it
Feeling of
goes,
ownership?
yeah, this one.
Okay. What about well-known?
Accessible, right? Or
I think it goes
resource,
with
maybe
powerful.
resource.
Or accessible, transparent.
Who wrote that one?
Or it could be
That's that.
resourceful.
What do you, where you? Powerful, effective.
I would say if anything with powerful.
So powerful is like with professional. Does that feel right for you?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to.
I feel like, I don't know. I don't really know if it fits in any of the categories
We could
necessarily.
separate it. Honestly, we don't have to, it doesn't have to fit. at all.
Okay, I feel like I'm more realizing, I think, what you meant by that.
I meant
Yeah.
more just like well known, like people know about it, like the name
Awareness.
gets around, there's an awareness, yeah.
I would almost say like,
That's,
it could maybe even go with like resource and like resourceful, like the fact that like we need to make sure they're well known, but I like keeping it kind of on its own. What about energetic? Where do we feel this
Possibly bottom right.
with innovative?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, what about humble?
To the extent to which we're expanding the one that's in the mid right there with the, to the extent to which we're expanding that one to start taking into account like the Spencer's one, which I already forgot what it said.
Feeling of
Feeling of
ownership?
ownership.
Feeling of ownership, I think you start to like expand that one. Actually, it probably encompasses my worthwhile too. I didn't ask.
Worthwhile?
I'm with you on
Yeah.
that.
There's like, yeah.
It might even include hip.
I don't know. Hip, I feel is kind of bottom right.
More than-
Innovative?
yeah.
And then how about representative?
That's the
accountable.
The accountable one, yeah, the
Accountable
top
one?
right.
Okay,
What's worth it? My thought on the well-known one is that in some sense, it's like, the premise here is that given the knowledge of the brand, what do you think about the brand? And so this looks like a meta one, right? Like this is, we're
Yeah.
saying that we
That's what I
want.
was thinking too. It's in the center because it's all of
it is.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
it's like giving knowledge of the brand. We're not asking whether you think it's well-known or
It's
not.
the-
We're trying to figure out whether or not anybody else. So
It's the existence.
Yeah.
You wanna know, you want all these things to be well known.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I like it. We're keeping on its own. So we've got this first category: professional, powerful, dependable, effective, hardworking, and competent. Do we feel that there's one word out of all of these that kind of encompasses the group really well? As we're trying to find like
Can you say the words again?
professional, powerful, dependable, effective, hardworking, and competent.
I think dependable kind of encapsulates all of that.
Dependable? How do we feel?
I
I love. Okay, so
Either
let's
that
put
or effective.
Yeah, I like effective.
we could do both.
Competent.
I feel like dependable could be more loaded because there's an implicit thing that like, I can depend on you to like do what I want.
That also dependable could be closer to like the accountable one.
Yeah,
too.
I think dependable doesn't belong there, and I think effective.
Okay, let's do effective.
Powerful.
Oh, no. No, I think effective is a good, lots of different effectiveness.
Yeah.
Right? Because that means that we're competent and professional and powerful because we're effective. We're getting to the point.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, let's think of this one. Responsive, networked, and collaborative. Is there a way that we want to group that into like one common trend? Or one word that kind of prevails and groups them all really well?
Oh, I think actually responsive, that was one of the ones, I think it fits more in the top right category of responsive, like with the transparent ones.
With all these?
Yeah, the responsive.
So we
from
can kind of
top.
group these two?
No, I mean, I
Just
meant
the
the one
The blue
sticky
one,
note.
the
The-
blue one.
Well, there's 3 responsive
Oh,
in here.
Oh,
They all
oh.
3 say responsive.
Oh, okay.
So
I just kind of think this started to get grouped. What was it? It was responsive. What was the third one?
responsive, networked, and collaborative.
I think the collaborative starts to fall under there too, particularly as we said, once we started putting approachable and another one,
accessible.
accessible.
So maybe here we write collaborative. Because that
Yeah,
seems to
Yeah,
be a
that
big
seems
one,
like its own kind of thing.
right?
Yeah.
But then let's move this responsive and networked over into this category we're kind of working with, where we have worthwhile, feeling of ownership, transparent, approachable, humble, representative, accessible, accountable. What is all that saying?
I think that's both
Democratic.
transparent and
Yeah.
dependable.
Yeah, I like it. It's like.
Maybe there are a couple notes from the right, we should move to the
Accessible.
left instead of moving all the ones from the left to the right.
that's
Yeah,
true.
we also, we're just grouping, we're just trying to make
Yeah,
sure.
that's what, right, that's what I'm saying, is that maybe they are 2 groups, but maybe instead of saying that some of these things in the left or the right, maybe it's like some of the stuff that's over in the right needs to go over to the left.
What are
Like
our
kind of
two
break down
If we
categories?
grab approachable and move it to the left, for example, what is that, how does that start to change the dynamics?
Yeah,
yeah,
put it.
No, not, no, no,
The
up,
word.
up,
For sure.
right,
Yeah,
so now,
I think we should just make two.
as we start to, like, because we've got like an aspect of what's going on the right, which is this like feeling that like the district works for us and should be
doing things that we wanted to do. And
Yeah.
then there, which is slightly different from the feeling of the district works with us, which is kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah, so.
So representative could be the word.
Right,
right?
it's right there, actually.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what I was,
Yeah,
She was pointing at it.
yep.
I think for that one, representative is good, but I want to go beyond that to be more participatory representation, like participatory democracy.
So
I
maybe
think
just-
that's what.
maybe democratic.
Yeah. I like
Democratic.
Democratic.
Yeah, that's a
We
good
can
one.
do both of those. Democratic,
But I really want, like, the participatory part is the thing that is like important here.
so like
If that makes sense.
community? Is that too broad? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because we are all like part of the same community?
No.
What I
Participate, like we
started to-
participate.
Where all three of my posted notes, and three of which were over on the right until I tried to help by moving one to the left. What I did is I just channeled, what do I hate about the brands of other governments? And I opposited that. And so I started thinking like, what do I dislike about the county? And so it's like, I might dislike that the county is at times opaque. And I dislike the fact that the county at times thinks that it knows better than the people. I dislike the county. And I was like, how can I fix those things? And so that's why I kind of like the democratic more than like, but like the thing word you just had, I didn't like that word. Like, it's just like this feeling of like trying to.
Okay, what if I do this? What if I move this into the idea of being well known and we pull some of these ideas of like what we want to be well known for, like worthwhile, the fact that our brand is worthwhile, the fact that we're humble, the fact that this feeling of ownership, which I think could maybe go a little bit more representative, but what you're trying to saying is like the participatory, like we are all in this together, right? Which kind of, I think, when I'm hearing you talk, goes very hand in hand with being humble.
But isn't it also hand in hand with being transparent and accountable? Like it's the idea that like we own the government doesn't own us. It's like I like spent like whatever, I forgot what the message word again. It was like
Feeling of ownership.
feeling of ownership. Like, and that to be
Yeah.
verified, like I got that as like a feeling that like we have ownership over the gun.
Isn't that
Yeah,
cooperative?
and like that's why, and there was like this feeling then that like, and that's where it's like the government is transparent because I own the government. The government doesn't own me. The government is accountable to me because I own the government.
Yeah.
The government will be
Accountable.
humble because I own the government.
Accountable
The
could-
government doesn't control me, I control the government.
Yeah.
So I really like
Yeah, 'cause
Spencer's like,
The whole point of why I'm emphasizing participatory is because words like accountable and representative inherently have a barrier between the agency and the people.
Oh, yeah, I see. That's true.
Like, we want the community to
To be
involved
involved, yeah.
in the decision.
Taking down the
I
barrier.
like this. Yeah, this is, yeah, so
So like this.
Participatory democratic representative.
Change the D in democratic to be a small d and we'll less we get accused.
Got it.
Oh, one.
So then
what
we've got
you have? You were saying
resource.
something that turned out-
Resourceful, this is pretty much this group with advocate. And then this is essentially all innovative, progressive, energetic. Do we want to just stick with innovative or do we have a?
Let me say why I put innovative is part of this. I'm not sure if we're still doing this now, but it's think about where we are in 2045. And so innovative and progressive are two different things. Progressive is like we're always trying new things and doing it in a way that centers inclusivity as part of our values. Innovative is, or innovator is what mine was like we have already innovated because being ambitious and thinking about 2045.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Should we?
So in a
just-
way, I was almost going to say take progressive away from there, but it fits best there out of everything.
Doesn't have to. I like innovator. We could put innovator for this. Innovator. And progressive.
Inclusive might even be a better like way of.
Like maybe like resource inclusive. Kind of grouping those together.
What do we mean when we say resource for people who put resource?
I have resource and resourceful.
Oh.
So I think like looking to us
And
or our
advocate,
brand
and
identity.
I honestly, I would take progressive, put it back under innovator, and I would take those two resource ones and put them in the left under effective. Like to the extent to which we're resourceful, we're effective, like that's why.
I see, yeah, that's good. And if advocate is like powerful, we're getting things done, even if it's not us doing.
Okay, worthwhile putting this, but I mean, they're all connected. The point is that they're all connected. We're just kind of trying to group some themes.
Yeah. They're all
So,
connected, they're all very non-sticky.
yeah,
Yeah.
right? They're all
The
You
connected,
can
they're all
blame
different.
me, you can blame me on the. I'll fix it.
Okay, so what we have effective, collaborative, participatory, democratic, representative, innovator. How do we feel about those as our top priority adjectives for our future brand in 20 years? Good? Yeah? I think that sounds pretty
The
powerful.
next step, they're gonna come with a color scheme that
No,
no. What
No,
color?
you guys are gonna
Is a
love this
collaborative.
section.
We're nowhere near that, we're nowhere near that, no.
Do you think a circle or a triangle better represents
Do you
the
need the other
feeling of
words?
No,
representative?
but I think that's-
No way,
Not purple.
no way, no way, I'm not.
spend our budget on making a big
So-
table, round table, wooden table.
I'm trying to get us through this because I know we only have an hour and I want to keep us mindful of time, but this next one I know is gonna be a chatty one. So while focusing on what we want to be is really important, it's also important that we start to address what our fears are and what we could become if we're not careful. Misconceptions we want to avoid. So what if our potential perceptions misalign with our organizational goals? Like, for example, being seen as out of touch, overly bureaucratic, solely associated with the party culture. These are all things that we might want to avoid in this next 20 years chapter of who we are. So we're going to look at 3 questions and we're going to do them one at a time. So don't skip to question 3 or question 2. We're starting with question 1. What are the biggest fears that we have about how we, the IVCSD, could be perceived? So not thinking about narratives about Isla Vista yet, just thinking about the IVCSD. What are some ways?
Could just be perceived the way they can't perceive.
Yeah, well, there you go, let's write that down.
All right, hold on.
Just put the count.
It's like when you go to the bathroom and there's like a.
Oh, no.
That's the equivalent of this sticky note right now. All right. Love a good school whiteboard. All right, we're gonna break this in half. We're just gonna talk about us for a second. So, what are the biggest fears about how we can be perceived by the community?
Overly bureaucratic.
You guys can keep just shouting them out.
Wasteful.
Incompetent.
Insular means working in silos.
It's like a bubble within a bubble, like just.
We
we
only care about ourselves. We only- I was thinking about some other government agencies.
Shade. Okay, next.
Irrelevant.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Overbearing.
Not being perceived.
Oh,
Ignored.
Ignored, yeah. I suppose that's irrelevant.
Keep it going. Do we want to be associated or do we want people to think that we're supporting the party culture?
Isn't,
Promoting the party
wait,
culture?
is that
Yeah.
the next
can we?
question?
Well, us keep talking about us. Do we promote could that be a fear? Is that we promote?
I mean, the only person accusing that of that is Tesla.
But is that a fear that you want to avoid?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah?
I think I also want to avoid the fear of being oppressive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do that. Impressive.
Avoid, no, avoid being so oppressive.
What else? What are some fears of how people could perceive us in 20 years? That would be damaging to our ability to serve the community.
I don't really feel like promoting party culture is necessarily as relevant. Like, I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like that's something that we're really accused of. And like,
Or will be.
and I wouldn't want to be oppressive and like trying to make IV something that it's not. Like IV does have partying.
Yeah.
And I think that like the conflicts that have happened have partly been because of like oppressive forms of
That's true, yeah.
like organizations trying to like change that. So I don't really know.
Yeah. We want to shift, not distance.
Right, which is okay. And we want to be talking about these things that other people could say. And it's not saying that we aren't trying to do things to support.
What about not promoting, but like being associated with party
There you
culture?
Is there a difference between drug use and party culture?
I think so.
We said in our staff one, abuse, substance abuse.
Yeah.
We don't want to be associated with substance abuse.
Okay,
I agree
so
with that.
Yeah,
is that
let's,
like allegations of like, I don't know, I'm thinking like the vending machine providing needles, is that what you're talking about?
Not that, just
Oh,
being
no,
like,
no,
do we
sorry.
support like the abuse culture now? We don't
yeah.
support that. Like,
Well, we don't believe that. Some people might.
Yeah.
Actually, that is a common narrative.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking about that,
it's-
yeah.
that we would
So-
support the,
Yeah,
drug
passing out
abuse.
needles in
Drug
Narcan
abuse.
is endorsing that.
Yeah. Cause that's like, yeah, I think it's like, it's okay to party, just don't overdose and go to the hospital.
Yeah, safe partying.
We can do supporting drug/alcohol abuse. Do we feel better about that? Okay.
Then like unsafe, I think. It's like
Unsafe?
the blanket term.
Right, so like
We are, yeah, safe, like, we're not safe.
that we are
Top,
unsafe,
yeah.
okay. That
We
we
wanna
as
be.
the
or
IVCSD
like not valuing safety,
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll write that.
devaluing
Oh, I
safety.
see what you,
Yeah,
I see what you mean, yeah,
Okay, yeah.
I'm just gonna write do not value safety.
I had to go to Google for this one and look at synonyms, and I came up with starry-eyed. And that,
Sorry, I.
yeah, it goes along with like
Naive.
naive, and I feel like it's connected to ignore.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no,
Oh, I think naive is important,
Neglect.
but I guess it's.
We can do that
Yeah.
together, naive, neglect.
Well, it goes with ignore.
Yeah. We also don't want to be neglectful.
Neglectful.
Neglectful, yeah, that's a good one.
That's.
Maybe like 1 to 2 more fears that we have. Unless we feel good about this.
We're running out of time, yeah, sadly.
Okay, now let's talk about stereotypes or narrative about Isla Vista that we want to address. So instead of thinking about fears of what other people perceive about us, what are fears that other people perceive about Isla Vista? What are some negative things that people perceive about Isla Vista?
Dirty. Drugged.
overly crowd. I mean, this is where I'm kind of thinking about just the crowdedness of it. But I guess I can just.
Yeah, it's like narratives about Isla Vista that we would wanna.
Yeah, because that's kind of what I think.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things I think about when I think about
Yeah.
Isla Vista.
Yeah.
Is congestion.
I have this whole thing about how density and overcrowding are not the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree.
So I think I'm fine with, well,
Yeah, because
if it,
I like density, but I don't like congestion.
the practice is, what are the stereotypes that we should address?
The negative stereotype.
The negative stereotypes.
Yeah.
Then it would be density,
Wait, isn't density like?
but it's a negative stereotype. People are saying it's dense, but it's really totally crowded. Does that make
So
sense?
just put slash density and then like put a heart on
Sorry,
density
I'm
and like.
All right, well, we're still on time. Is this really all the negative perceptions that we have of Isla Vista?
Uniquely bad.
Well, people do think we are uniquely bad. If you go canvassing in Santa Barbara.
Especially in the context of other colleges.
Right, uniquely
Oh,
bad.
yeah. I was thinking like environmentally harmful. Like in terms of like,
Yeah.
this kind of goes into, like dirty, like that's what I'm thinking of, like seeing like solo cups just in the
Mhm.
streets.
Well, no, people like move out.
Yeah,
That's how
move out.
a lot of people see us just on that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, it's a crazy place. It doesn't take care of the environment.
Resource drain.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to discredit halfway houses or transitional housing, but maybe a narrative of like the houseless run rampant or something.
That is a narrative, yeah.
Immature.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Related to that, I don't want to summarize it in a couple words, but there's just the notion that because Isla Vista are young people who might only be here a short period of time, but their opinion is not only doesn't matter, but that their opinion is harmful and should not
Yeah.
affect anywhere else in the county, and that their vote should be disenfranchised.
I don't know how to say that.
Is it too young?
It's not that. It's like not invested or something.
Not
interested.
credible.
Yeah.
Not invested?
Not invested equals discountable.
Yeah, discountable. Yeah, not invested in discountable. Yeah.
All right.
Accountable transients.
Yes.
Huh?
Well, just put slash
Just
transient,
tolerable
just
transient.
because that's what they're getting at, the negative perception.
Yeah.
But transient, yeah, perfect. Not homeless.
Good?
That's yeah.
All right. So, based on all of these misconceptions, in order to kind of create some counter strategies, we're going to go through these and think about an alternative phrase or sentence to reframe these ideas. So, for example, IVCSD is overly bureaucratic. Instead of saying overly bureaucratic, we could say something like, the IVCSD works to be incredibly transparent through bureaucratic processes in order to ensure that tax dollars are being well spent. You know, like something like that. So we're thinking of almost like a counter sentence to, let's say someone in the press comes up and says,
I think the example you have is really
yeah,
good.
okay, so
Do we,
It was a really good example.
Yeah.
do we have all of our budgeting info like on the publicly available on the website?
yes.
Okay.
So let's, I mean, I gave you the example for overly bureaucratic, we can stick with that, we can do a different one, but
I
let's,
think this on the screen is.
no, I know, but I want to get through the list. Yeah, so wasteful. How can we reframe or think of any way to respond to the narrative that the IVCSD is wasteful?
We're meeting gaps in services.
So the IVCSD is meeting gaps in services that support wasteful activity in our community.
No. I'm saying like this, the counter to
Mhm.
people saying we're wasteful is no, we are meeting gaps in services that
Right.
exist.
Right.
Okay.
We're not wasting money. We're doing what needs to be done. Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so what about the IVCSD is incompetent?
IVCSD works effectively within their areas of authority to create good things for the community.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Fabulous. The IVCSD is insular and they only care about themselves.
IVCSD works collaboratively with the dozen or so other government agencies and myriad of other community nonprofits.
Let's just do two more of these. We're out of time.
Okay,
Does anybody want to pick?
anyone you'd like?
Starry-eyed, the naive one, how do we change that? I know I don't have an answer for it. I was
Okay.
sorry, I don't know if you were
How do
ready
we
for that.
respond?
I was like, that's one that I think we should.
have a response
IVCSD
to
is
that.
starry-eyed or naive.
The IVCSD is proud of our progressive, inclusive values and doesn't compromise them to achieve practical wins. Success.
Awesome.
We're not stuck in the past or to like, we're not stuck with other people's requirements. We get what we want to, what we know is needed.
Do we feel like we want to do any more of these IVCSD ones? Or are we ready to go to the IB community? Okay. Any ones you want. We've got dirty, drug abuse, overly crowded, density, uniquely bad, environmentally harmful,
Let's do the
resource
crowded
drain.
one. I think we had a lot
Some of these are also like not so much stereotypes, but realities.
Right.
Like I think, yeah, that maybe we shouldn't try so hard to reframe, instead
You
just
can
try to
also
focus.
embrace and
Yeah, or like
acknowledge.
just instead address like what we're doing to change them.
Yeah.
Because we are.
Mhm. So how would you say that for the IVCSD overly crowded density? Maybe reference people to.
I would explain like the primary population of one of the biggest California like public universities.
Yeah, speaking, so what's true, embracing the fact that it is overly crowded, you don't need to.
But also, one of the benefits of that is that you're in constant contact with other people. And so you have the benefit of ideas spreading quickly and feedback occurring spontaneously.
Diverse
ideas.
Yeah.
I'd also add something about the decades of poor planning decisions have made it so that people have to live with 3 or 4 people in a room.
Yeah.
which is why
People planning decisions made by people that did not live through.
Yeah. No, that's good. And that's what we do tell people, is that we got here because of other people.
Okay, awesome. Do we have any other feelings on this before we move on?
Uniquely bad. I just want to share with that one. My thinking is that there are college campuses all across the country, but we do not have unique challenges. We have a lot of similar challenges to what other college communities face, and we should embrace that similarity. I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
We're not uniquely bad because we have Berkeley has the dumping on move out too. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, great. Last but not
This
least,
is the best part.
we are going to do one sentence that positions us. So please use your sticky notes. You're going to do 3 different sticky notes. We are the blank organization that blank for the community. Our role in the future will be blank. I'm going to write this up on the board. Take some time, write your sticky notes, and when you're ready, you can come and bring them up here.
Can someone say again the like 5 or 6 words that we just came up with?
Effective, collaborative, participatory, democratic, representative, and innovator.
And of course, tweak the words to fit the sentence. But we tweak the sentence to fit the words. And I think let's just do shout outs for this one once you're ready, and then maybe we'll write the words down like in a row under this. So we finish this time today.
You like the word "for"?
Yeah, the one that staff sentence didn't use the word "for," so yeah, I think it's for you to use.
Because I'm
But you
realizing
can-
just how much of the sentence I'm having to
Delete.
strain to make that forward. Okay.
Give me a sticky
Before
note.
I do, we advocate for the community.
Yeah, you could say it. You could say. Oh, no.
I love the thought. I love it.
I made it bigger.
We are the Democratic.
We're the local organization.
Yeah, let's just do,
I
I
like
guess,
that.
let's do a
Oh, I
round
like
table. You want
that.
to start, Jay?
I mean, we are the hip organization.
There you go. You want to do
That serves
it's like an
the
ad lib,
community.
you know?
Any other words? We are the blank org.
Well, let's let each of them do their sentence all at once. Yeah. You haven't done your second part of your sentence? Who's ready? Who's ready to do their full sentence?
Oh,
We are the responsible organization that advocates for the community.
There you go. Thank you.
we're the like, I think local. I like the local. I think that should be emphasized.
So you put it in your sentence.
We are the local org
It's all
that.
yours.
Well, I like the word advocate.
Jerry's is much better than what I was coming up with.
I like the local.
This is
The second one.
That services the community.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, we're the community organization that services the community.
Just say it's like, emphasize it.
You got a limited
See,
vocabulary
we're
or
just like,
what?
always common denominator.
What else?
The internal organization?
You know, when we talk about people knowing who we are, this is like the one sentence we'd use to explain who we are.
Yeah, no, not community, sorry. We are the district organization that services the community.
We're the special.
We are the community service district. We are.
We're the community service district that serves Island.
Alright, we're
I had,
gonna-
I had Democratic on the first one.
Let's bring it back.
That's why I really like Carrie's, because my brain started going down something that just felt like a rote description of what a community service district was. And Carrie's, I felt, actually lifted it above a bit.
We'll pick a top winner.
Yeah, we'll pick-
One's gonna win. One's gonna win. One's gonna win. Yeah.
Any other things for the second half of the sentence?
Changes,
Oh,
I like that. Partners.
improves,
Represents.
Leads.
Enhances.
Okay, we really don't need, like, we're trying to condense, so,
We're trying to pick.
yeah, maybe like only shouting that you're like really feeling.
Well, then let's vote on this. What do we think well, not a vote, we're not.
So we are the district organization that advocates for the community. We are the democratic organization that services the community. We are the responsible, the local, the community, the internal, advocate, services, changes, partners, improves, represents.
I think I want to vote for local on the first one, just because I think that's what makes us unique.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because
Consensus?
all those
Alright.
other words you could apply to like the county.
Okay, so what do we feel about for the second half of the sentence?
I like advocates.
Advocates?
I kind of like changes or like improves.
I'll put a vote for represents.
I think improves is probably my favorite. I appreciate advocate and represents, but we're more
You do
than
more
just.
than-
Yeah,
We can do both.
because we need to be
Okay.
responsible
You've won me.
for that.
No, no.
Yeah, you've won me.
I don't think it's advocate. I think let's just do improves it stronger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we're supposed to be responsible to the advocates
I almost like serves,
that serves the community. That
not
Oh,
services.
Services, oh,
Because
okay.
Well, services is like, that seems like trash collective, like.
I think
Yeah.
I mean, I think improve, because improve like emphasizes a forward thinking mentality.
Okay,
It's not, we're not just doing basic things,
Wait,
we're
yeah.
trying to expand our services.
awesome. Let's look at the second sentence. Our role in the future will be,
Inclusion.
City.
powerful?
Yeah, that's probably.
I like
that's a
that,
good
yeah.
one. That's good.
Incorporating.
Well, hopefully these are the city's roles too, because in 20 years, there's a city, it's got these two.
Essential.
Oh, that's a really good one. That's how we will know, by being essential. That you have to know us, then you know us.
Yeah. Oh.
Integrating.
Does the dictionary pull up?
I don't call me out like that.
Cooperatively creating our existence.
Cooperative.
All
It's
right,
one word, it's one.
Oh, gee.
Sorry, no, it is one word.
cooperative.
Yeah.
Okay, so our role in the future will be, what do we feel best identifies with how we're feeling?
Essential.
Essential? Essential,
Especially after
okay.
the COVID thing, yeah.
Because essential is powerful, like if you're essential.
Hits on all these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are the local organization that improves the community. Our role in the future will be essential. Yeah?
I think I like serves better than improves.
You like serve?
We have a split here. Does any,
Because I
you guys
think-
want to actually vote?
I think the second sentence is like inherently forward thinking.
Mhm.
So I think we need to look in the moment on the first sentence.
Yeah. Okay,
Show of hands?
so of hands, so who would like to do serves? Okay, and who would like to do improves?
They kind of won me over on that. If the first sentence is really meant to be what we are now,
Uh-huh.
It's supposed to be the brand position statement. You kind of base the brand off the statements.
I think the reason then, okay, after saying that, I'm still with improves.
Yeah, I kind of think I'm still with improves too, although.
We have only 6 today.
I think let me make a pitch for improves. Change is not always popular, but it happens, right? Improves like is implying that we know that things are changing, that we are trying to form the change in the direction that we want.
Wasn't a better word than like another synonym.
Betters.
Pull up
the
dictionary, right?
I like betters.
We used betters when we did our first tax survey. We said a better IV for you and me.
Oh.
That was Spencer.
Because I think betters is both in the moment and future thinking. And it's talking about changing, but it also does not say it's like inherently bad.
Ameliorate.
So the problem that I'm having with the level of adjective we're currently at is if I were to ask, like, would the sentence, we are the local organization that improves the community, our role in the future will be essential. If I asked the food co-op, does that describe you? I think they'd say, yeah, you're a local organization that improves the community, and we in the future, we should be
right. And these don't need to be one word. Like you can put multiple words.
And I know, yeah, so things like that. I feel like at the level that we're currently looking at, I'm not saying the whole exercise necessarily, but I'm saying like the level of adjectives we're currently staring at has this problem that we're just kind of like, it's so like abstract that like that's why I mean essentially my satire earlier, we are the district organization that services the community is it's almost now we're gonna use serves, okay? So
right.
we're a community service district. Yes, that is what we are.
A democratic local organization.
That at least starts to separate us. That at least says that, it's like we're not like there are organizations in the area that are local that are not democratic. We want to be the democratic local organization.
Local government.
Yeah, I was about to say that government. Okay. I think maybe sub out organization for government.
We are the democratic local government.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Oh, that's good. All right, I like that.
Yeah, we're the democratic local government.
Okay, and then we still need to hone in on that second part of the sentence.
I mean, another one that's here is advances.
That's hard to understand.
You like that?
What about like seeks to improve the community?
Yeah.
You could add in words.
We can totally do that. Do we like that?
The one thing I would say is that I feel like we should be more confident in ourselves. Yeah, instead of saying seeks, like we should be saying we are improving. Like, I don't know.
We could say actively improves. If that's something like
that actively
proactively.
Can we just do
that's what's we're different is we are.
Can we just do serves?
Yeah, I like proactive. That would be a good word.
Yeah. We'll just do that for now. We'll do serve.
I wouldn't describe others as proactive.
We could just do both. That serves and improves the community. Yeah.
I just continue to feel like what organization doesn't think, what government thinks that they doesn't serve and improve the community.
We got
using things that we think other people wouldn't.
It's our brand.
I think the point is that that's the point of any city.
That's just how it positions us.
Yeah.
Like that positions.
Usually you position
our
against something, like you position in contrast to things. Like so it's like if everyone has the same position, then how are we positioned?
Local.
Yeah, I mean the left part, I like adding the democratic to that. Yeah, I like that starting to feel better. But it's on the right hand side, I feel like we're just still like
we want it to be more unique.
Something that Sydney said for the second part of the sentence that I really liked was the community we deserve, or what was it?
That's our vision.
Oh, I like that.
Right, so like instead of saying like for the community, like serves and improves, to build the community we deserve or something. You can also.
Can we nix the word community and just put Isla Vista? Maybe that'll help.
Yeah. We're the democratic local
some
government.
Of the things Jay's mentioning. Start help.
Wait, what was the mission statement line or whatever?
The vision is for Isla Vista, by Isla Vista, building the community we deserve.
Building the community we deserve. So we are the democratic local government that builds the Isla Vista we deserve.
That's it.
That builds.
Because builds is, I think, very
I like
different
build too,
thing.
because that's what we are doing. Like, we're not a city yet. We're trying to build a city.
And all the things we do.
And builds combines like serves and improves.
Yeah. Right.
So instead, let's see how we feel about this. We are the democratic local government that builds the Isla Vista we deserve.
I like that.
We like that?
That's really good.
Yeah?
Hey.
Our role in the future will be essential.
Yeah.
I feel like we did so much work with the other one. We might.
No, I think.
It's fine.
The
It's okay.
simplicity of the second line.
Simplicity.
I like the
That's good.
simplicity
Yeah.
too.
Okay.
Let's take a picture of that. Thank you, Maya. That was really
course.
awesome. You guys know you pay like $20,000 to get this done. with a consultant, So thank you. Maya.
Good work.
Of course.
And Jay has spent that money.
Not happy. So this was amazing in contrast.
Thank you. Maya.
We're keeping this
Honestly,
up.
honestly, it was a better result.
Yeah, right? You gotta do it internal.
I was really waiting for the step where it's like, and what animal do you think now satisfies
We need to stop. Why not just change the name to seal too?
All right, well,
Change the seal to include dolphin waving a flag.
Don't talk to the seal.
so I think everything we've done already today prepares us really well for our board goals discussion. So we've done a lot of that discussion already, I think. So I know we're only 30 minutes left on time today, but we're also gonna not workshop the words of the board goals today. We're gonna kind of get your organic conversation and then we'll put it together as a document later. So, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, but essentially what we're doing today is, we talked about outcomes and outputs, right? Like outputs again are our daily activities, our outcomes are our end goals or end game. And then our goals are our steps to get there in this 1 year, whether to improve our outputs or change our outputs to meet our outcomes. Hopefully I said that easy to understand. So we've been pretty successful in meeting our goals already, even though we had like 49 goals in our list of goals. A lot of the ones we didn't meet were the ones that the county or the university or some other,
Awarded us.
yeah, ones where we're literally powerless to change. But the ones we have been able to achieve are, the internal ones. We did our brand audit, we're doing it now. We launched our tree program. We got our reservation system set up for the community center. We've done a lot of our goals at this point, but we don't need to maybe look too much at our current goals. You guys have seen them, but it's more of a discussion for what we want to get done achievable in this year. We know what our end goals are for a lot of these things, but what do we want to get done now? What do you all feel would be next year, this time, you'd be proud to say, IVCSD did that? So, and it could, again, some of these might be small things that are towards a bigger flashier objective.
So you want us to look on a 1 year time horizon?
Pretty much 1
Okay.
year, yeah. I mean, because I think we've talked about the further out time horizons. So what do we do this year to get to our horizon?
Do we want to go service area by service area or just
General, yeah, just have a general conversation,
Okay.
small, medium, large, different service areas, outside of service areas,
I mean,
and we'll condense it
We
later.
kind of talked about or you were talking about like the phase one of the parking plan and how you were gonna go about that without, or like trying to build or figure out the relationship with the county. As the, I forget what you
Like
said
setting up all
exactly.
the agreements. and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe that could be one of them.
Yeah, just starting
Yeah.
the process to establish the parking district.
I agree.
And we're writing them, these are down?
It's all recorded, so I'll listen to this later. I think it's easier to let's just
Oh,
talk.
we're good.
Yeah, and this is what I do every year. It's like we just talk and I'll write it up.
I guess I was confused. by some of
The-
Writing that's going
I'm sorry.
I'm just taking notes.
on.
The interpersonal violence investigator, so maybe kind of evaluating that program.
Yeah.
And deciding what we want to do with it and where we're gonna go from there.
Right, and possible replacements.
Possible replacement,
Yeah.
yeah.
Great one. That's
Yeah,
a
I'm
real.
Way down with that one.
Yeah, I think an easy tangible goal for that is to work with law enforcement partners to create the flow chart for what actually happens.
Huge.
Yeah.
That'd be huge if we established that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Get the gate.
Launch the wave.
Launch the wave.
Yeah, no,
Get the gate
100%.
working.
Let's do that.
What's the gate?
Let's talk. It helps so much to say on YouTube.
It deals with the weight.
Regular interactions with the IVRPD.
There we go. Yeah. Some sort of regularity of that.
real property negotiation for the county.
I think I would even add, like, in addition to that, just like, staying aware of real property opportunities in general.
I like that. Yeah, monitor and compile a list of property opportunities in Isla Vista, which we kind of have done.
We could like reevaluate our planning for Deltopia like earlier. Just like, I mean, we have no idea what's gonna happen, obviously. But just to like see depending on what does happen, like just try to get a plan down earlier.
Yeah.
For next year.
Yeah, no, I like that because, yeah, we've always wanted to start earlier, and every year we start earlier, but I think the earlier the
You can
better.
always start earlier.
No, but especially after
early.
this year, we can monitor how, what
Exactly.
happens and be
Yeah.
prepared.
Because it
for
seems
any
like
major
this year we're
changes.
doing like, your plan was like, you've done so much with that. Let me see how much it is.
Right.
In relation to the CSO program, a better coordination between us, associate students, and an evaluation with UCPD on if we need to enhance the responsibilities.
Like a nighttime, like all the nighttime services and evaluating, are they meeting the need or what do we need differently at night?
Evaluation.
Evaluating nighttime services.
Maybe determine the feasibility of a SNAP program.
Yeah.
Like we kind of talked about that with Tesla in that meeting, but just kind of a more formal analysis, like getting in contact with SLO, PD, figuring out what went wrong in Santa Barbara.
Yeah, do the steps.
Do the steps, yeah, to just see if it can work.
And just so everyone else knows, the SNAP program is like having students respond to noise complaints at doors instead of police. That's what SLO does. The student goes and says, hey, turn it down. What else do you want to get done?
I think we want to get those streetlights installed.
Oh yeah, see the implementation of the $250,000 that we're possibly adding more to. We are asking for more money for it. That's easy and achievable. You know, I like that, Spencer. It's like, that's the kind of goals we want. It's like, we know that money's out there. We know the plan already. It just needs to get done. And CSA 31, I know that's maybe a more far-fetched one, but like the special district that controls the lights and sidewalk funding. I don't know if we want to go after that one this year or not.
Wait,
It's like a special, there's a separate special district for Isla Vista that's controlled by the county called CSA 31. So instead of CSD, it's CSA.
what would the goal of that be though?
That we would, like, that district controls a tax that all residents pay for lighting and sidewalk maintenance, but the county controls that money. So if we controlled it, then we would.
The money wouldn't sit there.
Is that just a property tax or is that?
It's a benefit assessment, so it's like a property tax. It's just a more technical version.
This is a question for Jay about LAFCO. Since the municipal service reviews have been grouped by service type, like parks and wastewater, water, do you have any idea on if there's going to be one about just infrastructure?
That was already done 2 years ago.
It was already that.
That was the transportation.
That it was transportation.
I could send that to you again, but yeah, the county doesn't really participate in that.
In that MSR,
Yeah.
we described our interest in taking CSA 31.
In all of it, all our MSRs,
All of it.
all of our.
So
And we have another one due.
I don't
3
think,
weeks.
I don't think LAFCO was unhappy with that at all. Like, I think
No.
like LAFCO's
No, yeah.
position is,
Yeah.
and what it's worth, when I talk to the people who work at, like, in the part of public works that directly manages like the funding and organize the funding and everything for CSA 31. They're like the office weirdly at the time within North County. They were like, we don't understand why you don't just take over CSA 31 as part of forming the district. Honestly, it would make it more clear why you would not like the paperwork that'd be required for this. And frankly, you're probably going to contract us to do everything anyway. It's not like we're not going to get affected by it directly. It's just going to make the oversight easier. So like, I don't think that there's like a real big problem with that, other than the fact that same issue we run to the county asking them for and them give up anything.
Yeah, spending time
It's
for
gonna
no
be
result.
It's gonna be a county leadership problem that's gonna prevent us from taking this more than it's gonna be a CSD.
Yeah, I think this goes for UCSB too, but especially right now with the situation we're at with ordinances like the county or IVCSD or PD, we have to choose our battles. Because we know that there's so many issues and they're all very valid. And I agree that it's also the CSA 30 as a part of it. But I think this comes under the category for me of like, if there's a nexus for it to come up, like if we find out that another year goes by and we can't get those streetlights installed, then we can make it an issue, but we have to be strategic about that, because this goes back to our brand of like a fear that I would have about being perceived is asking for too much and getting.
Being realistic. Something with the Lime scooters maybe, because it seems like that's been an ongoing issue.
I love that. Yeah, we can easily make something happen with that.
Yeah.
We've been talking about getting the county to report to our board, at least how it works, then we could suggest changes to that process.
Yeah.
'Cause they are in full control. They can change it any day.
I think there's like an overall very, very big goal of like relations with UCSD and like sitting down on multiple different occasions, talking about different programs, like talking about parking, the grant. There's definitely a lot more things that can be done there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to establish brand new relationships after June with the top leadership.
Is that when he leaves?
Yeah. Chancellor Yang leaves in June, and so does his top budget person, which are the main people we work with. So yeah, that's a good one. You guys want to launch the car ownership education program piece of it? Like that's part of the phase 1 of the parking study, like, messaging to UCSB and students about not bringing cars.
Yeah.
That's not, I want to say easy one, but achievable one. What else are we thinking we want to get done based on all the, I mean, we talked about our revenue stability. I think that's something you kind of do anyways, but you could make it hey, we're going to focus on this.
Into new taxes, potentially.
Oh yeah, like continue the audits of.
Oh, yeah.
That's obvious.
Well, yeah, I was
The
saying
tax
like
audits.
just like a new tax
Yeah.
in addition to the utility one. I don't know, that's
So
obviously,
explore that.
yeah, explore that, because that's obviously a big thing.
I would say tax/bond,
Tax slash
just revenue raising opportunities.
yeah,
Explore
a
revenue option.
diversification option.
What else?
Sounds like law.
It's just, yeah, well, that is something I had said, like, maybe we should have like 10 goals. 50 is a lot.
Find them.
It's
Well, because we do have a few left over from last year.
That's true,
because
too.
our partners have not been as agile as we are.
That's very true. That's very true.
I think one of the things that is dependent on how Dotopia goes this year, that I don't really have all the information to say what I think the goal should be, but we should have a goal about the Spring Festival. I think the most likely thing is continue expansion.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever direction is probably going to be expansion.
Continue expansion and work with partners to identify funding to support such expansion.
One thing it's come up a few times in terms of like the people taking this seriously and us having like a vision for the community. It's in our current goals, but it's like having a public safety plan. I don't know if that is, it's a hard one to achieve because we have to get a lot of buy-in, but we can outline what our vision is for the ideal policing and public safety resources here, and then, make the moves to get there. Because I think a lot of it is in our heads.
I don't know how this would work, but like, is there a natural disaster plan?
There isn't, no communities have one, is what we've
Oh.
learned recently.
Relying
Like, there's
on
not one
FEMA.
specific to a community. But
Let's create a
FEMA still exists.
but it's not something we couldn't put together, like not on the technical level, right? Like we're not the emergency responders at all, but we can at least say, what we can do is the messaging system at least. Like but we're also not the official source of information. So it's a very dicey one where it's like even the county, that's still the fire and the police, they hand it off to. But it's a tough one. It's a tough one. How do we handle emergency response? We've said this year in our goals, like we want to at least internally know our roles. Like we at least want to have district roles for emergency response, whatever limited they are, just making them clear. Making a plan file with the emergency response, you would think is a very cut and dry thing, but
Like, I
actually,
wonder if the county has like, if there's like a huge earthquake, like places that you can get clean water. Like, I wonder if that's it.
Well, thanks to Prop P, there's now a shelter hopefully that can be built.
in like years.
In years.
Well, yeah, I mean, UCSD also acts that way, as like an emergency resource center, like the MAC, like at the rec center, that has been used. Like when there was the fire in 2008, 2007, all those people went there. But emergency response, I'm hearing is like maybe we need to do something to advance it on that, advance ourselves.
Working with our partners to explore just governance and governance issues.
Start the discussion.
Starting the discussion.
Yeah.
I think again, it's beating a dead horse, but so much of the stuff that we talked about today, we run into the wall of there's so many cooks in the kitchen, and could we do things more efficiently to serve our common constituents?
Okay. We don't have to belabor it, and I'll also write a document for you all to react to, which I know is sometimes easier to, see things on paper and then say, no, not this, or yes, this. But I think you covered pretty much every program in that discussion, and almost every area we've got to focus on. So
reevaluating the compost collective. I mean, because you were saying how it was like the budget just kept going up and up and up.
Yeah, making we're in the middle of a pivot this year. So yeah, we'd want to see how did that work out and what do we need to do different.
Yeah.
Okay, well, with that, we somehow finished 10 minutes early.
Somehow.
That's exciting. That's never happened.
No one believed it could be done.
Well, thank you everyone for spending your whole day. I want to say a special thanks to our staff for giving up your Saturday and coming, hanging out, and listen to us yap about how we can all make the community better. But it's more than just that. Just your dedication, your professionalism. Like you embody in so many ways all of the things that we were already writing about. And it just makes me really happy to be a part of this. And I know the rest of us feel that way too. So with that, we are adjourned.
Should be a goal getting a gavel.
Yeah, we do not have a gavel.
Actually, funny enough, Doss gave me one from when he was chair that I've been meaning to bring. I was thinking about it though. There's only one situation ever where I could have thought that we would have ever needed to use the gavel. I think you remember the situation.
Is it the guy who accused you of stealing the logo?
No.
What?
No, that's why I was
crazy
joking.
story.
Oh, I was like, I feel comfort steal.
I think I saw that guy. Like I was at Target like maybe 3 months ago, and his name's Derek, right?
I don't remember him.
Because I saw someone who looked just like him, and he said my name. He's like, oh,